it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way we choose now, Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. and there's nowhere to run away.
Holy moly macaroni, the season is continuing to chug on and almost at its final destination. Welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series European Qualifier number 6 as we head towards our final 2 LAN events of the year. I'm Leaf, Cole and Shogun are joining me. Guys, we are so close to the end of the season, Cole. It is unbelievable that we're this close.
I can almost smell it, Leaf. There's still so much excitement left to be had. There's a major, there's a World Championships, but before then, one more online event for Europe. And I've got a feeling it's going to be a good one, Leaf.
Yeah, Shogun, look at this. That last one, 6, we're used to maybe having like another whole one after that. That's it. Major 2 and then Worlds.
Yeah, we're at the queue right now in Open Qualifier number 6. Marching our way on through. We have already got through the invitational part of the final part of the qualifiers last week. That's already terrifying. We'll kind of get into that a little bit later on. Because there are teams that are supposed to be doing well who we thought might have finally figured it out. And it's still a big trouble for them, Cole.
Very British of us to be in a queue, Shogun. And yeah, it's not going to be easy for some of the big boys. Maybe making London should be a breeze in the park, but it's Europe. You never know, as we'll find out later.
That is very true. And of course, we would love you guys to join us. Get your tickets for LAN, ticketmaster.co.uk. It was co, right? Not CO? Never say co.
.co.uk,
Yeah,
there you are.
All right, okay, we got it now. It's they're getting slightly easier to say as we go
You
along.
say .co.uk. That's
I started it by saying co.
It's one of those
is
C's that sounds like
adorable.
an S, so it's ticketmaster.so.uk.
It's funny because in my English mind, .co.uk is such a thing that exists. It doesn't cross my mind, but actually for other parts of the world, they won't have heard that as much. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, no, it is. Do we have the next one? Do we have the one that's much easier to say? For World? We do.
Hey!
RL.GG/RLCS Texas. Look at that. That's so much easier. I can deal with that one. If you guys had trouble with the ones before, buy your tickets for this one then.
Just buy all the tickets. Go to all of them.
Yeah, imagine someone didn't make it to one of the majors because they just couldn't type it out. They didn't remember what the URL was. That would be so sad.
That would be very sad.
Some of the teams that we're talking about today might have to do that because it is all on the line.
Very
at
true.
The moment. It is hairy when it comes to maybe not necessarily major qualification, but world's qualification is ridiculous.
Very true. We'll be getting into that in a moment. Again, we got 30 minutes of pre-show ahead of us to get you guys all caught up on everything exciting. I see a lot of y'all hanging out already in chat, so thanks for joining us. But this is what's going on throughout the week. Of course, we always have our first touch to light up the weekend, get us going. And then this weekend, it's Europe. We also do have APAC and OCE going on. We'll try to give you some updates as we go on through the weekend with them as well. They've already gone through some of their Swiss stuff, so we have those updates actually just in a moment here. But let's talk about a little bit around the world and get you caught up on who's already made it maybe to the major. Because the next step is London. We're landing 3.0. Who's there already? Because some regions are already completed, Shogun. The highlighted ones are who's going. TBD is not a team. They have not qualified for 6 spots.
No, they haven't made it just yet. However, TBD are going to see their positions revoked very shortly. For South America, Furia and Team Secret are going to be taking over there. So that's a little bit of a shock to some people regarding complexity not maybe being the representative.
Right.
OC, they've already locked in power. They are looking fantastic.
Torsos.
Please escape the curse of round 5 Swiss. Okay, you're not Luminosity. I don't want this from you, OC. I want a top 8 from this region. Maybe they can do it, and maybe Cole, one region that can go one better compared to London 2.0 would be Mina. Second place last time. Maybe they can go and grab the win.
Yeah, maybe they'll be looking at this one thinking, this is our stage. This is where we really burst onto the scene after doing all right in Stockholm before then. But yeah, Leaf, all to play for in that regard.
Yeah, you saw one that was not locked in there yet for the majors, the region of APAC. Let's talk about them a little bit. They're playing this weekend, which is why they're not locked in. Cole, here's our bracket. It's really a story of 2 teams, though.
Yeah, so you see Elevate and Gladiators up there on either side of the bracket. Now, that is interesting because whoever gets further in this event makes the major and thus makes Worlds. These 2 teams, they've beaten each other in previous grand finals so far this split. That's why they're both on 44 points. They've pretty much mirrored each other's matchups.
Right.
And they've also both gone perfect in the Swiss, 9-0 game-wise. So whoever takes it out of those 2 will certainly be the deservers.
Yeah, I like that there's that fight going on for, the 3rd, 4th spot there, but it's about that 1 and 2 spot, Shogun, for these 2 squads.
If anything, I'm actually pulling more for them both to get eliminated in the semifinals, so that way they're tied going after that event.
you maniac. You're just like Gibbs.
Hey man, I'm pulling for your Detonator, I'm pulling for you the Fish, I'm pulling for your Sailing Esports. What of you can come through? It's kind of surprising actually, because I got so used to seeing Detonator towards the very tippity top of this region, and that has just not been the case, but they can still play spoiler.
Right, and again, and after that, this is such an insane battle for these 2 squads, and then they have to, it just gets harder from there on out. Like, you finally do make it to a major in Worlds, and Cole, now you got to face off against the chaos of all these other regions.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Elevate, for example, bringing in ZPS instead of LCT, and it seems to be working out pretty well for them so far. Of course, he'll have experience playing in North America, so it won't be totally alien for him, although I believe it will be his first ever LAN, and major, RLCS LAN, should I say, if he does make it. So, lots to look forward to there, but every time APAC come on, they seem just that little bit better. It's a years-long process, and it has been for this region, but I just love how much they continue to improve.
Well, I'm actually curious, for both of you guys, Shogun, if you want to start it, for a region like APAC, we've already seen it in North America, the amount of imports that are happening. Do we think there's going to be a trend for regions like APAC in the future as well?
I think APAC is more difficult because it's a little bit
really,
more,
yeah. This is why I'm curious.
Over to the side, and I think that the levels are quite high, actually, for the teams that are already over there, but we've already seen Elevate head over there previously. They did very well. What is very interesting is if Gladiators can make it to the major, they will then have access to points that their opposition will not have access to. They can try and leapfrog Elevate in the overall points, but I believe they need at least 1 round win at the major in London if they were to try and take that world spot from them. So there's a lot on the line at the moment. Elevate do have the upside of the 2 teams, but we've also seen how quickly it can come crumbling down around you this season.
Right. Well, Cole, just before we move on, yes, no? We're going to see? I said you can answer the question.
Are we going to see a better performance than previous?
No, are we going to see a ton of imports into that region, or do you think it's just the ones we've already seen?
It's tough. I'll go with yes. Why not? It seems there's lots of moving about all over the place. So to give you a very quick answer, yes.
Yes, I just 100%. Wanted to involve you. I thought,
yes.
I saw you sitting there in the middle, all sad and stuff. So let's let's go to the other region playing this weekend, and it is OCE. We saw Power had already qualified. Obviously, Shogun, that was the team that's just been dominating this region.
Yeah, I mean, Power are the team to beat at the moment, and they are going to be the team that's sort of that reaper of everyone else's attempted results. But for them, they've got themselves through. We don't know just yet who will be joining them. The interesting part is the 2 teams that are fighting over that spot are on the same half of the bracket. The Pioneers, as well as the Chiefs, and also Kib Gang, kind of in there. And it's probably not a name that anyone was expecting to be a part of this little fight.
No, it's always fun, though, when a new team emerges itself. You know, you're expecting the old names, your Chiefs, your Powers, your Pioneers, your Ground Zeroes as well. And suddenly, yeah, there you have Kib Gang. And if they could cause the upset, if they could put themselves through, it would be a massive story. So good luck to those guys.
Yeah, I'm always curious about a region that has, I mean, we kind of saw it in NA a little bit too, but a region that has such a dominating team that's at the top there. I mean, what do we expect from this region show going forward? Is this massive amounts of breakups and roster shifts afterwards? Like, how does this, no pun intended, but how does this power distribute in the region underneath that power spot?
OCE has unfortunately not really changed their stripes in a very, very long time when it comes to international performance and what they've got. It usually works like this. We get excited. There's brand new super teams coming forward. There's brand new players with a lot of hype around them. Torsos makes it to LAN, and then they're out in round 5. Come on, please, please, can we get something new? I've located, by the way, I feel like I know the exact moment that this went downhill for OCE, and it goes all the way back to Season 8. The moment that own goal went in, between Renegades, I think it was, and Veloce. It just has not been the same since.
It's a curse them forever. That shooketh the entire region.
Yeah, people always say, like, oh, that's one of the best overtimes of all time. By the way, I'm gonna have my little rant. Watch that overtime back. It was about as dull as
this.
Rock. People have said it to me. People say, they always give it as an example, and it was some slow. No, I promise. We go, oh, because it was long. They go, wow, it was 11 minutes. That's amazing. But yeah, it was the most offensive. Right now.
Be honest, which one of you actually believe this? Because it can't be real.
Shout out for Loche, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. Longer isn't always better. But let's take a look at now the contenders for Worlds here. Who's locked in for that? Because we just saw our major contenders. Worlds, a little bit of a different story. A couple more TBDs. Cole on the board. NA obviously completed here. That's crazy. That's already done.
Yes, I know. North America, they are done and dusted. They are our 4. We had that tiebreaker, which could have changed things, but OG managed to work their way in there right at the end. Sam going all the way to the wire is interesting as well, with Secret making it instead of Complexity. OCE, they're number 2. We're not sure about Mina, probably Twisted Minds maybe, but the 4 usually, that's the bit that shocks me. There's not been a single team in Europe that has pulled away from all of them, which means it's going to be darn exciting over this weekend, I'll tell you that much, and the major too.
Yeah, no, I think that's, honestly, that's the coolest thing, Shogun, because now we just have the most intense and exciting as possible final weekend that we can going towards that major in Worlds.
It was a proper, like, monkey's paw situation that we got, where it's just like, oh, we really want to see, Raj, Joy, Vatira all fighting to try and get to the Worlds, and it sort of happened with, all right, well, what if you get one of them? And also, it's to eliminate the other, potentially, from World's contention. So that's horrible. I know they're all friends. I know that they've been chill with each other ever since the team broke up. But KTV said that it's like, Oxygen, I need the worst performance from you of all time.
This is work now. And feelings are out the window. Now it is, please fail. I want to see you fail.
Do you reckon Rise of Material have sent that to Joyo? Just be like, hey, mate, just wonder if you could do your old pals a favor.
Can you stop?
Just
Anyways, let's keep it on this right now. Just a fun little, insight as we look forward towards this major. We already had major one in Copenhagen done. We saw where some regions have placed. I'm curious now, and here's how they place. If you guys think any of these regions will perform better, the same, or worse, we can just go through with some thumbs up and thumbs down, or thumbs in the middle if we think it will be the same. I'm going to go in the order that was written in the document here, and we're going to start off with OCE. They had a round 5 Swiss, which was power. Do we think they're going to do a little better than that this time around? Worse or the same? I'm going to start
from our head, not our heart,
like
right?
Alive. What is this?
I believe.
Every time we have a show, you just turn up. You'd never come up here any other time. What are we doing, Kat? Yeah, it's only during pre-show. She's never up here any other time. She just wants to see pre-show. I'm going thumbs up, by the way. Back on topic.
Okay,
I'll be the bad guy then. I'll be the bad guy. If we've got to, for a bit of balance.
No, surely, please, my hopium. It has to happen.
No,
my camera's autofocused onto my thumb, all right? That is how serious I am.
They didn't even make round 5 across the 2
Chat,
teams.
thumbs up or thumbs down, too. I want to know from you guys. I see a couple.
Don't use your head and my... Because you did thumbs up, I have to add some balance.
Okay.
Middle, it was right there.
You distracted me and the cat. I can't concentrate in these circumstances.
You're cheating, Jogan. No, I'm thumbs up on that one. Okay, Sam, let's get Sam. Furia hit quarterfinals. Do we think better, same, or worse for the Sam region here?
I'll go same. I'll go quarters.
I don't mean to copy your homework, Shogun. You copied mine last time, though. I'm kind of going same theory. You think better? How
I
much
think better result. I mean, bear in mind that Fury went 3-0 in the Swiss, and they were absolutely dominant. They also beat Vitality in the Swiss, and then they got to the quarterfinals, didn't perform against Team Vitality. That very much was a team that people were favouring to go on and maybe win the whole thing. So being better in the quarters shouldn't be too difficult.
This is an interesting one. We'll do EU and NA back to back here. EU.
Yeah.
We obviously had a win for EU, so you
did.
can't really get better. Do we think it's the same or worse?
Stumpy or Johnny would still manage to put a thumbs up here.
They'll have 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, it'd be an all EU grand finals. Oh, wait, no European teams in the final, Leaf. You need to explain yourself, young man.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be so scared of, let's go to NA G2.
He's completely glossed over it. That was. You need to explain this no European grand finals thing, Leaf.
He's saying they won't win. He's saying he won't win. We could have a grand finalist, to be fair.
No, I think they don't win. I think you'll have an EU in grand finals, but I'll give it to G2. I'm going to give it to G2.
Against who, Mr. Who did G2 beat?
K Corp. They're going to make it all the way.
I'll you know what?
Wait, what? this bizarro one has given me that thumbs down. You've scared me off.
Okay.
I was going to say I could see G2 making the grand final again. Now you've said that? No, they're out in Swiss.
So anyway, given my ability to predict everything so far, I would like to congratulate South America on the grand finals, OCE on...
Yeah, okay, all right, guys.
Europe didn't make top 8.
We got to move on. APAC. We had an 0-3 with Elevate before.
Yeah.
Person. Yeah, we're all bad people.
Okay, how about SSA? Do we move our finger?
No, I'll keep that in
They had an 0-3. I'm sorry, APAC and SSA. Hey, but if this is any consolation, from what I just said for EU and NA, don't trust me on any of mine. So.
Yeah, I've got KC winning. The blue will love you right now, Lee.
All right, it's time to bring it into this region, Europe. It's time to talk some major scenarios. Before that, let's just let you know what they're fighting for this weekend. Of course, we have our prize pool, $21,000 for first place and 20 points online. These points are going to become so important as we go through. So remember what's on the board. Take a screenshot. I want to throw you the Swiss bracket, though, so you know what's going on. We have 3 wins and you're in, 3 losses and you're out. Every single one of these wins are going to be important for so many of these teams. That will get you into the top 8 bracket, which will be single elimination, and that's going to be happening on the weekend. All 5 of those Swiss rounds are today. We have the team streams going on, so make sure you have a lot of tabs open here. But here it is. Our top 8 will be over the next 2 weeks. It's going to be so exciting here. And I think subpar, Cole, you and Stumpy, or maybe it was just Stumpy. I don't know if you want to take any credit for this, but I think you guys had some scenarios put together for us. So let's take a look at that.
London's major spots are almost taken, but going into Open Qualifier 6's Swiss stage, all's not quite yet locked in. So who needs what to make the major? And how come certain teams who can't make the major still have huge motivation to perform in the final Open Qualifier of the season? Despite a win and a semi-finals post-Copenhagen, current number 1 seed Vitality are still yet to lock in London. To do so, they just need to match their achievements from last time round and reach at least the semi-finals. Sounds like a given to me, but this is Europe, so literally who knows. For these fellas, reaching the grand finals will guarantee a spot in London, no questions asked. With an 8-point gap between the 3 of them in joint 2nd and Resolve in 5th, these guys should be your London entrants. But, and we may not have made this clear, it is EU.
How am I supposed to open that?
Resolve, the only other team with fate in their own hands. A semi-final and a quarter-final appearance post-Copenhagen have given them a brilliant chance, with just a small caveat: they've got to win the entire event, just to guarantee a tiebreaker. And boy, do we love tiebreakers.
As Rebellion have to think about it, but they lost it! There it is! Oh!
Still, if Ivan, Cash and Raziz do manage an overall dub, then they'll be confident of emulating OG and claiming one last best of 7 in the tiebreaker. Not even a tournament win would be enough for poor old Jobless, unless like a dozen other permutations that are on your screens right now go their way. So pause this video and let us know what you think their chances are. Okay, if I'm being honest, these guys will probably lose their small chance of making London during the Swiss stage, as they both need 2 two of BDS, Gentlemate, or Oxygen to get knocked out of the Swiss 1 and 3 or worse. That slim chance is still a chance though, so if you're a fan of these teams, you'll want EU to proudly do its EUiest thing ever. Normally we wouldn't shout out 9th in the region, but it's Carmine Corp. Sure, they're out of major contention, but still, as it stands going into this event, 27 season points ahead of Oxygen in 5th. That gap will be eaten into should Oxygen make the major, as they likely will, but any points KC bank here will increase their buffer over the Green Giants going into Worlds, and it'll put the pressure on Oxygen to perform at their home major.
All right, so lots of, I like the word of let EU do EU things, because that really, truthfully, Cole, is what needs to happen for a few of these teams. I mean, you looked at Jobless, Luna Galaxy, GridServe Resolve. Quickly with these teams here, like GridServe Resolve, I mean, can you make a case for them?
Yeah, I can make a case for GridServe Resolve. I mean, first and foremost, they are a fantastic team, as evidenced by their semi-finals appearance in the first Open Qualifier post-Copenhagen. They are brilliant, and you guys know that I love the way they play, huge fans of the players. What they need to do, in my opinion, is avoid team vitality, because they got semi-finals the first time around, lost 4-0 to vitality. Quarterfinals second time around, lost 4-0 to vitality. So if they can win the whole thing, they get a tiebreaker, as was mentioned. And Shogi, unless it's against vitality, I'd back them in that world.
You know what? Any team but Vitality, and they might very well take it. But for them, the worst thing that could have happened for them or 2 weeks ago was pretty much the worst thing that happened to most of the teams 2 weeks ago, which was BDS finding their form, reaching their potential, and taking the whole thing. It lifted the bar very far away, and they need a ridiculously good performance throughout this weekend.
Yeah, again, the scenarios, if you're fans of these three teams we're about to talk about here, screenshot that and cross your fingers just to remember what's going on here. How about Luna Galaxy then? Sugar, make a pitch here.
Yeah,
Let's
go on, have fun, Luna Galaxy, shall we? This
Gave
is
him the hard
three
one.
that we're going to highlight that are the furthest ones away. They need an awful lot to be going their way. They need, I think, 2 of the top 4 teams to go out. Oh, no, even 2 of the second through the 4th teams to be going out 1 and 3. So already, we're not looking too great. We're not looking like we're overly confident.
You're making a case, Shogun. Case.
Who cares about being overly confident? It's Europe, baby. It's going to go wild. It's going to go crazy. And Luna Galaxy are going to be the team that come through as the benefactors. Full-on Mickey bracket. I believe in it. They're going to take down Resolve in the quarterfinals and mosey on through to the major.
What's the 2 of the Oxygen, Gentlemates, and or BDS that go 1
All of
through
them.
worse? And
All of them.
3 do it. There you go. They swat up into the
Cole,
sunset.
he got loud and entertaining. Is that not case enough?
Exactly.
That's all you need to do.
I
It
have
sound
learned.
exciting.
This is how I analyze.
All right, what about Jobless then? Because Cole, when I saw that all their things they need pop up in that video, I don't know if I was convinced.
I mean, it's not far off what Luna Galaxy need. They basically need some of the big boys to not make it out of Swiss. But in Shogun and Leaf's Bizarro universe, where Carmine Corp somehow make the major, even though they can't leave, which is impressive.
Why did you get me on this one?
Because you had the Bizarro universe where 3 of them go less than 1 and 3. Or, I guess that's not possible. Only
Top 5 teams, so at least that's going to help me out a little bit.
Anyway, all they need to do is win it. And, you know, I mean, they're a good team. I've been impressed with Ixo. You know, it's been very difficult for him since being dropped by Oxygen to then step himself back up. And I really think he has with this roster. I think he's been top performer alongside Oli and Rezi. So, yeah, I like Jobless. I think it'll happen. Did I sell it, guys?
I don't
Shogun
think
sold his a lot better than you just sold yours.
I was very passionate. I was very, very passionate.
You just have
I'm
to
more of a
sound
soft salesman
convincing. That's
than
all
a
that
hard
matters.
sell.
Okay, well, what about Worlds then? We just got through what was going to happen for the major here. How about Worlds? Because first off, this was just overall crazy and chaotic already. So anything really can happen. Look at the qualifiers last week. Like,
Yeah.
all of 6 out of our top 8 teams were in the lower bracket. Trying to
Again,
qualify.
the absolute worst thing that happened to teams like KC, Resolve, Oxygen was BDS going on and winning the whole thing. KC as well, just hoping to get as good of a performance out this weekend as possible, to set that bar as high as possible and make it as difficult as possible for BDS and Oxygen to overcome. Maybe, you know, a Resolve or someone else.
Okay, well, with Oxygen, Cole, I mean, like, they're close. I mean, Joyle's making their chances look really realistic.
Yeah, I mean, this team works together really well. I think that Joyo and Oski just slot together perfectly the way they play. Joyo trending back towards the big boost. Oski loves getting pads. I think because of that, there's so much space for Archie to sort of move about in. It's a pretty perfect team dynamic, which doesn't bode well for Carmine Corp, who are wanting these guys to do as poorly as possible. I think that the overarching story here, Leaf, is that Carmine Corp fans need their team to do one, better than Oxygen, and two, the worse Oxygen do, the better. So they are anti-Oxygen, and unfortunately that's not a good thing to be, because Oxygen genuinely look fantastic, and like they can still perform well even if the mechanics aren't working, which was my big question about them.
Well, realistically, chat, get a yeah or nay if we think Oxygen is going to make Worlds here. Realistically, I feel like it's K-Corp and BDS of course, that teams are going to be passing and knocking out here. The question then is, do we think Oxygen will take out BDS or K-Corp in those top 4 spots?
They need a really
yeah or
good
nay, guys?
performance at the major. Oh, I'm barely. I think this is going to be really close. I think they're going to be sat there at the London Majors going, this is the game to make it.
I think it might happen.
Or whatever it might be. Yeah, exactly. I think depending on how KC do, they might need to go as far as the semi-finals Oxygen in London. But it's Joyo in London. He's the reigning London champion.
Okay.
Right? That's a piece of wording for you. So yeah, I'm going.
All right.
I'm going.
Well, we have to get a kickoff here. I just want to know, is K-Corp going to make it? Just tell me this quick. Is K-Corp making it?
According to my last one, yes. If
my
I've
last
got
one, no.
Oxygen not making it, yeah. I mean, this is how close it is. I think BDS are pretty good. Like, they're going to have access to points that K-Corp won't. That's when they will leapfrog them.
All right.
So it is Oxygen or K-Corp.
Chat, I need to know. See how many of the Blue Wall fans are here? Is K-Corp making it to Worlds? Because like
be above 50. I wonder if both Oxygen and K-Corp will be above 50. Because if it is, you guys are automatically wrong. You forfeit.
Apparently, they just all despise BDS.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see what they're saying right now.
Okay.
There's no way. Wow. Okay.
Oh,
To be fair,
I've never seen a negative Carmine Corp poll before. They've always been way above 50. So
well,
there it
they're coming
is.
in now.
There
Yeah,
it is.
someone tweeted it. To get in there.
Gebetto's sending the hordes.
Here they come. All right, let's take a look at today's schedule because, well, it's chaotic. And again, I do want to remind you guys, 5 rounds. There's so many teams, 16 teams playing. That's 8 per round. We can't show them all. So you're going to want to go to the team streams, check them out, support your teams right there in first person in the chat. But here is our first round of Swiss. And of course, we'll be taking a matchup from the second round of Swiss. So if your teams are on that screen there, then make sure you're in the team stream. But here, we're going to be locking into Grid Serve Resolve versus the K-Corp Killers. It's Shogun. These guys, I've done it so many times in a row, but they're not able to make themselves to lands.
Listen, man, they have got K-Corp's number. Unfortunately, it seems to be the only number that they've got in the phone book right now, but if it comes up against K-Corp, they tend to win it. Right now, though, they are up against Grid Serve Resolve, and it'll be interesting to see here. It does feel like this is Resolve's to win, but we also have seen over the last 2 weeks, these teams that are on the major, like just on the cusp, I've been playing nervy. Last week, when we were in the qualifiers, there were so many matches where it was like, all right, there's no way this team has lost. All right, Vitality have lost, K-Corp have lost. What is going on? Why are these teams in the lower bracket? Cash and the rest of Resolve are taking on a team with nothing to lose here, Cole, and that does make a difference.
A team of nothing to lose that have become not memes in recent weeks, but everyone's talking about Sa. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's saying, oh, these guys can beat anyone. They're the best in the world. You know, they're beating Carmine Corp, like, ironically. But once that thought is in your head, once it becomes a real thing that you're being spoken about, that I believe will genuinely give a lot of belief to Sa. And I do think these victories over Carmine Corp will give them a lot of belief coming up against Grid Serve Resolve. It's not going to be easy for Resolve. They have played before. It was 3-1 to Resolve a couple of weeks ago. But even since then, Sa's stock has just continued to go up. So I do believe in Resolve as a team. I'm sniffing an upset, though.
Yeah, I mean, their stock's gone up, but where are their points? You know,
That's true.
It's like
That's the thing.
I find it very difficult, and get your hashtags in chat, but right now. But I find it very difficult again to side with the team that, while they do take down K-Corp, there's one thing to have one team's number, and then that's it, right? You know, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be good against the rest of the squad. We've seen how up and down and varied the results in the European region could be, which I guess could be an argument for them to do well. But I just don't see them dealing with that chaos as well as maybe Reserve?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Gridstone Resolve just need to hold their nerve a little bit. Like, I watched that qualifier between Sa and Carmine Corp, and like Rise was missing semi-open nets in Game 5. Do you know what I mean? It's like that just doesn't happen. They're in their heads, whereas they won't be in Resolve's heads. And I think their mental, Shogun, has been pretty good until they come up against Vitality. It has been pretty good.
I am curious how you feel on this one. Actually, oh my goodness. Oh, that is locking in right there. No reflections.
No natural
Rocket
light.
League Esports jail now, baby.
That is incredible. Those are very solid blinds. There is nothing getting through that.
Oh,
That's what I asked about this. Oh, okay. Now the tactics come out.
Go on, turn it around.
What we got on this? Oh, that's huge tactics right there. What is that?
What is it?
Is that a dog?
What is going on?
Is it?
Are we
Is
building
it a dog on a
playing
Roomba?
with basketball?
Oh, it's a dog with a ball. Okay.
All right, that is a weird strategy to have, but we'll see how it works out for
Hey,
them.
I don't mind it, to quote CJ.
I have a question for you, Cole. As
Okay. Is it involving that? Because I do not have another
well-renowned
surface to do with that. Yeah.
how do you feel like he's going to interact with this sort of situation where he needs good results there? Because it does feel like Cash can be a bit wishy-washy in these situations where
I
he goes up big
think that's
or
old
falls
school.
apart.
No,
think it's
I
old school?
think he's been
Okay,
pretty
it's old
solid and
school?
consistent.
Hey, no. You know what? Cool.
Last season
Tear
also.
that apart then,
Yeah, go
because
on.
it is a narrative that we still go with.
Yeah, okay, because he bottled Majors right at the start with the org whose name's Quadrant, right? But since then he's made. Has he made a major or am I imagining this? He's made a major. Yeah, of course he's made a major. Yeah, he has. Phew. I scared myself for a second there. But he's made a couple of majors. So he's been there and done that at this point. He's going to be fine mentally.
Shogun, are you convinced?
I mean, I was just going to stay silent and let it keep going, to be honest. It was doing the work for me.
I started talking and then I thought, wait a minute, has he not made a major? But no, he definitely has. He's made a few.
I've actually almost switched my prediction on the sheet, okay? I'm really hovering there.
I better keep talking then. Oh, wait, the dog's moved, by the way.
Yeah.
He's moved
well,
to the other side of the window. Let's talk about that instead.
Yeah. Distraction tactics. I do like the moved placement though, because it makes sure that we can see that every time they score.
That's true.
That is
Is that
good.
a little Yorkshire Terrier? Did you guys say?
See, this is the reason why we want the players to have the cams on. Now
I
I'm all in.
know.
This is now my favorite player on the field. I'm all in on Sir, except for prediction-wise.
I thought you were saying Tadpole was your favourite player. I'm like, I don't think he plays anymore, mate.
True.
This is good. Now just overanalyzing how people keep their room. Will they perform based off the way that they've cleaned
It's
it
all
up
about the
today?
feng shui right there, my friend. Okay, you gotta keep that
I
going.
think, in all seriousness, the Resolve's mental has been pretty darn strong since the start of this split. I think they've been absolutely fine. They're used to having the players, the sort of members of the org surrounding them, people in that room, that energy, that atmosphere, and I think they've been building something. I don't necessarily think they're going to win this event, but I can't see them throwing in the Swiss. I can't see them doing a throw, Shogi.
All right, clip that, everyone, just in case that one could be useful later on. Leaf, let's see.
All right. I didn't clip it, if that's what you're asking me to do here.
I can't leave it. Do your job.
Let's get our predictions on the board. Do we think the KC Killers have a chance here? No.
No.
We don't. It comes down to the fact that we've seen them do it against one team, and that's about it.
We should point out, this is not unanimous on everybody on the analysis side. We've got Stumpy and CJ both going for Sir in this round.
Really?
So, yeah, that's very interesting.
That's very interesting, because
drag.
CJ's in first right now.
You and Chat could tie CJ at the end of this round.
Going against the meta while winning, I respect that, CJ.
I could
think
not
you're
be
wrong, my
last at the
friend,
end of this
but I
round. That's even
respect
bigger.
it. Oh,
Okay.
no. Let's not make Shogun not last.
Well, let's see
You're a
where
born
Chat's
loser.
going with this one.
I am.
Their channel points are closed off, so you guys have to spam this one here. 50. This was close. There's some belief in Sa because they've taken down Casey, I'm guessing. You think?
Yeah, it could well be. It's a fair shout for Sa. They've got big wins behind them, but I think here it's going to be resolved.
Hey, you guys want Rocket League? We
Yeah.
got Rocket League. Woo. It's time to get into our matchup. Britserv Resolve versus the KC Killers. It's hitting off our final Swiss round. It's Europe time. Let's have some fun.
I mean, one side may well be the KC Killers in Sir, but on the other, Resolve. They are our recent top 8 Andes, and it's, as Shogun was saying, not going to be a Resolve sweep across the board in terms of our predictions. I think this is a very, very even one to start off our day, Johnny.
Yeah, and while SAW are the KC killers, they have not really shown that same level in main events, whereas Resolve have. So I'm backing them. I know you're not, though, so Stumpy, you got to explain yourself here. You've gone with SAW.
Yes.
What's the reason for your pick? Why do you think they're going to win this one?
Bit wild, bit crazy. I mean, very impressed with them recently, and I think that you're right when you say that they haven't necessarily had the results against other big teams. But when it comes down to the final open qualifier, surely they've taken the lessons they've learned from beating Carmine Corp to then take it on to then play other teams that are chilling around the 8th to sort of 12th spot. So he's going to be starting off with Tekos with a ghost touch. If I'm the ref, mate, that's 1-0.
I don't know if I'm the ref, but it's 0-0. Luckily, neither of us are the ref, and it is indeed 0-0. Tekos couldn't get on the end of it. Rizix, in classic Rizix fashion, absolutely boomed the pass, and his teammate couldn't catch up with it. He might catch up with this with a Mike Boy collects the first goal for SAW, and a very, very alone defender in the back. Really not able to do anything. Ivan on an island.
Yeah, Rizix making sure that he goes the ball with no boost. He can't turn around. He's not in a good position for it. He instead sees Ivan, sets his sights, and sends his way forward. And Johnny, I don't want you giving us more Rizix slander, saying that all he does is absolutely slam the ball.
Well, don't get this mistaken. I am a huge fan of absolutely slamming the ball myself, and I love to see a pro player of Rizzo's caliber also absolutely slamming the ball. It's great. I mean, it's much better than what just happened there. Mike Boy just completely missed the ball. I mean, I'd take slamming over missing any day of the week. And last time I checked, this is a day of the week. It's Europe Day 1. It's Friday, the last Friday of the season. And SAW looking to pick up right where they left off in the qual.
And bear in mind, you're saying as well, John, it's the last open qualifier of the season. There's all the team streams going on right now. If you're a fan of these teams, they will want your energy in all of their sides. As Tekos wants to try and make sure that the ball is sunk for the second. The minute and a half gone, is not able to secure it. But right now, we're seeing a good few errors come out from both teams, but the benefactors goal-wise is still looking to just about the orange side.
That's great 50 by Rizix, bringing Tekos into the game. Doesn't have a lot of boost, but he just slows it down. That's going to give Mike Boy a chance. I think I said Mike Boy whiffed earlier. I take it back. That was slander. Not sure why I said Mike Boy. It was something to Resolve who whiffed. Probably Raziers because he's got the longest name. But yeah, these guys they've been solid, Resolve. But they've not been dominant in Swiss. And they've not been the quickest starters in a lot of the series they've played. They haven't been the quickest starters here. Rizix, after taking a while to properly place his painting or his picture on the window behind him. It's looked like, like he's the most ready for the game somehow. Even though I believe there's a DQ timer started because he's taking so long to get the picture started. Now this could be a tie game. Cash with a nicely placed shot is behind the goalie just past halftime. It's a tie for Resolve.
Halfway through the game as well. It's the perfect time to secure it, as all we're seeing is Resolve send easy shot on easy shot to lure out the defense. Time and time again, and it's making sure that nobody on site is happy sitting a low boost towards the net. They're already gone. Cash can then send it home. Going to be a good kickoff in favor as well with the 0 boost. Cash can't follow up on his great punt from that halfway line. Ivan towards the backboard gets blocked away by Rizix. Sideball now, Tekos sending it high, and Tekos, my God, Johnny, what a player he has been, and a brilliant, almost like second debut that he is having in this season.
He's phenomenal. I'll tell you what else is phenomenal. Low block, taking game 1 against Vitality, who starts off their day with a game loss, and of course game loss has been a big deal in the Swiss format, especially when it comes to preferential seeding for latter rounds and even into the playoffs themselves. Now, Low Block qualified through the lower bracket with an impressive win as well. These guys have been on a bit of a roll recently. If you're wondering who's on the Low Block roster, that's Goffs, Grama and Davuf, 2 Italian players and an Englishman, taking Vitality down to game 1.
90 seconds though remaining in our Resolve vs series. Cash above the crossbar, does get pinched away by Rizix. Tekos, wonderful pre-jump, can save it away, isn't able to get anything from that so far from Resolve. Tekos an awkward touch, Rizix is back, but now low boost across the board, and Grid Serve Resolve should be able to press this issue. Cash blocked out again by Tekos, but you see that defense getting stretched thin with every touch.
Yeah, better second half of the game for Resolve. Cash looking to take control in the back corner now. Plays the first touch quite low, and he adapts brilliantly to that. A couple of low plays. He gets bumped by his teammate. Razier's trying to accelerate the play. That might not have been the smartest idea. Ivan's there to clean it up at the back, though. Initially, I love that slow play by Cash, who might not have been planning for a low touch, but he got good. Oh, he's nearly doubled in a point-blank range shot with hardly any reaction time. Resolve out of nowhere. Almost take the lead.
The Champ 3 double tap doesn't quite find his way in, but Tekos on the other side tries to go for a pinch towards the center. Ivan up to get the defense. That net is open at the back. Cash, no good touch on it, however. Ivan again swiping across, playing laterally to remove Tekos from the play. Rizex, a reset, backboard, a little bit too high, but with one miss and my boy to shoot.
Whoa!
Razier's back just in the nick of time.
Indeed, and not for the first time this game. Resolve have relied on a goalkeeper rotating back and covering the goal line at the last second. Oh, nice out play by Cash in the back corner. He's looking for a teammate in the middle. No one's there. Mike Boy collects and now look for the counter-attack.
They're playing quite stressed and stretched so far from Sir, and that is all because of the pressure that Resolve are putting on. Ivan is central. Cash is there to shoot. He goes low with it.
Oh!
Name something more iconic than Cash, Resolve, and 0-second magic.
Oh, what a pass by Ivan. And if you compare both teams there, Saw looked for a similar play at the other end. No one was there to collect the center ball. Switch sides, Resolve on the counter attack, and there is someone in the middle. Cash, the most, the furthest advanced supporting player in the closing seconds. Once again, it's aggression that wins out. Resolve with a comeback from 1-0 down to take game one.
Looking very pleased with himself as well, as is everybody over on the Resolve side. And previously, in the last couple of weeks, they've been releasing a documentary, have Resolve, on their YouTube socials. And it has been so much fun to watch the behind the scenes, seeing what goes on those whiteboards on the psychology side of things. So if you're interested in the behind the scenes stuff, with all of these teams that are competing, Resolve are putting out that kind of content. So make sure you give them a follow over there, because that is what I personally love watching. But that is not what Sir are going to love watching. A 0-second when they had, I think, the advantage early on that was then very much wrestled away by Resolve, who just went pressure after pressure after pressure.
Yeah, initially I liked what I was seeing from Sa. They had a much stronger start. They had some clear-cut chances. Tekos had a free aerial that he just barely couldn't get on the end of, and then they did take a one-goal lead. But Resolve didn't panic. They just kept chugging along and eventually got a goal from midfield play. Nearly got the leads on a couple of occasions, and they did play the more aggressive end of the game as well, with Cash collecting a 0-second goal. I mean, great transitional play from Resolve to take game one. Every game counts in Swiss. Vitality have already lost one, as we mentioned. Endpoint have lost one as well. Luna Galaxy taking them down in game one of their series. And let's see if Resolve can keep up this momentum and keep their long shot for the major alive just a little bit longer.
Yeah, Resolve, one of those teams that are hoping that they're going to be able to have a couple of results go their way, but Razier's shooting for their second shot in 5 seconds in favor of Resolve on the relatively open net at the back. My boy shooting high. All guns blazing in game number 2.
Tekos does not get a favorable 50 there. Cash of the double downwards. Boost steal coming through there for Razier's. This could be bad news for Sa. We're trying desperately to dispossess Ivan. It wasn't easy, despite the fact that he almost no momentum there. Cash with time to reverse back into position. That's never a good sign when your opponent can reverse back, collect the ball, and then offload to Ivan. Top ins! 1-0. Well, this was masterfully crafted by Cash from inside his own half with the irritable flip reset pass.
That was gorgeous play. And bear in mind, we saw at 0 seconds in game number 1 the opposite way around. It was Ivan to Cash. This time, Cash returning the favor. In 45 seconds, he's going to secure that first goal. And another very strong kickoff in favor of Resolve here. Just both immediate shots have gone wide of target.
A bit sluggish on the takeoff, though, by Ivan. Resolve missed a chance to go up by 2, but Ivan's followed that up with a demo across the box. Cash and Razier's both up the reset off the bar. Cash was predicting either a leave or a miss there by his teammate. Probably a leave. And they were going to score anyway. Cash makes it 2.
Brilliant bump.
Pure chaos.
You see Tekos there launching so awkwardly, and Ivan goes, ball come off, send it for the man. Cash can then shoot top corner. That was both players with about 10 boosts between them, and they secure the goal. But it's what you do off the ball as much as you do on the ball that is the mantra so far for Resolve, and that is a winning formula.
Stumpy, if I were to tell you that, okay, don't worry about that first of all, not even close. But if I were to tell you that all the French teams are losing right now, all Big 4 French teams have lost game 1, would you believe me?
You know what, Johnny? I don't think I would. I think you'd be telling fibs.
Well, I'm not fibbing. They've lost game 1. If Wikipedia's to be trusted. Oh no, wait, Wikipedia's not to be trusted. It's just flipped to Gentlemate's winning.
Okay.
So they've nearly all lost.
It wasn't to be trusted.
I was fibbing against 1 goal for Tekos. Meanwhile, so with a very bad 5 minutes or so between the last game and this one, but they have managed to turn this one around, and they're fighting fire with fire. Bumped by Rizix there, clearing out the goalie, leaving the net open for his teammate. Still work to do though. They look second best in the day.
You had my little English heart aflutter there, Johnny, with all the French teams going down. But good for France. Their domination still continues relatively, but that is a very unexpected result across the board. If we're seeing, obviously, Vitality going down, KC going down as well to Solary. That's a French win either way. And that is a Mike Boy win either way as well. 2-2.
Yeah, Tekos quickly back into the middle here. Razier's missed, and he had boost there. Just a bit of an awkward position for him, of course. But a whiff nonetheless. He committed to a touch there after jumping off the back wall. I mean, to be fair to me, he's probably afraid of more sweeping bumps across the box. That has been a big factor in this game. Cash at low 50 into a boost seal. Tripped up before he could center. Rizix with a great cover on this mid-pass, but nobody's there for the next one. I do want to give Rizix credit for this, because that was an overhead play. Couldn't see the opponent, just knew where they would be. And they were just scrambling to get back and cover the net. They couldn't do so. And again, it's Resolve who lead by 1.
It's pure ambition as well across the board for Resolve, and that seems to be what they're trying to press the issue as much as they can, because they think, all right, we can make sure that we aren't giving any of these chances up. Ivan again with a lovely intercept. Who's central? It is Cash, but that ball going more backboard than towards the man, unfortunately for them. We're approaching half-time with 5 goals scored in total. Resolve are to the good. Tekos midfield lets that ball go in favour of Ivan, but now Ivan committing along with Cash. Raziers takes it low. Oh, that's a great shout too, because there's been a lot of aerial play recently, so the ground was left relatively uncovered. Rizix, lots of boost, and just completely shies away from the ball for some reason.
Now, Stumpy, if I were to tell you that Vitality are losing 2-0 to low block, would you believe me?
I would say, Johnny, that you're probably fibbing.
Well, I'm not this time, I swear. C'est fini. It's 2-0. Low block are actually taking down Vitality. I've just had a quick glance over at Fury's stream. Love what tuning into Fury's Vitality stream. It's absolutely hilarious.
Words per minute are outrageous.
Yeah. He's more higher words per minute than the two of us combined, even if he's spoken over the top of each other. But, you know, he looks completely distraught and lost. Vitality cannot have been expecting such a tough task in round 1 against low block there, but well done to Graham and Davu for Goss. Taking down Vitality in the first 2 games.
All of these Titans really starting to fall. It's a shame it's towards the end of the season for a lot of these teams, because we're not going to be seeing low block making it to land. They've not had any other results that are going to be giving them that kind of head start at all. But it is a great look towards what could be happening in the future. And Cash, a snipe opposite top corner from yet more pressure of Resolve.
Oh, it's such a good pass by Raziers there. Just not back passing too hard. It's a good little tip there from Raziers to all of you watching. When you're going to try and back pass to a teammate who's already moving in on the play, don't overhit it. You don't need to hit the ball too hard to get them in on the play. And Cash definitely didn't need too much of an invitation to make it 4-2. It's all Resolve right now, who are starting pretty well. I'm hesitant to say very well. There have been mistakes on both sides, but this is the result that they wanted. It doesn't really matter, you know, how they're getting it. The passing is starting to really come to fruition here. Cash in the middle is saved with a pre-jump by Tekos.
Tekos low boost save as well, but we've seen what that leads to previously. They need to recompose themselves quickly. Rizet central back towards Tekos. Takes it low, but what that means is he just relinquishes all control of the ball. That was a great push downfield, especially when they need to bring back 2 goals in favour of Surf. 45 seconds remaining. Cash fakes out a reset, goes low instead, then pops it high. Might boy to the backboard, a vital touch. Saves them going down by 3 goals. Rizix removing Cash. Demo plays potentially on the horizon.
And it's a must-need counter-attack here for the Sawboys. They've got to get something going quickly. They actually do have something, but Cash intelligently 50-50s the ball to his back corner. Did not want to go for a big risk there. And then followed up with a quite a risky 50-50 afterwards, to be fair. But they've done enough, it would seem. Resolve will lead by 2 in just a few seconds. Rizix is just trying to get a counter-attack started. They've got to get this one moving very quickly, and they haven't done so. Even if this goes in, it won't matter. And Resolve will ensure that it doesn't go in. Well, just yet at least. They are going to take a 2-game lead in the series. It's Resolve who have started stronger and continued stronger in this series.
Yeah, and Resolve, I think, are living up the title that you kind of gave them earlier, where we were saying, look, sir, yes, they are the KC killers, but can they do it against another team that's just made those top 4s? And they're talking on the pre-show about the painting, or the picture rather, that Rizek's put up behind him. That is of his dog, the family dog, Rocky, who unfortunately passed away a couple of days ago. So big condolences to Rizek's family. Pets are obviously part of every single person's life who has got one. They are family members, so big condolences towards him. And fingers crossed we're going to be seeing bring just a little bit of something back, because their performances previously have been incredible. Just can they do it against teams that aren't KC?
Yeah, can they do it in the main event is the question. I mean, it's fascinating to see a team who are so strong, so dangerous in the open qualifier, in the double elimination stage, hit this the Swiss stage and kind of struggle to reproduce the same level. They've not had the threats for Resolve to really worry about outside of the first couple minutes of game 1. I think they played quite well, but Resolve have definitely outplayed them for the rest of the series, and they've gotten their passing going now. That's something Sav got to try and capitalize on. They've got to look for those interceptions. Otherwise, it will be bad news for their Swiss run. Like we keep mentioning, every game counts. It's not a simple matter of win and move on, lose, and you're out. I mean, it will get to that later, but you want to win as many games as possible to get the easiest round 2, the easiest round 3, and so on.
It's going to be a lot harder, especially for teams like Vitality, who are trying to bring it back, as you said earlier, Johnny, from that 2-0 down versus Low Block. I'm looking now, there's a minute 10 left, and Low Block and Vitality are drawing 1-1 in game number 3. So Nets Gold could do it. We'll see what happens there. We'll keep you all updated across the board. Make sure you go and check out all of those team streams that are kicking off. With 30 seconds gone in this first one, it's Rizex to take a shot, and a nice pre-jump from Ivan to block it away.
Yeah, lots of action. Karmi Karpan, BDS have both tied their series against 100% and Solary, respectively. And it's KC against Solary today. They were both
Solary
losing after 1. It is good to see Solary back. They're in with a shot of doing something here today. That's a great save at the Resolve end of the field in a 1v2 play. That's an opportunity that Sa not really had too much of. Oh my goodness, Rizek says, of course, got max power once again from a defensive position into the other end of the pitch.
Bro spawned in the power up, sent it long. Giving it straight back though, towards that blue side. Resolve trying to go central with it. Razir passing towards Cash. No touch made. My boy again low, and that has been endemic across the board of Sa. They've struggled to maintain any amount of boost control, or even just keeping above 70 boost in their tanks individually.
Well, Cash running ahead of the play there, even looking for the physical play and defense, and now the transition, but Ivan not going to reach the overhead pass on that occasion. Still able to get something going, and Cash is obviously committing to this with a reset corner double intercepted by Tekos, who obviously had to respect Cash's ability to play for the double tap off the corner, even from a fast setup like that.
Vitality have just won game number 3.
Whoa,
good for them, which is nice, which is very exciting. And Mike Boy, in the middle of this one, 2 minutes gone, takes a highlight onto the backboard, beats out Razir's Ivan, a complete whiff and a miss.
Oh dear, well, Ivan was in 2 minds there, thought about just hitting the ball clean out of the air, then he thinks, okay, I can catch this on the back wall, turns his car around to do so, and just completely missed it. And that is bizarre, because these days that is a completely routine touch. I'd be mad at myself if I missed that in ranked. To be fair, Stumpy missed that. Hey. Unusual, but it's not ideal for a pro player to be second guessing themselves in that position, to have one plan then turn around at the last second only to then miss.
Especially in such a confident position that they find themselves in series wise, you don't want that to end up being a problem that shows itself time and time again. But resist the backboard, making sure that he is staying strong up there. Tackles a lovely shadow, making sure that he can't get too far out of defense. Cash now moving his way in, flicks it just out of range of Rizex's shot. Ivan up to the ceiling with low boost, though My Boy can intercept, and Razir's staying back, though that communication from Resolve clearly doing wonders so far. But Razir's moves in, Tackles is clear was not the one. Mike Boy backboard leaves the ball. Cash with a miss this time, and the weakest shot coming from 2 men in the middle for Sir.
Yeah, both teams are struggling on the contact with their glancing blows. Like many glancing blows attempted at either end of the pitch and no contact being made. Sometimes it's better, especially in defense, just to make sure, get more of the ball if necessary, just to guarantee some contact in the first place. But still time for Resolve. They didn't panic 1 goal down in game 1. And hopefully for their sake, they won't panic now. Rlcs is going for the ceiling play. Off the back corner, cross the box. Mike Boy's there, sticks it back into the middle, but Cash clears.
Up high from Ivan, a reset. Very nice, a double reset. Thank you very much. This gets challenged by both Rlcs and Mike Boy. Sent long from Mike Boy, an absolute ping, learning from his teammate. Ivan central, Rlcs is up, will get there second, but with enough contact.
Oh!
It is the perfect block at the perfect time.
Oh, that's disgusting by Rlcs. What a stuff on Rlcs. He was trying to clear that to the side. Rlcs completely blocked that angle, and Ivan pounces on the follow-up. That's a frustrating goal for Sa to concede. It didn't look like it was going to lead to much. It's bounced in the one direction, which led to a goal against them.
Ivan now backboard removed for daring to go that high into the opposition's half. Mike Boy then taking it low. For this final minute, both teams drawn up. It's been very close across the board, no matter what game you end up looking at. Resolve taking the advantage in all of them so far. One more would see them through to round number 2 with a brilliant record as well. You're mentioning the game difference earlier, Johnny. A 3-0 sets you up very nicely.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are setting up 3-0s right now in the Swiss. Oxygen and Resolve are 2 of them. We got Luna Galaxy up by 2, Jobless up by 2. And it's all the French teams who are not sweeping right now. Gentlemates, well, they didn't lose game 1, but they lost game 2 to Novo. More Italians, Mala and Dead Monster in that match, taking down Gentlemates in game 2.
20 seconds left. Any goal for Resolve would be another bit of magic. When it gets to late game magic, you look at Cash and Ivan. They have done it 3 times so far.
I mean, all eyes on Cash there. They're all thinking he's shooting. He's not shooting. He's centering. And Ivan was there again. The back post approach coming in clutch for Resolve. 19 seconds away from a sweep.
15 with Ivan just needing to waste a couple of seconds, and a great block does just that. Doesn't need to push too far. Rlcs backboard caught out by Rlcs up to the ceiling. A reset central, a demo from Ivan. That ball only goes as far as Cash. Ceiling backboard with enough boost to get the double. It's gonna hit the ground. Resolve a clean and tidy 3-0 over one of the best teams coming through the double elimination, but they just can't manage to keep it going when they get to these main event weekends.
Yes, it's so strange to see Sa collapse like this. I mean, they just didn't have the same level of intensity that we're used to seeing from them against Karmine Corp in the double elimination upper bracket qualifiers. They just kind of fell apart here, and Resolve weren't playing at their best either. This wasn't the super well organized and consistent Resolve. No, they had some misplays as well. They were giving away the ball in defense carelessly. Their only goal they conceded in this game was from an Ivan miss on the backboard. So Resolve could play better than this, and they still swept Sa. So yeah, confirmed the sweep there. Now the weird thing here is, you know, we keep talking about how you want to get as many game wins as you can in Swiss to improve your next round matches. Well, since it's all the French teams that are struggling and losing games, we could in fact have all of them dodge each other in the next round anyway, because they've all been equally bad.
That is ridiculous. I mean, look, we can't say who's going to be playing each other just yet, but that was the quickest series of the day so far. A nice 3-0. Let's look at the ones that are still carrying on.
I did it.
Oh my God,
You told me not to do it right before this, and I did it. I'm sorry. So, first off, we were right. Secondly, across the board, we're going to try to get a matchup on screen here for you in a second here. But yeah, Stumpy, or I think it was Johnny, one of the two, I don't know, the same maybe not.
One of the people saying the
they both
words
get
over the
credit.
gameplay.
It was either the tall one or the Scottish one. There's not much else to go between.
They're both actually kind of tall. All the teams are kind of not doing what they should. KC and Solary is 1-1 right now. BDS and 100 is 1-1 right now. We have Vitality that is down 2-1.
That's about to change though, because they're 2-0 up.
Vitality
am
are 2-0
watching
up
that
with 20 seconds left. And
It's still a
BDS,
game 5.
BDS have put themselves back 2-1 up right at the start of game 4. They basically all started disastrously, and we were messaging each other like, guys, make sure you tune into this one. Oh my goodness, watch Carmine Corp. Oh man, Vitality, what are they doing? And it's become a bit more normalized since then. Carmine Corp have won the last couple of games fairly comfortably. I think there was a 4 or 5-0 in game 2 against Solary, because obviously I was half watching that and half watching the result match. But yeah, they seem to be waking up, the French Giants, but there's still plenty of time for them to have another snooze.
This is the thing, Shogi, is that they are the clutch team, right? Like, this is a team, except for, the one time, they usually clutch up.
They usually should be fine. I mean, this is one that Carmine Corp have to win. They need to make sure that they get as many points as possible for all of this. And you assume Solary is one of those teams that they should always be beating. As good as these players are, as they have been, the history and the accolades that they've all got. But KC are the here and now, as they should be. But for the time being, it is all about getting that result. But yeah, Cole's completely right. It seems like it's almost been a little bit of a showing as to how every single European Swiss goes. It's like, oh my God, it's crazy. It's all oh wait, no, the usual suspects have actually got through, and it was reasonably calm by the end.
Yeah, we sort of have a pattern to EU at the moment, which is Swiss starts absolutely wild. This team's 0-1. Oh my goodness, they're going to go. Oh no, they survived to the quarters. Quarterfinals, 4-0s across the board, and then the semi-finals and finals all go in game 7 overtime. So
that being said, there is one match that's caught my eye at the moment. It is BDS against 100, 100%. BDS are up 2-1 in the series, but 100% are up by 1-0 in game 4, 2 minutes down in that one. So that one could be heading over to game 5.
That's going to be exciting. If that happens, BDS pressure on them.
I do want to lock in 3 teams have finished here on 3-0s alongside Resolve is, 2 other teams, Luna Galaxy and Oxygen. Again, Oxygen, one of those squads we're looking that we believe can make a good run. Who's fed?
Jobless, who need Oxygen and or BDS and or who else was it? The other Gentlemates to go 1-3 at worst. They're like, oh no, one more chance down. Even after Shogi sold it to us.
I know. I feel like it's still going to happen. I mean, we were looking pretty good for a second there. Everyone was just like, it's going crazy at the moment. Oh my goodness, let's have a look. Rise.
Yeah, go on.
What have you done? All right, he's still got it. He's still got it.
Oh, it's so... They just... We were moaning about this, Shogi, while the other series was going on. They make it look so easy, don't they?
It's annoying. It's so annoying.
I've recently started playing this game.
It really quickly as well.
Yeah, it did.
There was a little while there where we were saying, okay, we wouldn't win, but we'd get a couple of goals against some of these. And then it felt like partway through season 8, I want to say, we were just like, yeah, it's done. We can't touch this anymore. And then we went into the open era, and it got even more ridiculous. That was when it was like, all right, we're on the ground floor, and everyone else is in the stratosphere.
Because while they weren't playing in the Rlcs once a week, back in the good old days, they were grinding. They were doing free play in the case of Carmine Corp and BDS.
Right, score right there. You don't get those free play hours in. I say this, but we have seen open goals like that. Completely.
There was one in our video at the start. Oski, of all players, was one of those himself. And a big old miss.
I think that one's pretty locked in here. So let's go to the game 5 here. This is a pretty intense series. I think this is a good one to show.
Team Vitality.
Luna Galaxy, you're back in. I'm believing in you.
Team Vitality, who lost to 100% in the qualifiers as well. So they do have a tricky best of 5 loss recently, but Zen is flipping all those flip resets in. To show you what I was going to say, by the way, is when you were talking about the open era, these French players, they were I guess they weren't then because they couldn't at the time, but like after, as soon as players were able to sort of have lands and stuff again, all these French lands, these French players, and it's why it's so interesting watching Solary playing against Carmine Corp elsewhere. They've been playing together for years and against each other on like smaller lands and smaller stages. It's what's prepared them for so long and why they have this dominance. So yeah, it's another matchup there.
Okay, that's huge. That is a massive, massive goal for Vitality. They've managed to get through. Got a bit of a double commit there. Davut, I tell you what, Davut was not far off. He gave that a hearty attempt to at least get a block onto that shot, but not quite.
We'll keep on going. You can't write him off. You can't write these guys off when they've already got a couple of games against Team Vitality. You know, winning that first game must be such a sort of surge of belief when you are the big underdogs here, which of course they
It's a surge of adrenaline as well, and that can carry you quite far in a game.
No, you're dead on. Like, because you stop overthinking, you sort of charge the ball, you might just be unexpected, and like you go for a ball and they're thinking, well, why have they gone for that, as the ball trickles into your net. We've all conceded that goal, and I think it scales up quite nicely.
Hey, sometimes you can play stupid and get rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that this is good for Jobless and Lunar Galaxy Amco. Team Vitality is the one they've got the least eyes on. Team Vitality, very likely. They're 4 points above the teams in joint second, of which there are 3 of them. So, you know, they haven't got too many question marks above them, even if they lose this. However, you know, if they lose this, then maybe, just maybe, nothing is locked in coming into this tournament, which is super exciting. It's a weird one, Shogi, because nothing is locked in, but everything's probably going to be as we expect it. So we're sort of a bit of a Schrodinger's cat situation here.
I've got eyes on the 100% BDS match. All right, there we go. BDS have now finally won that and have booked themselves through in the upper part of the bracket, but that was a very long 0 second. That wasn't
that an
what we were able
overtime?
to push for. No, it was 1 goal down, 0 seconds. Came very close to at least putting a shot on target for it. KC have also just wrapped up their game quite handily in Soteria in the final one that they played. So I think we are now just down to Low Block and Vitality.
This is all we have left.
All eyes on this one. Who are we backing? Does anybody in chat as well, I'll include you guys in this one.
Press one, chat.
If you think that Low Block are going to at least force an overtime.
Oh, that's a big... Okay, I like that shout more. I thought you were going to say, like, are they going to go on to win? But I do like the idea of, like, overtime.
Something to it, you know?
Yeah, much more likely.
Leaf.
I'm the only one that put 1 so far. Okay.
I hear that goal come. You've pre-jumped
You were
there.
ahead of everyone that one time.
Well, I tried to wait for the delay, but
I'll tell you, very impressed by Davoof and the way he plays, though. He seems to get that recovery so quickly after his first touch.
As you
Okay,
say
well, he didn't
that.
reach
Oh,
that.
but-
All right, outside of being 2 Fennecs strapped on top of each other, he was not reaching that ball.
Yeah, you shouldn't have gone for that. But that's what's happening when you're playing against Vitality. You are so desperate for that win. You might go for a play or two that you don't normally
my
go
God.
for.
Oh my
He's missed
God.
it!
That's-
Oh, he's got it though! Oh, Govs off the post. That is compose.
Well,
See,
you'd
anyone-
be
Nah.
livid. I would have been absolutely livid if I went ahead, demoed 2 players, got a bump on the respawn, and my teammate hits the post.
Oh man, everyone.
no. Anyone that complains that the posts are unreadable doesn't know what they're talking about. Prime example right there. He knew that was locked in. He knew where that was going.
It was the only thing he had left for.
He read it. It might have been accidental, but
Congratulations
he
on
read
getting
it.
that right, by the way, Leaf. Maybe. It was at the time you said, not getting the goal back.
Yeah, it was Leaf's early pre-jump of the #1 that inspired that read there. Oh man, I'm feeling this now, Shogun. I'm sensing my upset.
Yeah, keep picking it up.
Sense
Keep
is
picking it up.
tingling.
Keep picking it up. Keep picking it up. Oh, come on. I wish that was going to go in.
That'd be classic me, wouldn't it? Oh, here comes Zen.
would.
Ooh, this is tough. This is so tough. Oh man, this is exciting
So low on
stuff.
boost as well.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right, what can you do with 12?
He's done well.
He's done low challenges, but...
So he had low block,
Kind
you
of
could say.
Nice, I like that. You know what? I'm going to let you have a way of that for the time being, as we are getting close. Oh my, low block looks so
It's
nervous
overtime, baby.
at the moment.
They
It's
want the
overtime.
overtime.
Get away with it.
It's overtime.
Just take OT. Just take OT. Redosin, no, bad. Put the ball down.
Oh my goodness.
All right, that wasn't even close whatsoever.
So, the ones have it, the ones have it. We have the overtime.
did
Now,
it.
everyone make your predictions.
We did it,
When
chat.
is this ending? I'm going Redosin. Something silly, 7:06.
You know what? Call me fickle. I'm straight on to Davoof. Sorry. Oh my goodness.
Big Davoof.
Completely wrong. Yeah, my favorite player.
Your favorite player, Davnot.
Davdot.
All right, what
I
time?
know. This offense is starting
you
to
know what?
suffocate right now. I think
In
it's
about
over.
20 seconds from now, so 45.
Okay.
Yeah, Vitality's starting to ramp up here. They've been on low block side for quite some time.
It's fine. As all the analysts say, I count. Vitality, always bad. Champions Field, overtime. It's just classic them. Direct, do not correct me in anything. I will not read anything you ping at me.
Yeah, I'm trying to think any other grand finals, any other world's grand finals where Vitality might have lost.
Classically, do not win Game 7 overtime.
But they're looking good in this one. I mean, you're right, Leaf. Ever since the equalize from low block, it's been all the team in orange.
Yes. And that to me is an angry Vitality that's locked in. I mean, low block's going to get nervous at this point. Your adrenaline only lasts so long, and the longer this overtime goes on,
but
I could see
equally-
low block making more mistakes.
Vitality getting itchy, you know, they might get frustrated. There might just be a slight stray forward from the
I feel like
third
they're
man.
composed. They're composed.
They have to be. It's good for them that this is round one of the Swiss, so there's not the real pressure on it.
I feel like the only real way I can see low block getting much is what they just tried to do, which was trying to aim for the third man. If they just stay everyone back in defense, they're going to get trapped here forever. They need to launch someone early. Maybe just commit to the idea, all right, this player is not going to get the ball, he's not going to win it, but we can at least have the target,
That's better.
which they've got right there. Yep, they need to keep that going. Here's the bad side of this, though. Now your player is 1v1, maybe 1v2, and the goal is a lot more open.
Ooh, again! So good. That's a couple of those sort of in and out saves that they've made, or they've got good composure in front of goal of low block. Especially at this point, 2 minutes into the overtime now.
Uh-oh.
Zen's gonna Zen it.
No way. He came so close, but now look at the panic.
Yeah,
There you
the
go.
space that he generates. As soon as Zen gets it, even if he doesn't score, he petrifies everyone.
Well, he pulls immediately out like 2 defenders there, waiting for it. Look at the pre-jump on that save too. Yeah, no, that's what he's said before. Zen has said this in the early days when we talked to him, is that it's not just about using his mechanics to be offensive. He uses it to support his teammates, and that was a prime example of that right there. You don't need to get a goal. You just got to be threatening with those mechanics.
I mean, once
like
he was
you play
past,
my teammate.
you know, 2 players.
Don't need a goal.
Once he was past 2 players, it was job done, really. Anything else there is a bonus. And the fact that he was still in a position to actually be able to play the ball, yeah, good luck to you. There is no good decision for the goal line defender.
And that is a reverse sweep for Team Vitality, Leaf, to get them going. So, you know, a nice little burst of motivation for them.
What an interesting start, but things are still kind of going the way they should, I suppose. Will EU surprise? We'll find out on the other side of the break. Make sure during the break, by the way, you're getting your tickets, rl.gg/RLCS Texas. We'll see you on the other side of the break. More Swiss to come.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow! No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front! We are going to Champions Field!
Let's move those feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We are in qualifier number 6 as we have the last of the Rocket League to play this weekend. Grids of Resolve finishing us off with a quick 3-0 against the KC Killers as we head into our round 2 of Swiss. Welcome back to the show. I am still Leaf, and beside me I now have Shogun and Johnny to join the desk. Johnny, it looked like there might have been some what's going on, but then everything leveled out.
Yeah, we unfortunately did not get the maximum drama there. Got to catch the tail end of Fury's stream. He's losing his mind as he's still streaming obviously for the rest of Vitality's run, but reverse sweep over low block, not how they expected to start their day.
Oh, not at all. But for you, Shogun, you do you want anything more crazy to go here? Because Jobless is definitely not wanting this to
This is
keep
about
going.
as basic of a first round as we could have got, really. It was looking pretty wild to start with, and then...
Look at 1-0. Can you believe this? Can you believe?
You know what?
All the French
would never
teams,
predict this because it's never that simple.
Oh, but they all lost. This is bizarre, though. Like, it's kind of suspicious, if you ask me. They've all lost games in the first round, but the rest of the top 4 have swept. Oxygen, Resolve, Luna Galaxy, and Jobless are the next 4 highest teams in points after the Big French 4. And they're now all playing against the Big French 4 because they swept and the French teams did it. Hey, you got to just you got to think about what you're doing, not what your opponents are up to in these days. So I'm sure they're not going to mind too much.
And now looking at these next round, there's the lowers, the uppers next. Quick question though, did anything change? Anything scenario-wise, Johnny, go crazy here? We still look at the same stuff.
Nothing. Yeah, I mean, nothing really changes. It's almost inevitable that Karmi Corp are eliminated at some. I mean, aren't they already eliminated? They're eliminated. Whether it's like already a final confirmation, or maybe it's just us waiting for the points to just finally cross the line against them. But it's more the world's points. Yeah, Karmi Corp are right, obviously, but yeah, Resolve are the team they're closest. But they've got to make top 8 and hope BDS or Oxygen miss. So we've got a ways to go if we're going to find out if that scenario is still alive. I think BDS and Oxygen are likely to make top 8, so we'll have to wait until the rest of the weekend, most likely.
Well, let's just keep watching some Rocket League then. Up next, we have Oxygen versus Vitality. This is an interesting one because generally, Shogun, looking at this matchup, previously, Vitality would be the big bads in this, but Oxygen, I feel like, has such an incredible amount of momentum behind them now with Joyo on the roster.
Yeah, this is a team that once they get into their flow state, it is so difficult to deal with them. It did seem like BDS found some answers to it last event, but Vitality, on the other hand, are looking shaky over the past few weeks, Johnny. I mean, the last round did not look convincing whatsoever. They are amongst a myriad of teams that lost in their attempts to try to qualify, so they were either in the lower bracket by the time they made it to here. This is not the strongest Vitality we've seen, but that also seems to always be followed up with Vitality have now just won an open qualifier, as they did like a month ago, so who knows what we're about to get from them.
It's an interesting time for Vitality. I mean, they came off winning an open qual and everybody thinks, okay, maybe they're back. This could be the Vitality regain, resurgence to their former glory, and then they just get slapped by BDS, struggle to qualify for the next event, and now they've had to reverse sweep low block with a game 5 overtime. Meanwhile, Oxygen, I mean, the most dominant team in Swiss in the last event with one of the craziest goal differences across the entire event that we've ever seen, and they've started off today doing the exact same thing, taking down Wild 3-0, but the game scores 5-2, 5-0, and 4-2, all very one-sided games in favor of Oxygen.
Now, I wonder if part of it's, I mean, we usually see them in the facility, but this is a different environment right now, Shogun. Zen's out, they're at home. They're not together right now.
Feels weird, doesn't it? I feel like I've got so used to seeing the boot camp environment. It's a very nice facility that they've got. We have had a chance to pop over there previously, Johnny, and it was very, very good time over there. But apparently they don't fancy it this time around. They decided to stay at home, and we'll see what exactly the boot camp buff is worth to this team.
Yeah, well, so far not so good. They're definitely underperforming, and they usually boot camps so often that this will feel like the change up for them. This will feel super different. So we're very curious to see how they go this weekend. But obviously they have a massive advantage when it comes to the points race for the Major and Worlds. They're looking very good. They're not completely locked in yet, but they have a 12-point advantage on 5th place Resolve.
Right.
So as long as Vitality can just do normal Vitality things, they're going to be more than fine. We need a miracle for them to miss the major. I don't think. I would assume that's probably why they're not at the bootcamp this time. They're just thinking, you know what, let's just switch it up a little bit, change the scenery. But yeah, no, I don't know what to make of it. It's weird, very weird to see them.
It could be the mix of
kind of
things.
respect it in a bit of a way because there is such a quick turnaround between this and also then going to the London Major. So you'd imagine they're going to be spending quite a bit of time in that facility heading into that event. So might just want a little bit of a break from it, and then all right,
possible,
when we go into it, we're feeling fresh.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, they're still good. They still got their cameras on, so shout out to them for that. Our camera representation on the European show has been great. It's good to see the emotions coming through, and I'm sure
That's what we're here for.
Even if they're not there in the boot camp, I'm sure they're still going to be there, fully there, present on the pitch. And they finished off clutch. That final winning goal was insane to take the series against Low Block. They were not to be underestimated.
Right. I'm going to get the coin to lead the charge on this one because I feel like this might be something to talk about here, but let's get this one out of the way. And that is Vitality It's Going, which is interesting because I feel like the desk has gone quite a different direction on this prediction.
The desk especially.
Yes.
Yeah.
We believe in the Oxygen run, Shogi.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they are just the absolute best team in Swiss right now. When there's not necessarily you are about to be eliminated at any moment right now, they play incredibly well. They play so loose, and it's very difficult to play against a team that is just enjoying themselves that much. If that's going to change when we come into top 8, maybe I'd be thinking a bit differently about this matchup. But in this situation, I think Oxygen should be fine.
So you guys are going Oxygen too. Wow. Someone in chat said coin never wrong for real. That is not true. It's had a lot of wrong
It's
ones.
not great.
By the way, anyways, we have the matchup. There's only one way to find out what actually happens here. Vitality and Oxygen carry on their journey as they both focus on their own goals of collecting as many points as possible. But now they must turn their heads up to face each other in battle.
Here we have two teams we expect to see lining up in London very soon indeed, if nothing goes unexpectedly wrong. Stumpy, though, every series matters at this point from here to the end of the season.
If you're a KC fan, you are rooting for your fellow Frenchman in Vitality to take down the scourge of the Englishman in Oxygen. Also, you want BDS to lose as much as they can. So KC fans, look at Oxygen, see you want them to lose. But if you're an Oxygen fan or a fan of good Rocket League, you want this to go to 5 and then to be absolute worldies all over the shop for Team England.
Well, I think you won't be too upset if you are hoping for worldies in this one. So many of the players in this lobby are capable of scoring the unexpected. Unique goals, unique plays. Nobody more than this man as Zen already gets a flick towards the Oxygen net. It was well defended, but just a sign of early pressure for Vitality.
Tell you what, though, the biggest question mark for me is going to be what changes when they are not on boot camp. So far, Alpha scoring 2 in a row. The one to finish off Low Block earlier on with a reset, and the second one assisted by Zen just 30 seconds in.
Yeah, an awkward moment there for Oski on the backboard, a man who recently missed a very big open net in the last tournament in EU, but thankfully for
It was
his team.
funny, though.
Exactly, they're already like 3-0 up. He was laughing about
Yeah,
it.
they won anyway.
But a much better start to this second series of Vitality after really struggling early doors last time around.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they went to 5 versus Low Block and had to reverse sweep them is something that Vitality never would have expected. And yeah, I think the biggest question, as I was saying, is the boot camp. Well, they are not there, I imagine. Just give themselves a little bit more of a break before London, because that's going to be very intensive for top teams like this that are very much expecting to go there and win, or practicing and training to make sure they do go there with their best chances of winning. Have a little bit more time at home. But we're seeing on the other side of things, with a little bit of a link up, Oxygen Esports boot camping buff is very much in effect.
Yeah, Archie doing what he does best, reading what his more mechanical teammates are going to be up to, being there at the end, and just being accurate and perfect with that final finish to bring it back to 1-1 here early doors. I mean, Oxygen were the favourites. Are you predicting Oxygen as well?
I'm an Oxygen man. I think the only person on the desk who didn't is CJ, who's currently winning, but he also went wrong last time, as did I. So CJ's not looking like the predicting god that we have normally seen. But yeah, I feel confident in Oxygen here. In the Swiss, as Shogun was saying, they are just another beast.
Let's see what happens from this point forward. Zazoski sends that forward towards Radosin. Neither player having any boost, but it won't cause any harm for Vitality because Radosin is still there, boostless, teeing up Zen, letting him do his thing. The flip reset comes to nothing here. So far we have seen some mechanics be the undoing of Oxygen early doors in the first game. For now, they seem to be surviving. What I would say, though, is whenever I look at these Oxygen players, they're pretty low on boost. Vitality are dominating. It's giving them chances like this one, but Alpha can't sink it.
I mean, they're getting opportunities, but yeah, they're not actually being able to finish it off in any meaningful way. Joyo trying to find one in the midfield. Instead, Archie goes for a bump, and the secondary backup bump on Zen. The low boost again across the board. Only 2 boosts at that moment between every single player on Oxygen. Can Vitality actually swoop in and make that difference? 0 boost now for Alpha. Oxygen players don't know that, of course. So Archie now bumping Zen out of the way again. He is being pure aggression. Zen going for the 50, gets it around Oski, but Joya from the backboard. 60 boost, a reset on its way, gets one over the top of Alpha, bumps him out of the way. Archie, though, shying away from a bump, and Alpha recovers in the net.
Yeah, these fakes from Team Vitality earlier on, almost being the undoing of Oxygen yet again as Alpha tries to get it over the top of Oski. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Vitality so far. Oxygen relying on counterattacks. Can't really do that for too long against Vitality. They have the pace, they have the ability to tear your defense apart. And Radosin, he looks up for it. He's looking like he's having one of his better Radosin-y days, Stumpy.
Oh, if we're looking at a Radosin that was in the previous Open Qualifier, Zen, that was a little bit of a fart on the sidewall. Radosin previously was an absolute monster in their grand final win in the second Open Qualifier of Major number 2. I'd love to see that quality back from him. Takes one shot, but keeper's going to be there to save it away. Oski receives with the reset. Ball back down towards Zem. It's been great pressure from both sides, but no goals coming in. Defense holding strong.
Yeah, it seems to have slowed down a little bit after Vitality started off 100 miles per hour. There's a big demo from Joe. Gets another one as well. Archie has a chance to go solo over the top. He's getting the second touch, forcing it in almost Alpha to the post. And Oski can't quite get there in time. It was Joyo for once turned provider. Here he comes, finishing it himself. That's how it's done.
Get an air dribble. Keep the ball on the hood of your car. And make sure that Zen on the backboard has got no chance of pulling it away from the net. Minute 30. Oxygen, great advantage for them, as they've had, as far as I can tell, a few less of these shots. Yeah, 2 less than Vitality they're seeing, but they've made them count.
Yeah, Archie, another bomb. Vitality struggling now to deal with the aggression from Oxygen. They're going to keep on turning that screw, speed things up even more. Archie getting in the way yet again, charging down another Vitality clearance. So that's to get himself 100 boost. What can he do with it? Nothing with Joyo really. And Joyo, one of the stories of the split for me, Stump. He has been superb since joining Oxygen.
It's the resurgence. It's a player that he always was on Moist, but just never had the teammates to back him up. Never had a teammate alongside him like Oski, like Archie, that is going to be able to read him as well as they do, that can also match him for mechanics. He's been sensational, and being able to see him, fingers crossed, almost certainly, making it all the way to London would be a magical story. It's just a shame that Rise of Atira just will not be there joining him.
Could have been perfect. It still will. The 4 teams will send from EU. No doubt will be the best 4 as just reads the clearance from Alpha. The 50-50 game falling away of Oxygen right now. But when Vitality have time on the ball, they can cause some damage. Not over Dosen putting that one so loosely, though. It falls to Zen in the end. Alpha's waiting, hoping the ball will come to him. But Oski sends it outward for Archie, who has done his job in this first game to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, Archie, as he was saying, we keep mentioning it, but he says, I'm just a tapping merchant for my teammates. He does so much more than that. The aggression he's shown in game number 1 especially. Zen gets bumped, finds the ball over towards Alpha. However, regardless, midfield Archie at 50. Zen has to receive with 0 boost. Gets it central, finds Alpha, blocked down by Joyo. Joyo, again, trying to go for a block on the player. Gets the ball. Oxygen Esports, the Green Giants, 1-0.
And a well-earned sip of water there from Joyo. Who looks pretty locked in. They're taking this one pretty calmly. You should do water as well. That's nice. Some water. I'll have a little sip myself. Here you go.
Lovely. Wow, what if you're in chat right now, have a little sip of water. Have a little drink. Hydrate yourselves, everyone. And we're talking about having Oxygen there on their boot camp. Because Snasky does not seem to be. Snasky seems to be back home. I don't know if he lives in Denmark still, but he's not in the boot camp, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, he's got like a nice sofa around him though, and I mean after that performance, you can have a little lounge, you can have a little relax, because I would say the play style and the plan for Oxygen was pretty spot on.
Yeah, absolutely. They are doing precisely what I think we've seen them do against other teams, but they've just not been able to. They've not played Vitality that much, but they have been being one of the top 4 teams in Europe at the moment. Vitality sitting number 1 in Europe, Points-wise, I'd also say just general skill-wise, they are my number one still. But Oxygen showing that when it comes to Swiss, they are top dog.
Yeah, I just love the fact that the team composition, the overall mechanics of all three players added together, they're not the top, but they are so much more than the sum of their parts. They seem to fully buy into the way each and every player plays, what they want to do, how they want to do things. It's a pretty perfect team right now, Oxygen Esports. And I mentioned it on the pre-show, I'll mention it again. Actually, I'll ask you, Stumpy, do you feel they're a team, because they are, mechanical, they're sort of mechanical stars and mechanical, obviously. When the mechanics aren't working, do Oxygen still have the ability to grind out ugly wins?
I'd love to see them on a day where their mechanics aren't working. Because so far we haven't seen that.
Consistent?
I don't think we've seen that. I think when you have players at this level especially, and the quality that we see from Oxygen, their mechanics pretty much are always at a level where it might be 10% down, might be 10% higher, whatever. They are still going to reach a minimum level. Archie proving there, going to the ceiling, that he can do what Zen can do. It's a little bit differently, but yeah, I don't think that... I think I'd need to see them on a bad mechanical day before I can even entertain the thought of my 3 Lions not being there.
You refuse to answer. It shan't happen.
It's my politician answer.
Very nice. Well, Vitality will be hoping that Oxygen slow down a little bit, because they did at times struggle to deal with those long volleys forward from OXG. As Joey wraps around the corner of the pitch, Oski's a little bit lost. Do you know what? I completely take that back. He had it under control.
I mean, he had to dodge the bump, manages to jump out the way, then flips and then gets the block on the ball as well into a nice position in the corner. Great play from Large Oscar. Central again from him. A couple of players committing from Vitality, and Oski with another boost steal. But Vitality, they've held onto theirs very well, so it's not going to affect them too much. Archie to the ceiling. A demo from Oski onto Zen. Alpha, the final man back. But with a minute 30, not too many chances have arisen in this game. Zendo goes central with it, a block and a bump. Alpha now with no boost, tries to then go for the player on the backboard. Anything to try and disrupt Oxygen.
Yeah, we almost saw from Zen yet again, not scoring the goal himself, but attracting 3 defenders to him, forcing the issue. Here he goes again, getting a clean win over in that corner, refusing to leave. Maybe he could have got one more touch there. Instead, Joyo comes away, no boost. And Alpha didn't fall for it, but Zen, he can come forwards. Oski can't get back in time. Vitality managed to get one.
Precisely what they've been working towards for the past 2 minutes, it feels like. And Zen, all it took was an overextension from Oxygen, thinking, all right, we've now worked out a defense. Oh, dearie me, it's in our net. They were not prepared for Zen to turn in that position. He does so, and it's Vitality with the lead.
That was also the least clean 50-50 ever from Alpha. He went flying to the sky after that one, but the ball just pops perfectly, and it is 1-0 Team Vitality, so I doubt he'll be too upset as his car lands in a heat 15 seconds later after that goal goes in. Vitality do have a well-earned lead as Joe clears that one. Alpha pushing forward. Yet again, we're seeing Team Vitality have all the space, have all the pressure, but the counter-attacking game did work for Oxygen in game 1.
Dead on halfway as Joyo midfield again, going for a decent number of pressure, decent number of pushes upfield, but with no boost to his name, he can't actually get it too far, but Joyo now receiving it from the backboard. That is time and time again, we are seeing awkward touches from Oxygen, and it is throwing Vitality for a loop. No goal on this chance, but really showing the blueprint that they want to work from. That is a dive in from Archie. If Alpha's there first, which he is, Joyo can stretch back and saves the 2-goal deficit.
Vitality are a lot higher in the boost stakes though, but Alpha tries to get a pass to somebody that wasn't there. I don't know whether it should have been Zen or a Docent that they're with Alpha. Clearly a breakdown on communications in that attack from Team Vitality, but Zen, the ball does fall to him in the end. He can do all sorts with it. It's saved by Oski. Another key save from him. Here's Alpha, keeps himself relatively level to the ball with that flip after being bumped. Joyo has to keep his nerve here. Vitality are approaching. The Sharks are there. He does lose out towards Zen. Here's a chance for Alpha up against Oski, who does even more with no boost.
Large Oscar just punting Alpha straight out the way. Joyo low on boost again, trying to find ghosts in the midfield. No one from Oxygen reading those central passes. Now it falls to Joyo at the back. Trying to get that defense going with Alpha. Tries to block out Joyo. Goes for a backward, awkward launch, but still gets that block away. I don't know who invented the backwards aerial, Cole, but maybe you can enlighten me.
Are you hitting me to say Fisho Kid?
I am indeed. Thank you very much. Yeah.
It was Fisho Kid circa 2009 in the Battlecast community. Thanks for that little tidbit, Stumpy.
Little 15-year-old reference. The backwards aerial is older than everyone on Oxygen combined. Crazy stat. Good block coming in. That back third is being pummeled now by Oxygen as they realise final 40 seconds is going to be. They need to have something happen. With Alpha having a miss, it's going to be Joyo going to the ceiling, trying to pinch it just past, and Dunk instead Archie. Central, who's going to be there to receive. Oski still playing it safe at the back.
Zen is getting way too much of the ball as far as Oxygen are concerned. That bump could change things though. Oski, he takes out Radosin. Alpha comes away with the ball. 20 seconds left for Vitality to hold. It's Oxygen steaming forwards right now. Archie prods that one towards Oski. Oski's up. Radosin below him. Alpha up as well. On the backboard to it. How does the pinch work? As far as Oxygen are concerned, it's not ideal. Radosin and Alpha get in each other's way. This does leave one more chance here for Oxygen if they can get hold of this ball right now. Vitality chucking everything at it, keeping themselves behind it, seeing it away, and taking game 2.
It's a big 7 for Vitality at the end there too, because I think everyone aware that if that touch from Radosin did lead to a goal, that, my friends, is a tilter for his teammate. Thankfully, Alpha comes in, can clear it away.
Radosin doesn't tilt. What do you mean?
That's why I said his teammates.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Oh, no, God. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Radosin's like, what are those things that wobble and never fall down? A weevil. A weevil will wobble,
okay.
but it will never fall down. That is
Okay.
Radosin. He might tilt a little bit, but that man is never on his side. And Vitality getting that 1-0 is a great statement for them after that game number 1 as well, where I think they had a lot of the control, but Oxygen just pipped out the win.
Yeah, Stumpy, please don't push Weevil Radosin because he will not fall, and you would, I think, in that fight. So
I'm not going to physically fight Radosin.
well, that's good. I'm glad we've confirmed that.
I don't back myself. I absolutely don't back myself. I'm a snappable man.
Well, thankfully, Team Vitality backed themselves and got themselves back in the series, and this is a close one. You wanted game 5, Stumpy. It does feel like it's brewing.
Yeah, I mean, this. I think we're seeing an Oxygen where they are being pushed a lot more than they have been previously by other teams, where normally they can run riot a little bit more than they're being allowed to when they're facing off against Vitality. But the amount of times I've seen Joyo on no boost or on like 10, 20 boost, but still going for a play, it's great to see because he's going for them. But Vitality are holding him at an arm's length, and he had all the boost in the world there and couldn't touch the ball regardless. So you know what? Maybe 20 boost plays are more his speed.
Well, he kept 23 there, so we'll see if he does pick up any pads or if he refuses to. He's like, do you know what? I don't want any more. As he misses again, Zen fakes him out this time, though. Zen's going to take out Archie, is he? Joyo, thankfully for Oxygen, had recovered, or it could have been a disaster here at the start of game 3. They just about survive. But Zen has another bite of the cherry to the ceiling with the flip. Reset, it's saved by Archie.
Lovely angle from Zen too. Very much on target, very threatening. Oski trying to go low with that play. Archie pinching it up high central. Joyo takes his time to come in. Archie still waits central, but with enough boost, Joyo can stay on this ball a little bit longer. Rado flicking it over high. Archie with that ping central. Who's there to receive it? Only going to be Alpha. Archie into the back corner and Joyo getting bumped away. It's going to be more unrelenting pressure from Vitality. And they are pushing Oxygen extremely hard and unable to deal with it. And again, Joyo low on boost.
It's amazing how few goals Team Vitality have scored against Oxygen, considering how much pressure they have had. Every game has followed this trend of Vitality camped deep in the blue half, and somehow Oxygen just sending shot after shot, pass after pass away, despite their boost being depleted and their time on the ball being minimal. Here they go again. Oxygen have come forwards. Radosin has it. He's got no boost, but he does not care one bit as he can force something off Oski. There's the awkward moment there for Alpha, who can just eventually take the ball away. Once more, Stumpy, it's Vitality having more of the ball.
When they are playing the antithesis to how Oxygen like to play, they've got no space. Vitality are smothering them at every angle. Rado sending it central and Alpha's there. Every pass that's come in central so far from Vitality, there's pretty much been somebody there every single time. It's very impressive. Alpha now trying to tip it back with Archie having to reverse. Just pumps it a little bit further. But Rado can receive in the halfway line. Still manages to be that force field for the ball.
I feel like this game's a little bit slower than the other ones. I'm waiting on one player to cut rotation or to just go all-out attack, because I think there is an angle for somebody to do it if they have the bravery. It's that tense period of the series here.
Oski just missed that ceiling touch as well, but Zen absolutely nailed that Bosch on Archie at the back. Archie now dunking it high. Lovely, interesting angle for the dunk. Oski had a chance to shoot on target. Shot wide, but Zen saved it regardless. Alpha dropping low. Now Archie trying to hit that one away, but Joyo's going to be back in time. He tried to shy away from that ball to give it over towards Oski. Slightly late communications over and over again. Joyo, more ambition to go for an interesting shot. Oski, central. The mechanics to get this ball central repeatedly from Oxygen are extremely impressive. There's just nobody there that isn't wearing orange.
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of like, you know, freestyle competitions when the players aren't quite on and they're not scoring and they just sort of take turns and then the other one has a go. It's a bit like that at the moment. They're both taking turns, sending long attacks forward. It's like, oh, you missed, I'll have a go then. Yeah, I'll step back to rotation. Finally, we've got someone breaking the rotation. A couple of demos, things might open up now. Let's make it 3. Zen comes forward, might be the opener for Vitality, and it is!
The Battle of Agincourt just completely erupts in game number 3, and Zen can pick it up, backflip it top corner. A little bit of beauty, a little bit of magic and vitality. 1-0 up with 2 minutes remaining. That goal felt like it was an extremely long time coming.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the slow motion replay did that goal justice, made it look so much better than it did live. I'm glad we got to see it from that angle, just to see the flourish that Zed managed to finish it with. And suddenly, yet again, Team Vitality have their lead. Oxygen now are the ones who people's heads start turning towards, thinking, how are you going to change this? The passes aren't matching each other exactly. They're not in the same alignment right now. These dunks have to be perfect. Joy goes for another one on Alpha. Archie has to sink this, you feel, can't manage to do it, and Vitality survive a bit of Oxygen pressure.
Oxygen is playing a little bit scared, I feel. Like, they're going for the passes central, almost like relinquish control of the ball themselves. They want someone else to take it, but no one's there because they're all playing hot potato. 70 seconds, Oski has to work out from his back line. Oski going for the second one, tries to go low below Rado. He manages to cover both angles by turning his car nice and flat. Joyo round 1, but Alpha sends him straight to the scrapyard. Alpha central, Zen's there, fakes out one, shot on target, just wide, Rado to finish. But look at the fake from Zen to start that off.
Yeah, Alpha, he got a lovely touch there towards Zen, just a little pop. Couldn't quite get the finish there, but Radosin, he is always jolly on the spot, happy to charge his face head first into everything and get the second goal for Team Vitality. It's looking a long way away for Oxygen right now.
Yeah, game number 1, I think, is looking a long way away as well. Not able to replicate the success that they had, being held so far to almost 10 minutes of not having scored. Joyo can't get that ball central as Rado again defensively blocking him out. Oski tries to go for as many pushes as he can, but with 18 boosts, he's not going to get it very far, even if Joyo removes Alpha from the pitch.
The Oxygen now are starting to change their play style. You know, they're going for more of these bumps. Archie in particular, as you'd expect, is the one trying to sweep in front of everyone. But Oski finally gets something working solo.
Pure push and pure power from Large Oscar. A reset from the ceiling and then a dunk on the final man, splitting that deficit in half. 1 goal to chase now for Oxygen as they suddenly feel like they may well be ignited.
Oh, it changes in a heartbeat. Archie fakes the kickoff as well. Oski can't quite make the most from it, but if Joyo can put this one cleanly to the side, Archie might be in. He's there. Radosin's in the way of the defense. 15 seconds now. Oxygen, as Archie pops it up. Joyo's going to have another go.
Who's on
which
this?
one of them's going to go for it? He leaves it to Archie. I don't know if that was their plan originally. Seemed a little bit awkward, but it does fall to Oski for one more chance.
Having a couple of players go for that one is a very risky play, but in the back line is going to see Joyo going up, bumped out the way as Oski keeps his flip. It's central. Is Archie there for the final touch? Not quite. 0, back corner. Oski with 100 boost keeps it high, but a very awkward touch in the back corner. These corners are horrible to work out from. Zen and Rado both committing with 80 boost. But can Zen go with it? It's the floor. It's game 3 completed.
So, we had Oski's dunk there, but apart from that, Vitality supremely comfortable as Alpha squeezes his eyes together to try and keep himself awake after that one. I mean, something, dare I ask, is that what it looks like when the mechanics slow down?
Yeah, you know what? I couldn't fathom it earlier. And yet, I've just seen a masterclass in what happens when Oxygen don't have their mechanics on point. But I think the mechanics look decent. They looked all right. My biggest issue with them, though, was either not understanding where their teammates were by sending it central when no one's there, or pushing up, especially in game number 2 this was, pushing up a little bit further than they would anticipate. I think demos play a little bit of a role in that as well. Oxygen just not looking on point across the board, and Vitality, I very much do not look perfect in this either. Both teams playing relatively slow and not the best Rocket League we have seen from either of them, apart from that goal from Zen, which was mechanical wizardry.
I think that Oxygen have definitely got plenty of space to sort of drive into here. That was far from their best. It was ultimately a poor performance from them, but you have to credit Team Vitality in that. They are frustrating Oxygen. They're dealing with their mechanical outplays very well, Hopefully, as far as Oxygen and their fans are concerned, Oski's goal there will give them a little bit of belief. But I think big favourites, even taking into account that it's 2-1 in the series right now. Team Vitality. On the eye test, they're looking the better team here.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we need to see a strong early start coming out from Oxygen, but Oski and Archie literally bumping cars as they both try and go for the exact same ball. Joyo waiting to see what Zen does with it, flicks it high. Joyo then tries to shy away from the ball, and Zen moving Oski. That is going to completely negate any amount of offense that they were going to be forming. Alpha shooting bottom corner from finding Zen with the assist. It's central again. Joyo pumping it long. An interception from Zen. Vitality giving Oxygen no room to breathe.
Great start yet again from Team Vitality. They've started every single game strongly.
Oski!
All sorts of momentum.
What was that?
Again.
I'm interrupting you.
He's getting frustrated. Alpha's coming in, shooting! Go on, Stumpy, have your rap.
Oski! Large Oscar! Literally, Archie had the ball on his roof, and Oski did exactly what I do when I'm like, oh, you're being a little bit slow here. He just came along, just hit it off his roof, and just sent it away from him. And that opened up the play entirely as control of the ball falls yet again to Vitality.
There you go, you have it confirmed. Oski worse than Stumpy Goblin.
Thank you.
They go behind yet again. Zen towards the goal for Oxygen. This is huge for Team Vitality, huge potentially for Carmine Corp and their fans, wanting to make worlds, hoping Atto's former teammate. Oski fails, hoping that Vatira's former teammate and Rises, Joyo, fails. They will be loving what they are seeing. They will be praying to the gods of French Rocket League that Team Vitality can continue playing the way they're playing.
And tell you what, I was watching the Fury stream earlier on, that when they were playing low block, when they went down 0-2, it was a time that they were not too happy with. The Fury was excited when they managed to get the reverse sweep against them. We're seeing top quarter as well. In terms of our French Rocket League Kings, Gentlemates, they beat Jobless 3-0, which is horrific news for Jobless, because, and also Team 3 and also Lunar Galaxy, because if Oxygen, they get another game, if Oxygen win this, if BDS win theirs, if Gentlemates win theirs, one more win from them is going to see them out of major contention.
It's all coming to the boil right now here in EU. All will be revealed before the end of this weekend. Who'll be making it to London? Potentially still some question marks about Worlds, but right now, right here, Oxygen have to wake up and Team Vitality have to continue to squeeze pressure onto them. Archie sends that one backwards. Joyo didn't want it, nor did Oski. Radosin, he's yet again happy on zero boost. One of the best zero boost players in the world. Does not fear it at all. Nor does Zen going for those demos.
Zen doesn't fancy any magic tricks there at all. Oski goes for, Joyo goes for a nice cute just chip over the top of him. Zen stays grounded, goes straight for the man. A missile fake from Rado is going to be seeing another couple of chances end up erupting or, coming forward in favour of Oxygen. But we hit dead on halfway through game number 4. Vitality still a strong lead, but the pressure is building very strongly in favour of Oxygen.
Here comes Zen yet again, though. He's getting all sorts of involved right now, Zen, both in bumps and demos, and just clattering the ball away, playing a bit of an Archie role, playing a Radosin role, perhaps, as well. Radosin has slowed down a bit, gets himself some boost, and just sends that one away. That one's met by Joyo, though. That's a good shot. Zen had to read it off the crossbar, managed to, and Radosin steams in, doing his original job to get the ball away. Oski, one more chance. Alpha is bypassed by Oski. Radosin is taken out as well, and Zen is the player that it falls to so close.
Oski did everything, and yet Zen was still there to then get that final block at the death. That would have given them an equaliser that I'm sure would have galvanised this team. Minute 40, sent high. Oski in the back line has to defend. Player's going to be there first. It is absolutely Radosin, who then gives up the ball and goes for the boost. The boost steals and the suffocation across the board has been so strong. Joyo for one. The second, Archie. Clean up Merchant with 90 seconds gives the draw to Oxygen.
Look at that from Joyo, though. The first touch was clean. The second one, the pace that he showed to get all the way from the right wing, starting in his own half, to beat the Vitality defence. A stunning assist from Joyo.
And that's what we want to be seeing. All of that magic coming from any of the players, setting each other up. Oski sending it across wide. Archie's there, but maybe didn't expect Rado to then end up going for that ball. A wonderful bump from Rado sends Joyo to the moon.
Zen's going to wind something up here. He's got 100 boost. Radosin in front of him. Gets on his nose, then bumps out Oski. Who's it falling for? It's Radosin. Radosin can kill it here. Alpha's coming in. Alpha is far as well.
Joyo?
Use MVP, post and crossbar. Comes in clutch yet again as Joyo can't quite nail the plan B or pogo he was attempting.
Good bump from Oski off that back line. A block can come in regardless from Rado. Sends it high to Zen on that side wall. Archie gets rid of Alpha on this chance. A pinch going blue netwards. Oski with a pinch, but only going towards that corner. Easily picked up by Alpha. Only 35 seconds left.
Oh, there's a bump. A team bump. It was a team bump. Stumpy, I'm getting Season 5 NRG vibes. What's the blue defense here? Just in front of Alpha. We're going to see it. Yeah, there was Oski and there was Archie. They just met in the middle, and it made it free for Radosin. And Team Vitality are close.
Complete mispositioning regardless. They're both wanting to go for that single 100 boost. There's only one there. Joyo is up with 30. Can't get around Zen on this chance. And Zen's defense has been spectacular against Oxygen. That was going to bounce low. Zen there again to clear it away. Finds Rado. Rado can't quite get that touch on zero boost. 16 seconds. Anything for Oxygen now.
Oh, a ghost hit from Archie. That was half a chance there. Probably needed a couple of touches, but it falls to Joyo. All three Vitality players in front of him. Joyo goes over the top. It's saved by Radosin. He somehow had the read, and Oski misses. Archie, all eyes on you. Tees up Joyo to the backboard. Radosin clears. Archie gets the catch, pops it up. Radosin bravely in, charges it down yet again. Oski picks up boost, but he's met by Alpha. That might be it, but there's one more catch from Joyo. He flicks it, but is there anything left in the tank? There is for now.
Archie
Still beating them. Archie, one more touch. Again read by Radosin. Radosin just knowing what Oxygen were going to try. Huge defending as Team Vitality take the dub.
3 chances at 0 seconds for Oxygen is insane. That is a ridiculous amount of pressure they put on. It's a shame they couldn't do that during that game at any given moment. Vitality, an incredibly well-earned lead, and the win going their way. They're going to be going through to the 2-0 round. Oxygen to the 1-1, and the thing that no one wanted to happen. CJ and the coin get the prediction right, and they're the only ones.
Oh, that is a shame. But apart from that, I love the way Team Vitality played this one. There was a clear game plan, not to overcommit, not to fall for Oxygen's tricks and, believe that as soon as they go up, you have to panic. Defensively, there were some scary moments, right? But they just held their nerve time and time again, all three of them. Radosin in particular, in that last 0-second play, was huge, Stumpy.
Yeah, I think Radosin across that entire series, realistically, was a huge, an instrumental factor in Vitality. Not if it was offensive or defensive, he was making sure that he was positioning himself very well. Like the occasional mistouch, sure, whatever. It didn't lead to anything negative. I think every single person on Vitality doing their job to a T. And Oxygen, they've got a lot to work on, Cole, for their next round.
Yeah, they have. The good news for them is this is a Swiss. You can go 0-2 in Swiss and still qualify if you win your next 3 series. So they'll go behind, they'll see what went wrong, how they can fix it for the next time around. Snazzy's going to have to stop lounging and get to work to see what went wrong with this team, because something fundamentally did. They're taking nothing away from Team Vitality, who were pretty flawless there. I'd love to find out from certainly smarter people than Stumpy, who is a fool, what Vitality did so well as we go back to the desk. Stumpy's a fool, by the way. Did I mention?
Scored more goals.
I don't know if you can call us smarter. We all went Oxygen, so.
No, this is.
Yeah. Oh, is that really what it was? I gotta say, cool. We're done. We lost that. Whatever. There's something else particularly I want to talk about as other results come in here. I think Johnny, you're looking at it too here. Big story has been K-Corp. They've just lost 3-1 to Luna Galaxy. I'm just letting you know that right now. Shogun, you looked very disappointed.
Confirmed. But no, but before we... well, before we go on to, KC's continued struggles, I don't believe that this rotation, this bad rotation by Oxygen, I think CJ's paid them off. I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
I was never muted, chat. I don't know what you're talking about. You keep that to yourselves.
No, this is like it's ridiculous. I can't believe that they're playing like this. No, but dead serious though. Yeah. Vitality were the better team. They're the better team, well played. But yeah, Carby Corp were definitely not the better team, losing 3-1 to Luna Galaxy. What are they doing? They need to make top 8 to keep their world's spot as locked in as possible. Not looking good. That is not a quality loss to the only big French team we've lost in round 2.
Yeah, as you said, BDS takes down Gridsurf Resolve 3-0. We had Gentlemates taking down Jobless 3-0. Saw again losing in the second round here to 100%. Team 3 lost 0-3 to Novo. Overall, though, I think this is the big story for for EU is we're going to be talking about for a while here is KC done for? But on the side of Oxygen, Vitality, yeah, Johnny, you said Vitality is the better squad here, very clearly. But Oxygen, I mean, I still really can't count them out. Yeah, there were a couple mistakes. You call them paid off there, but I don't see them continue.
Paid actors, yep. Imposters, we need to investigate Oxygen. No, but seriously, for those guys, I'm joking. I don't think we should investigate Oxygen. I think Vitality just yet. They were more clinical today. Oxygen missed their chances and they overextended at key moments, but they do still look dangerous. Oxygen look like if they can get it all together, if they can just play their game, then they are going to be very, very tough to beat in this Swiss bracket, in this entire qualifier. We've just had all the results come in, by the way. Low Block have taken down Wild in 5s. That's Low Block with 2/3 Italian roster. Denying the reverse sweep from Wild. And Novo as well. Over Team 3, 3-0. So actually both Italian teams, so both 2/3 Italian, 1/3 English teams have won in the low round. So good job with that.
The question is, do we keep an eye on Low Block now? Because if they're going to Game 5 against Vitality, a Vitality that just took down Oxygen 3-1, I mean, that'd be a squad to keep an eye on. Reminder, team streams are going on all around the board as we go through our Swiss rounds. We have the third on the way. We'll be tuning into one here on the other side of the break, but please don't go anywhere. I like hanging out with you. We'll see you then.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Let's move those feet.
Majority of the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic. Just move there for Rally. He picks up that corner boost. Mikey moves up though. Here's a chance for BDS. Which
Oh my word! He's dead set. Don't rise and said I'll have that one.
Play it on me, babe. Feel like something's happening. Every time I lose my way, I find you finding me when I was trying to be alone. Didn't plan it, happened on its own. Now you're here and there's nowhere to run. Alright, if I had to choose, it'd be me and you. If there's no us, alright, nothing left to lose. There's no me and you. Where Look, girl, you know I'm in it.
Against everyone except CJ and the Coins predictions, Vitality comes out on top, and I guess it is an odd thing to predict against Iranian world champions. Oxygen just couldn't lock in as oddities started to appear on the field. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We are heading into round 3 of qualifier number 6 for the European region. I'm Leaf, Johnny Boy back with me again, and Stumpy is joining the desk. And hello, Stumpy. How have you had a wonderful day today so far?
I've had a great day so far. Yeah, I've just been in the casting booth, been chilling out. I've had Johnny, I've had a cool call, and now I'm here with Leaf. It's been lovely.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice. Let's keep the good vibes going. Johnny, say something nice to him.
I was actually just going to tell you how uncomfortable I am that Stumpy's joined us, because he's rotated in third man here. And anytime I play Rocket League with Stumpy, when he's third, it's a terrifying experience. Like, you just can't trust him.
Snuck in.
He's going to commit at the worst times. He's going to cut you off somehow from third. So yeah, I don't like that he's rotated in third. I would have rather he cut rotation, came in the middle.
Second.
I'd be third.
I'm never in that middle spot, you know. I'm never in when we've got a 4 box. Never in first. I'm always in this last one.
Okay, hey Stumpy, you want first man right now? Tell me what this is.
This is a Swiss bracket, obviously. Ooh.
Lovely.
So we've got obviously.
You hit the open net. Congratulations.
Thank you. We have got a lot of interesting matches here so far. So we've been focusing on Gentlemates versus Vitality, but there's a couple of things that can happen in terms of the major. Team 3 and Lunar Galaxy, they could be eliminated if Oxygen defeat Endpoint. All right, so that's a big one for them. If you're a Team 3 or Lunar Galaxy fan, you want to be rooting for Endpoint in that matchup. And also, Team 3 can be eliminated if they lose to Solary. So Team 3, they are in the mud right now.
That's brutal. Honestly, it's what it comes down to, though. And these are your matchups, just so you know. Those first ones you just saw, we're not going to be watching on stream here. So you're going to have to go and find your favorite team streams and go cheer for them there. The one on this screen that we are going to be watching is, of course, you guessed it, that first one up there. It's going to be Gentlemates versus Vitality. We had to pick this one, Johnny. This is a juicy matchup. Both of these teams in a pretty comfortable position, but all the extra points you can get matter.
You know, I'm hoping this one's one-sided, not because I don't want Colin Shogun to have a good time casting it, but because I've got a sneaky suspicion that Low Block and Karmi Corp are going to be in game 4 or 5 by the time that this one's over, probably game 5, and we want to catch the end of the Low Block KC. Could be an absolute scorcher. But you can't miss Gentlemate's Vitality in the 2-0 round. Somebody's going to go perfect in Swiss, and it doesn't surprise me that it's one of these guys.
There's Itachi on your screen, the Gentlemates ready to lock in. These guys won your first major back in Copenhagen. And then our question mark, Stumpy, where can they perform a little bit online? They've been doing that pretty well here, but the competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. And again, locking in those spots is going to rest or lay at the back of their minds.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're still looking at major. We're still looking for teams to lock their way in. Gentlemates and Vitality are two of those that are near enough, not obviously guaranteed, but they are in a very good position to make the major. They are playing for seeding, which is huge when it comes down to the quality of the team that you're going to be facing. Obviously, the higher up that you end up seeding, the theoretical lower quality team that you'll then be facing off against. It is going to be the difference maker in these teams' competitions when we head over towards the copper box yet again. And to be honest, I think Vitality, despite the fact that they had their real rocky start versus Low Block, they had to reverse sweep them. That was a different side, Johnny, that we saw when they were playing against Oxygen.
Yeah, and you know, the little I did catch at the end of the series, obviously we were watching another series in the mainstream, but when we caught the end of Vitality Low Block, I mean, it was good stuff from both teams. So I think maybe if you just have a glance at the result, if you're, you know, just a result viewer and you see that, you think, okay, Vitality aren't playing very well. But looking actually at the gameplay, I think they are. And I'm picking them to win this one. Over Gentlemates. They seem to just have Gentlemates' number online as well in this split. They have beaten them the couple of times they've played them, once in playoffs, once in Swiss. So it's really Gentlemates who have to prove to me that they can be the same team as we saw on LAN in the online environment.
There's also, for me, CJ saying previously, I'm sure we all predicted the world champs, guys, and I don't want to face that again. I don't want to pick against the world champions, and then CJ can be even more smug. So, yes, I've also gone Vitality when they pop up.
Yeah, I think you have to. Well, the question is it team boot camp or team stay at home? Has the meta shifted? Is Vitality ahead of the curve? We certainly seem to think so. Chat, do you think so as well? Let's flip a coin. See where it's going to land. It actually landed.
Ooh, that was 50-50. That's mates, right?
The coin went 50-50, but it is going Gentlemates on this. And the only other person that's gone Gentlemates is Shogun, but I think he's not doing that with reason anymore.
These votes have all been so close today. They've all been like 55-45 maximum. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I'm down for it. I'm down for close matches. Let's hope we get one here. Game 5? You guys think so? Maybe. Points. That's the name of the game for our top teams, as nothing is locked in for the major yet. Vitality and Gentlemates lock in now, though, for our third Swiss round.
I have no idea what they're on about. Surely we've all gone for the reigning major champions, right? Cole?
Yeah,
right?
I wondered if that's where you were going to go with it after saying it was, you know, a complete guess from you. You never guess, Shogun. You always have logic, even if it's wrong and terrible. But there's definite logic to going to a team here that's never won an online event.
Exactly. Wait, I think you're on my side. No, you're not on my side whatsoever. Anyway, let's get into this game. It is still the Swiss. It is still the 2-0 round for our final open qualifier. One of these teams is going to get an early day off, and one of them is going to have to play in the next round.
Yeah, it's always scary. Even if you're 2-1, suddenly you start to think that, you know, one more series loss and I'll be in real trouble. Vitality have looked pretty supreme so far today after their awkward start going 0-2. Maybe that's exactly what they needed for the bolt in the arm to kick things off for them. Gentlemates, it's been comfortable. You know, they've looked pretty good today. They've been doing all right, but this is their toughest test so far.
Yes, the sort of matches that they need to keep winning. Been a very difficult team, I feel, to predict in general throughout this season, have been Gentlemates. We thought we had the read on them. We thought, okay, maybe it was just the first open qualifier they were playing well at, and then suddenly the major happened, and we didn't know how to rate them anymore. Juicy has been one of those players as well. Really stepped up during the major. They're going to need more of that as well, because 2 weeks ago, maybe not the same Juicy as we've got used to seeing recently.
Yeah, there'll always be a little bit of inconsistency from him, but when he's good, he is very, very good indeed. Almost as good as the Flames, the decal from Itachi. Look at that absolute beauty of an Octane. And what we're seeing from him, keep an eye out for what he's rocking. Beautiful as Alpha shoots early doors. Radosin follows up. Radosin finishes.
Yeah, that was pretty much checkmate. As soon as that ball hit the backboard, all the goalkeepers realized, yeah, we are not in position for this whatsoever. Juice is on low boost. Itachi didn't even jump. 1-0 for Vitality. And keeping you up to date as well with the results happening around the rest of the RLCS. Now, though, it is Juicy and the rest of Gentlemates that are looking for answers. Off that backboard, they might have got one. Most reasonably so. I don't think Gentlemates were expecting Zen to miss a backboard touch.
I'll tell you what, though, defensively, Radosin has impressed me so much today. The amount of complicated positions he was put into earlier on as they faced Oxygen and just always seemed to get himself in the way. Yet again, Team Vitality completely boostless, doing all sorts of hard work. Zen using everything he had in the tank right there just to get a touch on the ball. Gentlemates are swarming them after going 1-0 behind. Itachi almost forces that one in. One of the most informed players in European Rocket League right now. He has been brilliant for the last month or so.
I do feel, though, that Gentlemates are overcomplicating this a little bit. They have had Vitality some very difficult situations and just delay the play. It's like they're shocked that they could be in such an easy position that they add an extra layer or two for it. For now, though, still remains 1-0. Vitality, we already seen today, can hold on to this lead pretty comfortably. Be up to Gentlemates to cause some havoc, and that touch from Seiko is not going to do so.
Radosin has Zen in the center. Seiko's going back towards his goal in the center of the goal. Could have been awkward if a snapshot had come out in front of him, but thankfully for him, and maybe he knew, his Gentlemates teammate got to the ball first. And Juicy is found there by Itachi, the infield passers. Basically what Gentlemates are known for, finding each other, believing in each other, being so much more than the sum of their parts, but it's more defending from them so far. It's not for Vitality because they took the early lead, but since then Gentlemates have been on top, so it's tough to say how they're performing in this one so far.
I mean, Vitality do feel like they've been playing a lot of defense today. We saw them sort of swarming towards the end of that game 5 that they had in the first round. But for the most part, they seem very welcoming of allowing Oxygen to, go on the offense. We'll sit back, we'll wait for the ball to come towards us. Might be the same situation again because they've got this. That was so fast, so efficient. 2-0.
The defense never saw it coming. Seiko clears it, and just watch Alpha here. Zen just slows everything down. To have the wherewithal to do that when you're facing your opponent's net, that's special.
I will say Seiko will be wanting to give that a second go. Just dropped it down to the opponent, took himself out of the play. Would have wanted to get a little bit more for that. Instead, it is 2-0, and Gentlemates, who are the team that have become so known for coasting on their leads, are now the ones that have got to chase this, and again, that's back out into the midfield. Gentlemates need to be a little bit more careful where they're clearing that ball to.
They've had plenty of pressure as well, but only 3 shots so far for Gentlemates compared to the 8 of Team Vitality. So Team Vitality using the possession that they do have more wisely. Even though more boost has been going to the blue side, even though more of the ball has been spent in the orange half. Vitality making more from it, but Juicy there has defeated Radosin, beaten into the ball. Itachi takes over, Zen clears long, and yet again it's Vitality's defending that's the star of the show. They managed to turn it around, not quite able to get the shot around this time. Zen has to watch this one all the way to the top of his his goal. A tough read there from him, but he made it look simple. And then wow, okay, I did not think that was going in, it's just gone in.
Yeah, there was a lot of heavy commitment from Generator. Itachi is on the far side, 0 boost. He's never going to make it back.
Oh, from my
it's
angle.
One of those hit and hope infield passes.
My angle, I was basically at 45 degrees to the ball, so it looked like Juicy was going to get there, and then suddenly he didn't. I was like, wait, what? And then it was in.
No, Juicy could have had about a second head start. I don't think he was making that one.
I now
he
know.
Jumped the gun.
The error of my ways. 3-0 Team Vitality. What a day they're having. It could be 4 Alpha, making it look simple, Shogun.
Listen, I'm willing to offer absolutely nothing if you allow me to change my pick.
I will not take that offer.
Okay, well, it was worth an attempt. 4-0 for Gentlemates, who are the team I am backing through and through with my prediction with absolutely no hesitation whatsoever.
I would have done it for a singular penny. You are terrible at this negotiation thing. But it's too late now. Offers off the table. Seiko, though, he might put this game back on the table if he can just score right here, right now. Not able to do it. Vitality dominant. Gentlemates had their periods where they had the ball, but overall, Vitality are just swamping them.
So a couple of updates as well. We've only got a couple of first games completed, but one of those teams that have seen their first game completed is also the team that might be eliminated from a few particular competitions. Team 3 down 1-0 to Solary right now. Astral, K-Dop, and Chaussette doing the job that has to be done at least in game number 1. And Jobless down 1-0 to Novo. So, pretty horrid starts for those teams. They're going to look to try and fix that. Vitality, nothing to fix in that performance. They were perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I said that for Team Vitality, Gentlemates, this would be their toughest bout yet, I believe. And so far, it's not looking that way. You know, Oxygen, they were swept aside in the end. Gentlemates, even more so based on game 1. This is the same Vitality we saw, I think it was it the first open qualifier post-Copenhagen when they were just absolutely brilliant on the second? There's been one of them where they've been close to their own peak levels once again. And now, yeah, they're looking even better, perhaps.
Yeah, right now for Vitality, it's been coming in waves a little bit for their form. At times they can look a little bit disjointed, like they don't quite know what they're doing and how they're supposed to follow each other. And then you get times like we've seen pretty much for the last 2 weeks where they've really got it figured out and has been running significantly smoother for them. But it always comes down, the star man for a while has been Zed, but Radosin is the player. If he is on form, if he is setting the tempo and the pace for this squad, it just falls into place for them so nicely.
And they've kept their faith in Radosin as well. There have been calls, you know, if any Vitality player is going to be dropped when they lose a tournament or two, of course, Radosin is the one who the crosshairs sort of the public zeitgeist turn against.
Yeah.
They've believed in him. They've continued to think that he is a player they can win world championships with. And when he plays like he is today, Shogi, what are you giggling at? What have you spotted?
I've never seen sort of a love-hate relationship with the fans like Radosin.
Yeah, true.
Just the moment he makes a mistake, everyone turns on him instantly.
Yeah, he is the barometer.
Oh, well. Zen, you had no chance. I'm sorry, buddy.
Straight from the kickoff, Gentlemates get their first goal and, of course, their first lead in the series. Zen is a little bit close to the goal. Seiko used every ounce of boost just to flick that one over the top. Not an easy mechanic there from Seiko, but the world champion finalist made it look pretty simple.
Over to the side, Seiko. Oh, that's so silky smooth. Has to force a challenge. Itachi was ready for it. It could be difficult to crit too much, but he's just guided it. He threatened, and everyone had eyes on him as Juicy storms in.
They come back alive. Itachi's decision-making, as ever, is perfect. And you're right, he just made sure that nobody was getting anywhere near Juicy. That might be the moment that Gentlemates really wake up in this series.
Okay, so you've now got still a 2-goal lead from Gentlemates. It doesn't happen all that often. This is a team that hold their leads with a vice-like grip. But Vitality do seem to be in the mood for that today. Already taking down Oxygen. Looks pretty comfortable defensively in doing so, but you've got to find the offense. And Itachi needs to run away. Seiko helps out. Scampers into the net. And Alpha just keeps that pressure on, but I don't know if this isn't necessarily a workable position for Vitality.
I mean, if anyone can make it a workable position, it's going to be Zen, who a little bit of boost to play with, and will sort of sprayed out wide towards Radosin, and still Vitality unable to really do too much with it. You're just waiting for the ball to break until it does. It's only as far as Seiko and Gentlemate. Seiko, who has started the second game like a house on fire, sprinting out the blocks immediately. Alpha gets the catch, he gets the quick reset, and just like that, Zen steals it. It's all Zen, baby.
He got launched into Zen's face by Alpha. What on earth is that for a flip reset? Baits in the defender, dared him to try and challenge, and the moment it happened, all right, I'm just going to hand this one over to my teammate. It's all good. That lead is cut in half.
He said that Gentlemates keep a vice-like grip on their leads. If anyone can break this open today, it's going to be Team Vitality. And they're coming forwards. They are looking incredibly dangerous, but Gentlemates continuing well despite conceding the goal. He takes a couple of touches. It's a little bit scary for Team Vitality, but they would have had faith in their young French star. Seiko coming forward again. He's certainly the key for Gentlemates in this game as Juicy winds up one more opportunity. One more touch to the backboard. It should be okay for Radosin after that huge demo from Alpha.
It's going to sound almost counterintuitive, but I kind of want Vitality to give up that midfield. If they have got the offense going, and we already see all three defenders of Gentlemates back, I don't want them to hound for that back third too often, because that's when Gentlemates are comfortable. Keep the game open. Allow Gentlemates to have an attack or two, because we've seen just how good Vitality can be when they launch themselves forward on the counter. And this might be the opportunity again. They've managed to bait Jumpmates forward. Now they've got everyone trying to get back. Radosin down. Alpha pre-jumps. He couldn't quite get it.
Show God, you were so close there. As soon as you said that, they started sitting back. They played more passively. Gentlemates fell into their trap, and it almost completely undid them. Team Vitality, they still have more opportunities. Juicy winning that one against 2 Vitality attackers. It's a huge win. Zen's double tap's helpful as well. But Vitality really have to be a little bit more incisive with these passes. They've worked their way into this game. Now they have to work their way out of it.
Well, Zen's got past 1. That boost doesn't turn up for him, so it's going to be a late rotation back. And oh my goodness, Juicy's missed it. 2 each. I'm going to have to see that one from Juicy's POV yet again to see what on earth has happened here. Oh, it's not Juicy, actually. He was already there for it. Who on earth was that just skied past him?
Oh, what, in the corner? It was Itachi in the corner. And then Juicy in the goal was trying to get the in and out save from a tough angle at the near post. The timing there would have had to be perfect. One way or another, it doesn't really matter too much right now. What does matter is that Team Vitality have taken things back despite a disastrous start to Game 2.
Yeah, the vice-like grip not quite looking as strong at the moment. It's disappeared for them. Vitality 2 each.
Fingers being prized apart one by one, but they're trying to clamp down yet again. Itachi's double attempt, not quite good enough. Itachi's been sinking these ones all split, but unfortunately for him on that occasion, couldn't quite get there. That's a good charge down though from Seiko, who's cooled down after the opening couple of minutes. Itachi's brought in, Juicy's underneath. Can he find the ball? He can. It's saved by Alpha. The bouncer not quite good enough yet again, and Gentlemates' finishing has deserted them.
Zen off the backboard. He's unchallenged for a little while because they both knew that the ball's going to drop down to them. Juicy off the ceiling. No one following up. Just didn't quite have that belief. It is very difficult to sort of convince your teammates to launch in for a play that deep on the opposing side of the field. Juicy very obviously the target man, getting harassed. This might be the big one here. Seiko, can he pull off some magic? Just ran out of boost.
Juicy, the 50-50 up against them. They both got a reset as well.
Goodness,
they both had similar ideas there. That would look beautiful in a montage. Just seeing both cars flying back towards the ball. Anyway, here's Zen off the backboard. He's got the read, and he gets it in. And just like that, Vitality had the lead.
Oh, dearie me. 2 goals up. That's where Gentlemen should have this under lock and key. Instead, we're going to the final minute, and they are trailing because they cannot deal with Vitality's offense.
This game started with them winning kickoffs, and an interesting one there, the slow play from Seiko. Juicy gets the challenge in the center. Here's Itachi, he'll take it. It's threes.
Well, I don't know which way this is going anymore. Brilliant cut across from Itachi. Did not fall into the trap of jumping for it, because if he does, it's going to leave it near the wall. Instead, stay still, let it pop midfield, and hope that your teammates are there first.
The little fake as well on the wall from Juicy, just to take that split second longer to get the clean 50. That's another good kickoff. Itachi can make it 4. It's saved by Zen. Huge moments in the series. Juicy shoots. Radosin can't quite get it, but it hits the crossbar anyway. Now Itachi tries to force it to Seiko, but they've overcommitted, and Zen says thank you very much.
They had it! Got ready for the pass, wants to get it to Seiko. Seiko's already moving in for it. And they handed it to them. It is a catastrophe.
Okay, we go again. Gentlemates, 47 seconds.
Now, surely it settles down from it. Okay, Seiko's missed the ball.
Yeah, no, he's faked the ball brilliantly for Itachi. Maybe. Actually, Itachi does get the second touch. Now, Juicy's in the corner. Itachi over the top. Seiko's praying that Vitality missed this one. Realistically, they were never going to. 30 seconds left. Can Gentlemates do it again, Shogun?
I'm going to have a go at it. Zen met in the midfield by Itachi again, just having a duel of the fates midair. And ball has popped up, and I'll tell you what, Seiko's going to like his chances from this position. Gets the block. Still at a side angle. Juicy's on low boost. I think Juicy's been on low boost for the last 2 minutes. It's been very difficult for them. Itachi did not move, which means we have now got to go coast to coast to see an overtime.
Thank you, mate. You got Cole on the mind. Anyway, here's Juicy. Pops it up, gets the next touch. Itachi's waiting, lingering underneath. Radosin has to avoid the dunk, and does. Team Vitality absolutely steal one.
Wow. I mean, I don't know what I just saw. That was an absolute mess. Gentlemates, they had the 2-goal lead. I thought that they had that sorted. The vice-like grip. I mean, Mufasa thought he had a vice-like grip as well. He still ended up falling off as well. Gentlemates have somehow lost game 2.
Yeah, mate, you're not lying. I can't believe
He.
the Team Vitality have taken that one. It was the final goal, the one where they were just building up all this pressure. It was going to pop. And then suddenly, in nips Zen after getting that glorious little double tap there off the backboard. But it's the final goal that I want to see. This one that made it 4-3. This is going to be painful. So here they go. They have the attack.
Looking good.
Crossbar.
Looking great. Looking amazing.
Interesting.
Oh, dear.
Seiko got attached to the play as well. He backflipped. Oh, man. Vitality. Stealing one. They will love that. That will mean so much to do that against the major winners, lest we remind you.
This isn't looking great for my prediction. I'm just willing to throw that out there at the moment.
Yeah, the body
I'm about
language
to
doesn't
fall
look
back again. Listen, I managed to tie for the split in the last few rounds, and that is about to fall down entirely. A couple of updates as well. BDS are 1-1 with Lunar Galaxy in their series. KC 2-0 up against Low Block. 1-1 between Endpoint and Oxygen. Resolve are losing against 100%. 2-0. It is all falling down, and the same is happening for Jobless against Novo, as Solary as well, close to taking down Team 3.
So Resolve's charge towards winning this event and then winning the tiebreaker is taking a couple of little hiccups as we go along. But Gentlemates have started Game 3 better. They have to put in a consistent 5 minutes, or it will be series over.
Yeah, and they will drop down to the 2-1 rounds. I'm sure there won't be too many tears for them if that does happen. As Itachi in and out save. Every single time we look at Gentlemates at the moment, with this fantastic update that we got, they are low boost.
Yeah.
It's
they are.
all the time. And I tell you what, it's not just them. Oxygen had the same problem. Vitality are starving everyone.
Yeah, and Itachi, he was the one there. Look at him, he's getting up. He wants the pad, he doesn't quite get it even. Oh, poor old Itachi. The Moroccan was just trying to get something and couldn't do it. And in the end, it was the simplest finish you'll ever see.
Vitality have got something figured out. This kickoff falls for Zen. He would have liked it on the other side, so he could have run onto it a little bit more. Itachi pops the ball up, goes backboard, but Redosin plays the angles yet again. Redosin defensively does not put many feet wrong, as now they fake it out. Oh my goodness, how has Redosin got the read on that with as low boost as he had?
Honestly.
Got faked out 2 or 3 times, but the real play really was.
Time after time, Redosin has been stepping up huge on the Vitality goal line. The amount of goals they would have conceded if he wasn't in the defensive form that he is in today, it's been a massive aspect of this winning run they're going on the cusp of going 3-0 in the Swiss. After being 2-0 down against Low Block to start the day. It shows how turnarounds happen, but this could be a turnaround here. Itachi cleans up.
Yeah, they just finally harassed them enough to the point where a mistake did happen. Alpha puts the ball straight into Seiko. Zen thought he had some time to go and grab some boost. And unfortunately for him, he thought wrong.
Gentlemates, that may well just level them out a little bit. It was starting to seem like this series was getting away from them. And suddenly, one goal makes them look much more alive as Juicy catches that one there. Itachi there gets a flip reset. As we see that Team 3 have been 3-0'd by Solary. Is K-Dot back? Question mark?
Never left. He's there to lead France yet again. Himself, Astron Chaussette, taking that victory. See as well. I feel like Solary are always here, and then we just see them like eliminated immediately.
I know.
It feels bad for anyone that's been around for a while.
I want to see them make it to 5 at least. That's my dream. But this series is looking like it's going to struggle to get to 5, especially if Vitality can score here. Then takes a touch. He's setting himself up for something beautiful underneath, over all the defense. Backflips it in the end. Juicy catches and sends it forwards.
And again, low boost. Seiko's the only one that's really got much to work with, but Vitality didn't know that. That's information that we've got. They don't. Drop down. Juicy launches it. Just doesn't want to see that ball inside the field, but it's dropped for Redosin. Heavy first touch. Difficult to create too much from that sort of angle. So it's now who can out-freestyle the other team. Neither of them really getting a big breakthrough.
Yeah, not really getting anything clean on the ball right now with these solo plays. Redosin tries to set himself up for a little double tap. Gentlemates have to get this ball out of their half. They have to stay firm against Team Vitality, who are just waiting for their moment, hoping to pick off Gentlemates if there is a loose touch, as there was just then. Alpha, one more clean touch to the center. Here he goes. He's gonna fake this one out. You know, he gets the bump instead, doing so much work on so little boost. Juicy, though, should be able to clear.
Redosin's just taking out everybody. He has managed to wipe out 2 players. It opens up space for Zen as he hits the crossbar. Also double commit. Alpha and Redosin. Finally a misstep here from Vitality. Can Gentleman's capitalize? It doesn't look like that's the case.
So close, though, from Zen. It would have been yet another special one to add to the collection. Alpha's turn this time. He gets the flip reset. Zen's coming in. Team Vitality looking so strong right now. They're picking their spots on the backboard for Gentlemates, who just cannot get rid of this ball.
Still, 1 each. 90 seconds left to play here. Even if Gentlemen do get this game, they've got to win 2 more after the fact. Vitality looking like the stronger of the 2 teams. So there's another result comes through. That one hurts. Which one am I talking about? You can take your pick. Result or game, either way. Not feeling good at all.
Yeah, both Gentlemates and Resolve down in the doldrums right now, as Alpha's finally the player to potentially sink this series. Gentlemates, they do have time to get back to it. They have to hurry things up and could do with some of the kickoff magic they had in the last one. Not too well for them that time. Redosin almost finishes it now. Itachi, though, has a chance. Taiko's to his left. He tries to find him. Zen charges it down. And Team Vitality have not fallen for any of these infield passes.
No, it's just been a little bit telegraphed on occasion. Although they've got the one back in Alpha. Almost got hit. You would have had Redosin in support anyway. But a little bit of a scare here is, well, that's always such a difficult spot to play the ball, and Itachi is needed to help. 45 seconds, and it's got worse. Alpha, I have no idea how he's got that ball through, but he has, and it is now 2-goal leads.
He just seemed to slow down time, playing time warp over here. Oh, that's nice. No, I like that. Juking between them both. Just knowing all the timings from both players, where they're going to be diving in, and linking it around them. And Shogun, I'm not backing your prediction, my friend.
No, I think John's going to get his wish at this rate, though. He did say that he wanted to check out a few of the games going on around. It is looking like it is going to be the case. Unless Gentlemates can... I don't necessarily know if it's on Gentlemates. I think they can play as good as they want at the moment. If Vitality are playing like this, how on earth are you going to get 2 past them in 20 seconds? They're going to give it a go. Fake out the first, and they needed Juicy to stick around infield. Okay! That was so well placed on the pass. 17 seconds.
Finally, an infield pass works out, and it's Juice just a little bit more distance between the attackers and the defenders was what was needed. Seiko moving onto the ball rather than already being there. And now Gentlemates, they have shown some kickoff strats so far this series. That one's just the default. Goes high. Who's going to be first on the scene? It's Itachi up against Alpha. Seiko picks up the crumbs. Redosin charges them down. Zen has to win this one. He doesn't. Itachi tees up Juicy. Could this be a chance for Gentlemates? Alpha gets to the side. Itachi boostless. Gets it into the center! Seiko equalizes!
I'm done. I'm done saying anything. There was no way that they could possibly get this back in 20 seconds. They can play as good as they want, I said.
As good as they want.
I was completely wrong, because they did whatever they want, and they're into overtime.
I love that even when you have a chance of maybe being right, you do it by being wrong. I respect that about you, Shogun. And I respect the way Gentlemates have come back into this one. Suddenly, Seiko's feeling spicy. Itachi has a chance, but he puts it high.
Absolutely no shot that they're getting it from there, surely. I think Vitality will be thinking the same way. There is no shot we lose this. They were comfortable, they were coasting, but it feels like every time a team gets into that position in this series, it all goes downhill. Can Seiko get there? He's low boost. Had to respect the potential that Zen could double tap it. Look at that boost total. Juicy has to be there with as much pace as he possibly can. Itachi's now waiting for it. Far side. And Seiko's probably just going to play for some time here.
Why do they never have any boost at all? Look, yet again, they're completely stuck.
It's probably the only thing I've got right in this entire series.
This is Vitality stealing every single 100, but even the pads don't seem to be spawning for Gentlemates right now. Finally, Seiko has something to play with. Itachi's got something too. Seiko over the top almost. Alpha needs to get a second touch. He does. It backfires potentially. Attaches the backboard. It's the second touch hit now. Saved by Alpha on the goal line. And Redosin sends it forward as far as he can. One more chance for Seiko. Should be saved by Zen, but it's awkward. Juicy can't get the shot on target though, Shogun.
Yeah, Juicy completely played that as if Zen was going to get it right. So the moment Zen gets anything wrong, nobody was ready for it. Now looking for the drop-down pass. Alpha sticks around. Zen steals that 100 boost yet again. So now everyone from Vitality has got plenty of fuel to work with. A couple of players in the same spot. Zen low challenge. Dosen just piled in from the side. Alpha against Juicy. A low boost Juicy, so he needs the help of Seiko.
Itachi Into the far corner. There's a bump coming in there from a Gentlemates player. It's Itachi swarming Vitality right now. Radosin up as far as Alpha. And Alpha finish it here and now. He gets the flip reset. It's over. Seiko wants to get the dunk. Can't quite do it. Gentlemates survive again.
Juicy on the reset. Wants the block against Radosin, who's having none of it. Seiko's going to wait for his time. Ends up seeing the ball go past him. Huge opportunity here from Vitality as Alpha wanted the ceiling drop down. 2 minutes played, no goals scored. Really does feel like the battle lines have been drawn.
It's looking like a solo play is going to be the difference between these two teams, unless Juicy own goal somehow. Itachi knew what he was trying, and Itachi charges it down yet again. Now he's got the boost. Juicy in the center. This could be it. Alpha gets the save, and Zen does have boost. This time it's Zen's turn, until Seiko charges him down. Almost gets the bump on Alpha. Radosin had to avoid one too, so gentlemen starting to get in each other's way. It's been a high-level overtime. Both teams attacking, continuing to fight for it. Both teams want to win it rather than avoid losing it.
I get so nervous whenever I see Gentlemates playing inside that corner, especially when they got somebody waiting around. Little ghost from previous, but nothing at the shot. Backboard. Seiko just couldn't get over the top of it. Now we see Itachi coming in to send us to game 4, and they have done it. From 2 goals down, 30 seconds left. They've won the overtime.
The Gentlemates mentality strikes again. After throwing game 2, giving it to Vitality, in game 3, they're down and out with nothing left on the clock. They stick to their game plan. Infield passes, gets them on the scoreboard, and a huge performance from every single player. 2 assists for Juicy, 2 goals each for Itachi and Seiko, and Gentlemates are not dead yet.
Wow. I mean, what a game that was. Both these teams playing so well. And Gentlemates having to do this on pretty much half the boost that Vitality are working with at the moment. They are kind of a bit too easily getting starved out. They are doing very well with the low boost defense, but if it's a situation you can avoid, might be the right time to start avoiding it. But for now, though, Gentlemates, they've scored the last 3. Momentum's on their side, Cole.
Let's keep an eye on that scoreboard. It was 3-1 until 17 seconds. 17 seconds, and it leads all the way to this. Seiko at 0. Not just had to get the shot on target, had to send it high, lest the game would have ended. And then that shot from Itachi is far from simple, Shogun. There was no boost on the Vitality defenders, but there were 2 of them, and he wouldn't have known there was no boost. Had to be top bins or nothing.
So I've got eyes elsewhere at the moment between BDS and Lunar Galaxy. 2-1 to Lunar Galaxy in the series. Game 4 is in overtime.
Wow.
If Lunar Galaxy score the next one, they go through 3-0.
I mean, who predicted that? That sounds like a Shogun prediction.
I mean, I was also hoping on BDS and literally every other top 4 team to go out if they were going to try and make it. But yes, my impassioned speech must have really rallied the troops.
Well, there's troops in front of us right now.
BDS just won the overtime.
Interesting. So game 5 over there as we continue to watch this absolute battleground to see how far it leads. Does Champions Field beckon us towards it, or can Vitality kill it here?
We'll see. Zen just trying to get as many players in. Itachi went up as well, but Itachi's kind of helped out as Juicy scrambles to the goal line. He gets the stop. But let's have a look at the boost totals yet again. Seiko on pretty much nothing. Juicy's on, well, very little, which means Itachi needed to do a little bit more. There's just nothing left. 1-0 Vitality.
A cool, calm, collected finish there from Radosin. Knew that this touch from Juicy was all they had left. Get it over the top of him, and you're going to have the finish. Team Vitality, they do not appear so far to be shaken by how that last game ended.
I mean, I don't think they're going to be looking at it and going, oh yeah, that'll definitely happen again. They should have been fine. They were fine. And then suddenly, Gentlemates turned up to 11. Seiko, well, I'm not going to say low boost because it does feel like it's a bit redundant at this point.
They don't want it. They don't need it.
They've made it work. Again and again.
They're better without it. Keep close to the ball. Yeah. Get the 50-50s in. Lose the 50-50. Their unique selling point. And it's easier to do that with less boost. Seiko's got some now. He rebounds it off the floor. And then he gets the reset. But Zen, he did enough just to send it high. Radosin pre-flipping in. And then there was Zen to finish sweeping up. No boost for him, though, this time. So can't go over the top.
I don't know what was more impressive to me on that one. The fact that they were able to read Chuba's play and get that one right, or the fact that they were able to read that in defense and get the save. Now off the backboard, Alpha not able to double up the lead. 90 seconds gone in this game. Seiko managed to steal that 100. Juicy looking for the info. He's good straight for net. And that actually was a pretty solid idea because even if you're Vitality, you're kind of expecting the infield. Now from those sort of positions, you can vary it up a little bit, maybe catch them on the wrong foot.
Gentlemates introducing more strings to their bow as this series continues to survive. Here's Zenmo. Every string, he puts it onto the backboard. It's almost falling down, but Alpha was trying to take out Seiko there. But Seiko was too speedy for Alpha on that occasion. Juicy, the flip reset over the top. Alpha had got all the way back to defend. Seiko shoots it as far as Alpha, who's having to do all sorts right now for Team Vitality. And Juicy, boostless, pops it high.
This is Gentlemates with boost at the moment, and they are a very fast team when they are in that spot. Although Juicy's sort of flailed past here. Everyone's now back into defense. Alpha looking for the ceiling, looking for the ball. He has managed to get to it. In field, Seiko wanted the reset shot. Did get it, just not quite the execution he was after.
Zen's got nothing right now. Seems to be a common thread of players having time on the ball, space to use it, but no boost to use it. So that infield pass was saved. Another chance here for Itachi, but he puts it wide.
Yeah, Seiko needed to just put that anywhere else then, right in the middle on the floor. And that could have given Vitality an awful lot to think about.
Can confirm, while Lunar Galaxy have gone 3-0, they are out of London and World because Oxygen have defeated Endpoint. So their final fight is going well. They're through the Swiss, but it won't be enough.
No, they're not through yet. It is game 5 in that one. BDS won game 4.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, they're out of London and World. So. Oh, crossbar!
I mean, if I'm
Juicy.
BDS, I'm typing that in the chat right now.
You're out. Give up. Yeah, mind games there from Shogun. As Vitality continue to hold back Gentlemates, another massive win for Radosin. Tries to wave dash his way towards the ball, but Zen pulls rank, calls him off it, has more boost. Alpha has a chance to push this one into the corner. One more goal from Vitality here could spell the end of this series, but Gentlemates are defending doggedly, going for the bumps and the demos and the dunks, doing all sorts as Juicy scores.
I love this play. Juicy's got the outplay on one of them. As soon as Itachi spots it, he goes straight after Zen, makes sure that Zen has to go early, and allows Juicy to take on the block shot. Comes out on top. What age? No lead is safe in this series.
Now, this is reminding me a few years back, I think it was in qualifiers to make the Swiss stage in Rlcs X. There was a team, I'll continue in a second, there was a team that were 1 second away from being perfect swept. They equalized at 0 seconds game 3 and ended up winning the series. If Gentlemates can steal this one, it won't quite be that unique, but it'll be close to it, the way this series has gone. So Tachi sends it forwards. Can't do anything with it on this occasion, but he gets another chance. Seiko's underneath. Can he get it towards his teammate? Not quite.
Juicy has been an absolute menace whenever he's in these positions. You need to try and prevent that a little bit more because he's getting everyone to bite on his plays. He's getting the bumps and he's getting the outplays.
Here's Itachi. Oh, he's close, Shogi.
Oh, they broke it. All right, they're having none of that in the goal line. Will the Rocket League gods come through to punish? Off the backboard, Seiko turns, shoots, blocked.
Yeah, Seiko attempted a slight fake, but Zen should have left that one alone completely. Dodging into his teammate's rotation, never ideal. You can't do anything with your car if you need to pull away last second. Seiko, he's been found by Itachi. Juicy's coming in. Juicy wants this goal desperately, but he's overcooked the pass to Seiko.
Yeah, we've been in this position before. We've seen the scramble back needed. Itachi does get to it. Radosin's already trying to chase down the next player up, but Juicy will get one final shot at this. Immediately blocked. Vitality know the danger that he possesses. Now Radosin, it's off the post! You've got to get this, Seiko, he has done so! Zen now, Itachi, 0 boost, Zen 0 boost, Juicy 0 boost! And by the way, the goalkeeper at the back was also 0 boost. We've got overtime!
Alpha just waited for that one to fall. He took the OTE, settled. Will he live to regret it early doors? Here's Seiko with the attack. Trying to shake Zen off, but Zen just lingers to him, or sticks to him, should I say. And he goes forwards, Radosin in front of him. What can Radosin do here? Zen is trying to clear a path for his teammate. Alpha with the shot to finish it, not quite able to, and Radosin can't get the angle towards Zen.
Yeah, he saw an opportunity to try and put that under the pre-jump. Was not too far off that working. Zen's had a few arguments with his teammates on the rotation back, but now it's Alpha. He's got time! And that means he's got the series in the bag!
He warmed that up earlier, Alpha. Just holding his handbrake to the ceiling, bouncing off it immediately, and then just prodding the ball, darting it over the top of the defense. And for Radosin and Vitality, Shogun, it is time for a huge sigh of relief.
Boot camps in the bin. Vitality 3-0. They'll be so happy with their performance. Over in the other game, we're going to keep an eye on this for the time being of BDS Lunar Galaxy. We're not going to have time to switch over to it. So you're going to get the Shogun quick update of the series is over. BDS have won it by 1-0 in game number 5. So Vitality, BDS are your 2 teams through in the upper seeds.
Close one, exclamation mark. It wasn't easy for Team BDS. They had to work hard for that one. I mean, so too did Vitality in the first series. But what impressed me the most about Vitality is how they bounced straight back to the game plan after losing that game 3.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the game 2 and 3 are an absolute blur to me at the moment. That was a wild, wild time. 2-goal leads disappearing, overtimes required, and some unbelievable plays required to get the goals. But it is Gentlemates that are going to continue playing. Vitality can now go and chill out for the rest of the day, along with BDS. Still, an awful lot to play for today, Cole, and we'll see who can join them.
Yeah, seeding, and still nothing is locked in for London. As far as I understand it, Team Vitality have to get the semi-finals to 100% guarantee their way there. Resolve seemingly faltering is helpful for them for a lot of these teams, just in case there's any, looking over your shoulders and being somewhat nervous. But, I mean, the way Vitality are playing, you can see them making the semi-finals at a saunter. Anyway, let's go back to the desk and hear from them.
That's right. As of now, we don't have anything locked in. It's possible next round that happens, depending on the matchups we get, but we are still waiting on Wild and Suh to finish their match. Suh, as the KC Killer Stumpy are not having a great day today. It looks like they might just hold on, though.
They could have gone 0-3. Like, after knocking out KC just for a laugh, they could have just been like, all right, yeah, we'll go 0-3 and then basically just do nothing with our entire weekend.
Do you know what's worse?
But yeah, thankfully, they've actually pulled it back and they're in at least game 5. They've just got their 4th goal. Yeah, that's going to be Suh beating Wild. Although if they do what Gentlemates did, they Wild come back.
Nah, I'll tell you what's worse, Stumpy. That Wild, they said Vitality's the lower bracket, and now they're going 0-3. So
they
these
did!
are the 2, KC Killer and the Vitality Killer, and they're both in the 0-2 round. So, I mean, double limb merchants, I guess. Double limb merchants, not Swiss merchants. I just don't know what it is with these teams in the qualifiers that they're able to step up, and then in the main event they can't produce. Well, are starting to do so. They're not out yet, to be fair. They're looking for the reverse sweep on Swiss, but Wild season rapidly coming to an end as they nearly concede once again. It's going to be curtains for Uncle Bill and the boys.
No, not Uncle Bill. everyone loved watching Uncle Bill take down Vitality, I think, apart from Vitality fans. And like they released a comms video. There's the goal for Suh. They released a quote comms video, and it was Uncle Bill doing the most ridiculous turn on the goal line after saving his teammate's shot to then flick it past the Vitality defender. And it's like, yeah, of course, all right, that's exactly what Wild are just there to do, I suppose.
And just to say, maybe this is the comeback. This was a reverse sweep, by the way, for Suh.
Oh, wow.
So, maybe this just is the warm-up. They're ready. They're like, oh, wait. We can beat top teams.
Reverse sweep.
Just get back there to round 5.
Or can they?
Johnny.
Or
Johnny.
Johnny.
No, I'm not saying it's winnable. Not saying it's winnable.
Good.
But it's throwable. It's throwable is what it is. It's not winnable, but it's throwable.
That's fair.
It's a different meaning entirely. You need to really monumentally throw this. I'll tell you what, they've tried to. That was a very aggressive cheat in the kickoff, but they've escaped. Or have they? Hold on. Throwable.
If there's one thing Uncle Bill does, it's get that ball central and send one home, although they're about to concede maybe, so never mind. Oh, we're good.
Yeah,
it's not even.
I don't think it's even throwable anymore. Yeah.
No.
You can get a goal a second.
You can put 3 of us in the lobby. We're winning. Come on, we could sub in and win this. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
That's how you know it's getting very, very bad. It's dire now and they're out. Yeah, Wild season's over. But hey, they did get one good result last week to set up kind of the storyline of Vitality struggling, but now Vitality are thriving. They've gone 3-0 in Swiss, and Wild are out. But it's just more like what's going to happen in Swiss format. You're going to more likely get the good teams playing like good teams, and because they've got the cushion, they don't have to worry too much about being sent to the lower bracket. I think that gives them the comfort to just do what they do best, and the underdogs are just going to continue to struggle.
Well, we're going to find out exactly what's going on if we have things locked in once we get the next round of matchups in. But we need a few moments to calculate and crunch all the numbers. So please stick with us. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship
Take a drink out.
Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Let's move those feet.
Round 3 has completed as Gentlemates fall short of shutting down your reigning world champions of Team Vitality, who seem to have figured out the new meta. Boot camps are out. Stay at home and enjoy some Rocket League. Welcome back to the Rlcs as we carry on in qualifier number 6. Swiss moves forward. Cole and Stumpy on the desk. Cole,
Hi.
Vitality unstoppable.
I love it. After all the stick we gave North America for not doing enough boot camping, Vitality are like, actually, I think we should undo all
meta
of that
shift?
work. Yeah, exactly. They do. They shift and they change, and it does seem like the waters have shifted somewhat with Team Vitality coming out back on top. And Gentlemates, Stumpy, the major winners. I mean, they were clinging on despite the heroics at the end of Game 3.
Yeah, just about, but I think it sort of was written in the stars that Vitality were going to be able to take that one. They were playing, as we said before, the better team. However, Gentlemates, they still played themselves very well. They've still also got that chance to make it through into our top 8. It's going to be likely that they do make it through into the top 8. And yeah, I'll be excited to see them hopefully then make another major off the back of yet more victories.
Yeah, this is making things interesting now, too, with the teams that we have left over here. I still think Gentlemates is one of those teams that are a contender worldwide here, but Team Vitality, you want to see them back on form. I mean, one of these players, Zen, has been propped up so much, and to see them falter a little bit here and there after such a successful run last year, you can never be happy as a Rocket League fan, but this is what the Swiss looks like going forward. We have 3 rounds down, or 3 rounds down, I can count.
You got that.
And we're going into our 4th and 5th after this, as we do have a couple eliminated down at the bottom there too, Wild and Team 3. But up at the top, Vitality and BDS then get to cruise for the rest of the day into top 8. Let's talk a couple scenarios here. Who wants to read out the direct script?
I'll get on that. I'll get on that.
You got this one? Okay.
Mostly because we have a very interesting series ahead of us. Now, people might be thinking, why have you chosen this one? We've got Solary and Grid Serve Resolve upcoming. Because basically, everything hinges on the result of that series. If Solary end up defeating Grid Serve Resolve, Vitality, they make the major and also Worlds. They're just straight through, regardless of what happens from this point on, because they're through already into our top 8. Team BDS also get the major if Solary defeat Grid Serve Resolve, and also Sir can defeat Jobless. And then Gentlemates or Oxygen are going to clinch the major with those results happening, and they then win this next series because they are going to be playing each other. So yeah, a lot happening right now across Europe, but we're probably going to be finishing everything on Friday.
Right.
How does Solary make
Call
it?
it. I'll let you talk in a sec, Cole, because I got to get the graphics going here so we can get kickoff going. Okay.
Go on, do the graphics.
Let's talk about
graphics, boy.
versus Solary.
Lovely graphics.
Cole, now you can talk about the match that everything hinges on.
I was going to ask, how does Solary make it, Stumpy? How do they make the major?
Oh, so what they do is they go back in time and they be better.
That's so rude, Cole.
I think they were better back in time, but it also, how good is this, by the way? Look,
I love it. I love it.
the
I
old
love it.
guard here for Solary, still in the top 16. You have to just have huge amounts of respect for these 3 players who are still on the grind, still attacking the game. You know, I think K-Dop is still like, hitting new records, certainly for himself in 2v2 in ranked. So it's huge from the lads. But they have a huge opponent up against Grid Serve Resolve, who've been struggling today. For all I was talking about being able to hold their nerve, they're 1 and 2, Stumpy. It's not a team that I see as 1 and 2ers.
Yeah, for sure. And I think when you look at the ambition that Resolve have, they are wanting, of course, to make it through into that top 8 again. They clearly want to then make the major, disrupt the top 4 at the moment, but they are in an extremely sticky spot to do so. Being in the lower bracket right now, being 1 and 2, as we see Dadpole grasp Tadpole's head for some reason, like holding it.
He's
like
just transferring his power.
Like a man holding a grapefruit. And thankfully, just making sure that he's got that, keeping his eye on the monitor, making sure that, yep, the boys are playing Rocket League. Appreciate that, Dadpole. Good stuff, mate.
Yeah, the human grapefruit,
Wrong game, guys.
grapefruit there, trying to orchestrate yet another huge victory for Grid Serve Resolve. Meanwhile, Astral, good to see him again for Solary. They've been, like I say, working hard. Astral, a man who has provided so many brilliant Rocket League moments, was key to Dignitas's run, the greatest overtime of all time, all of that. You know, against Vitality back then as well. He's been around the block. Won season 9 as well in EU with Dignitas, didn't he? With Astral. So
Wow.
lots
You know
of
what?
to him there.
It's just been a while since I've seen this face on.
It's
on
so
screen here.
good, man.
Right?
Like, right. For any newbies, for any new people that were thinking, who's this Chaussette guy? Doesn't that mean sock in French? Yes, it does. And it also means this is the man that popularized the Fennec. You're thinking, oh, it came into the game and everyone used it. No! This man popularized the Fennec after using it at the DreamHack Pro Circuit, after winning it, and everyone then started using it in ranked, in pro play. He set the scene. So and he's also French, as you can tell, by Chaussette. A lot of the French scene looked up at Chaussette as we go along. But Cole, we literally cannot talk about looking up to the French scene without discussing K-Dop.
Yeah, multiple time world champion. Some of the most famous moments in Rocket League have gone his way and against him in grand finals at Worlds. He's seen it all, he's done it all. Potentially, question mark, the biggest Rocket League streamer, like player-wise still.
Yep.
Obviously, it's all in French, so it's all...
It's like him, Squishy, that kind of vibe.
Yeah, but I believe he gets more viewers. I could be wrong, but still one of the key Rocket League streamers in the entire world, in the entire game, and still a darn good player as well, Leaf. To get here, you got to have something about you.
No, I mean, at the same time, I mean, we just got in he did have a bit of a losing streak going on, but he's broken it now. And maybe that was the ice that needed to break through so we could continue swimming forward. Maybe. We'll see it. I would love to see it. The problem for Resolve is they absolutely would not love to see this. As we said, a lot of things rely on this Resolve win here, specifically for them. They have to win, Stumpy. If they don't, it's done. As much as I'd like to see, bounce back to glory from Chaussette and K-Dop, I just don't know if it will happen, or at least carry further than this.
So yeah, basically Resolve right now are planning to keep themselves in it and to keep the entire scene still very mobile, so we don't lock in our top 4. However, if then Solary do end up defeating GridServe, that's then when we lock in a lot of our teams. So yeah, if you're a fan of Chaos, you are still here going for GridServe Resolve, even if that pulls against what you're thinking of. Oh, I surely want Solary to win. Sorry, you want Resolve to win if you want that Chaos.
Yeah, there's a tough battle of the heartstrings, really, because I do want to see the race for the London Major go as long as it possibly can, but equally, seeing Solary on the mainstream after K-Dop had finally broken his, 9-match losing streak here on the RLCS, seeing them go on a bit of a run, make it to at least Series 5 would be a thing of absolute beauty. Far be it from me to root against Cash and the lads, but I think Solary winning this one would just be something quite special. For the record, I don't think it's going to happen, and it would be very disappointing for GridServe Resolve were that to happen. But what a story.
Sorry to go off topic here too, but just looking about Astral, who else has that shoulder against the desk? Is his desk just really tall?
No, which other pro is it? Oh, it's Kalirs.
From Mina.
Yeah. I think Kalirs or Awas sit with. They look like they're about to take off. Like they are. They're leaning so far forward, shoulders to edge of desk, and Astro, he's taken that on. Which I think is horrendous for your posture. But I'm also talking to someone who plays with the controller above the desk. So I don't
Wait, you play above?
There are dozens of us, Leaf. There are dozens.
Oh, it's you, Cole. I knew we shouldn't have brought him on the desk.
One in chat, if you play with controller on the desk, it's just like my legs are like lumpy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not flat. I need something flat to
get
put
me
my
above the
on.
desk. I have to move the keyboard out the way, put the controller down.
Wires everywhere, but what are you going to do, eh?
Okay, well, we'll see. Stop spamming the one tip even if you started here, and start spamming your hashtags. We need you guys to count up. You're right, there are dozens of you. People immediately, without being prompted, hit 2 just against you, Cole.
Yeah, well, I don't care about those people. I've done the Johnny Boy. Say one if, and then you only see the ones.
It's the engagement, baby.
All right. Flip.
Get
we got,
voting.
there's a blue for them. Yeah. What's us? Grids of Resolve. Good job, Coin. Let's hope you don't curse it here. I think we might have
yes, get on here. Chat. I love that for chat. Well done. I'm happy that they got some representation. Whoa. That's brilliant.
Solary's back in it, man.
They've done it. That's the K-Dot buff, I think, right now, though. You mentioned it. When a streamer gets on screen, their chat's going to be behind them. And good job, guys. Keep supporting them through it, because they are going to need it. Everything on the line for Resolve. Win, you stay alive. Lose, and your season is over. There's nothing more intense than this. Now let's watch it unfold.
Oh, it's time. And this feels like we've gone back in time, Shogun. It's time to watch some K-Dop Rocket League, some K-Dop and Chaussette Rocket League, some K-Dop, Chaussette and Astral Rocket League. But for how much longer? Resolve weren't supposed to be down here. They were supposed to be fighting for a much higher spot in the competition than this. But now Solary, who have actually had quite a few upsets over the recent years, looking to get one more.
I mean, K-Dot could do one more massive solid for his old team in Vitality. They win this, they eliminate Resolve from the rest of the season, and Vitality will lock in London. It does feel like a stretch, just considering how the form of these two teams have been for a while. But who doesn't love a little bit of Rocket League magic? Okay, Cash, he hates it.
Yeah, Cash doesn't like magic. He just wants to get this over and done with. He's like, what are we doing down here? Yeah, K-Dot, you're not reading that, bro. And it's in your net, 1-0. Yeah, I do think that if Solary are going to win this, they need to stay with Resolve. You cannot let them get too far ahead here, or else, you know, looking at how low Astral's already starting off versus his desk, you know, if he sinks any deeper, if the vibes don't stay semi-high, I mean, he's going to be under that thing. He's not going to be able to see his monitor, so they need to be positive. They've got to stay right there. Tying them, and oh, that was a good chance. K-Dot denied by Ivan.
It's a good spot for them to be in. Chaussette decides to go straight for net. Actually did have the option for the infield, but didn't quite get it over. So now Cash, again, trying to find outplays. Instead makes it awkward. Chaussette's had an argument with the post. And that means that they can continue the offense should they choose to, which they have.
That was nearly a disaster for Solary, but they've gotten away with one there. And they're still looking to get their full rotation established. K-Dot's missed, and now Chaussette's them a lot of boost. They've got to try and get boosts in these positions. Everybody's just scrambling around the pitch. Here comes K-Dot. He's going to put it in an awkward spot, but Raziers handles it well. Astral just forcing there to get Chaussette into the game. And oh, nice bit of defense by Chaussette, but Cash saw it coming.
Yeah, Cash has been just fully in control of the midfield up to this point. K-Dot goes up for it, waits backboard. Can he find the angle? He's not going to have the opportunity to. We see a few demos coming through as well. Still only maintains the 1 goal difference. Cash is... I don't know who annoyed him, but he seems very angry that he's in this match. He's going for demos. He's diving every challenge. Really see what he's been doing off the ceiling. Raziers now with the pass down to Ivan. And that's underneath. Goes through the legs.
Yeah, really nice finish as well. But this is something Resolve have done well all day when we have been watching them, as they've had that supporting player coming in at the back post, making it very difficult for the defender to cover the infield pass and also just catch up if the ball starts running away towards the back post like that. This time K-Dot couldn't make it. It's 2-0 Resolve. You know, when they have played on the mainstream today, they've been flawless. 3-0 earlier on, then they went off the mainstream, lost twice, and now they're back in the mainstream and they're up 3-0 again. This is more like it from Resolve. We want to go to the playoffs for the 3rd time in this split.
It's starting to get a little bit painful to watch, really. This is not how I want to see my heroes. Getting smacked around a little bit here. Solary just a step off the pace. And Resolve continue to be very upset that they are in the 1 and 2 rounds. I don't know. It feels like the basics aren't quite clicking at the moment here for Solary. This is a little bit better. Backboard. Here comes K-Dot. There's nothing on the shot.
Yeah, it's just not good enough from Solary when it comes to putting in the final touch. Oh, that's a lot better. Astral not able to get the last touch that he needed, but he definitely had a couple players scrambling in Resolve's defense there. He has 3 goals. It seems like a lot to come back from, especially against such a mechanical team early on. Resolve have been able to just simply be faster and have better boost management, more efficient on the pitch by a fair margin. You would expect that these days. Unfortunately for the old guard, these guys have been in some of the best form that we've ever seen from them recently. They're definitely bringing it today. It's not too far yet though. 2 minutes ago, they seem like they've stabilized. Solary looking to get another attack going, but denied once again by Cash.
Trying for the infield. Ivan is there. A good solid week before his opponent is. Raziers now off the side, can still continue to chase up. As this player's on the ball right now, I feel Solary will need to see really pop off. I know we've sort of been talking almost in the past tense a little bit of a way regarding Solary, but Astral is still very recently top form. A lot of people still believing that he can be on a top team, but he needs time on the ball here, and he needs to cause a lot of damage when he gets time and space.
Get up, looking for another ceiling reset. Everything's just been read easily by Resolve towards the tail end of this game. They've been on the ropes a couple of times, but nothing too serious. As they cut off infield passes, intercept aerial plays, and then going the other way, I mean, you can't say the same thing about Solary as Resolve keep them guessing. That does seem to me to be the problem. What can Solary do that Resolve can't handle? I mean, we know Astral's capable of incredible things. Even this season, we've seen him score some worldies, but there's been no goals for him today on the mainstream as Cash puts in a 4th. It's a dominant display in game 1 for Gridiron Resolve. Astral with a very poor touch in defense there as he was under pressure.
I think for me, like, this all starts off for Solary. They've got to start hitting the ball a little bit cleaner. If there's anything that we know these players can do, it is get some powerful touches, but it seems like every time they are in a good spot to even half volley it, the ball's not really going much of anywhere, and you would expect better. A good example there from Astral. Just gives an opportunity for Resolve to reset, to enjoy their spot.
Okay.
Well, they enjoyed it momentarily. K-Dop levers it in.
Still one thing you can rely on K-Dop to do, just booming the ball on target. No nonsense Rocket League. Just past the keeper for their first goal. They're on the board. K-Dop still banging in goals in May 2024 in RLCS main events.
World's finals after World Finals for K-Dop. I already know that he can deal with the big situations, the big occasions. He's now called back in. We've needed to see somebody chasing up. That person is Astral, but this game is very long gone. I feel a little bit more confident saying it this time around than I was in the Gentlemates match previously. And if it does suddenly fall downhill, I'm going to feel targeted in a bit of a way, but it is going to be game number 1 for Resolve, and Solary looking for answers heading into game number 2. Cash can own this. Oh.
Thinking about it now. He's gone low on the ball instead just to frustrate Solary even further. It's an easy win in game 1 for Resolve, but I mean, what they're doing on the pitch is far from easy. They've been just too fast, too mechanical, far too efficient for Solary in this first game. Solary need to throw them a curveball here. They've not really surprised Gridiron Resolve at all here. The only moment they did was obviously when they scored. And K-Dop received an infield pass from a 50-50. When they went for more traditional infield passes, Gridiron Resolve are just going to see that a mile away. They're going to stop that way before it gets started.
So a couple of updates from around the RLCS as well. K-Corp are looking like they are at least somewhat back here. They won the first game. They're up 3-0 in game number 2 against Novo. So everything is looking all good over there. As for Gentlemates versus Oxygen. Oxygen taking the first game. They're 3-0 up in game number 2. So Gentlemates started off very well, struggling big time in the middle stages.
You know, this is not where you want to be. Obviously, you never want to be in the losing end of any series in RLCS, but losing round 4 badly, that's a disaster for Gentlemates. Gentlemates, they dropped a game in their opening match of the day to Novo. They did manage to sweep their next match, but now they're losing 3-1. Now they're losing to Oxygen. It's falling apart a little bit here, and that means they could have a tough final round, which, teams like Resolve are down here. We've got teams like SA in this part of the bracket. This is a scary, some scary teams to go up against in round 5 of Swiss.
I mean, they can still sort it out. They've still got the reverse sweep potential there, but yeah, I mean, given what we've seen from them as of late, and obviously we have not had the chance to really keep a close eye on their series against Oxygen to this point, I don't know. It feels like all the strengths that we've got used to seeing from Gentlemates aren't there today, and it's been very weird to watch. As Astral looking for Shell set to start us off in game number 2. Caleb just covering that midfield, bumped for his troubles, also into his teammates, so that rotation has completely stopped for Solary.
Just with a nice little drop down pass there to K-Dop, who just once again says have it, no nonsense, just sends it lengthwise. I mean, it still works to a degree this day. The good old hard clear. You never know when the opponents are going to blunder and turn it into a goal for you and your team. There's another one comes through. Razier's had to jump there. There was some physical play being attempted on the ground, but he avoided it. Now here comes Shawset, near post pass. No one's there except Ivan, who once again covers mid.
Oh, and they've both misread that, so Shawset's going to have to take control in the backfield. Loses his boost, almost loses his car for the troubles as well. Shawset does well off the challenge. Oh, Solary do continue to qualify for these, and now they're reaching K-Dop couldn't get across the side of the ball. We're staying 0-0, and K-Dop would want to see that a second time.
Oh, you know, he did the hard part. He had a burst of acceleration that Resolve were not ready for, but he couldn't get around the ball, and at the other end, it is going to be Resolve opening the scoring again. Ivan with the insane reset pass to Cash, who's positioned aggressively, but what a reset pass by Ivan, getting an angle on the pass that Solary were just completely unprepared for.
Over to the side, they're trying to pick who's going to take this. Raziz over to Ivan, gonna double it up. Well, he did the post. Will you put this one out? And the post decided, yeah, I'm not willing to argue with you here, Ivan. I'll put this one in for you.
Raziz was actually blocking Astro from jumping there. He was chain dashing over to his head, and if Astro jumped, I'm pretty sure he's just getting clattered out of the way, so it's not like he could just jump immediately for that one. And even if you do, you might just be pre-jumping over the ball. Razier's looking to make it 3. They're just too clinical. It's Resolve Roster. You know, I've got to mention, by the way, to give K-Dop a little bit of an excuse. It wasn't an easy open net to get around. I think maybe he could have waited another split second or two to try and pull up more alongside the ball, but of course when you do that, the angle becomes more difficult. So he wanted to shoot before the angle became impossible. Didn't have the pace to go around it. It looked a lot worse than it was. I'll say that much. It was a difficult open net.
K-Dop isn't going to quite get to that ball. Astral intercepts the pass. 2-0 here. And Resolve could be 1 goal away from sealing this game as well. Astral requires a little bit of help. I think he would have liked to take that actually just on the stride.
Yeah, he did not want
Chaussette kind of just got in the way.
Yeah, not on the same page there. Astro wanted to grab the boost and make a wall play. Chaussette just rushes into the corner with really no Resolve players in the area. I don't know why he was so urgent to try and make a move on the ball in that position. It's not like, you know, 2 players taking turns hitting the ball as you try and advance it is necessarily a bad thing, but when it's a free ball, I mean, take your time, and Chaussette is going to take his time here. Not able to get it past Raziers though. He finds K-Dop at the edge of the box, all over his clear. Is it just going to be too late again though for Solary? Looking to get something started, not going to happen.
Off the backboard, not a recovery here from Chaussette. Nobody else around. So they've had a few opportunities so far where if they did have somebody else over in support, they might have at least got one. But they are respecting what Resolve have done more often than not, trying to just scramble the ball over at least the goal line. No, it's not going to work out for them. They are running out of time here as well. Chaussette's low boost. That goes infield. K-Dop's low boost. Astral's got 30 at the back line. Goes for a reset. Yeah, there's just no real sting to what Solary are trying here. And they are running out of time to really got anything that's going to... Wait a minute. Okay, well, that's not quite on, but still, that's about as dangerous as it's been so far.
Well, you know, Resolve have been the more clinical team. They've been much better at converting their opportunities into goals, but they've also, I think, just been better positionally. You know, we talk about the newer generation of players and the old guard, and you know, the old guard is often called the smarter players, but they're not playing this with smart. That's a great save by K-Dop. Is a huge dunk win on target, but they need more than that right now. They're not getting a whole lot going the other way.
I mean, that might at least up the pace here, give them an opportunity to start moving forwards. Astral holds the midfield at the very least, tries to get back down again. Instead, Ivan takes control. Cash already up. And Chaussette's just palmed the ball back up. I really want Chaussette just to slow play a few of these. It's like he's always seeing ghosts attacking him.
You know, they have been beaten to the ball enough in this game to make them a little bit scared of waiting for any length of time at all. Yeah, I'm not as much of a fan of the way that Solary are attacking compared to this Resolve roster. I much rather see the, kind of formation you're likely to see from Resolve as they advance. This is final seconds now. It's not going to happen for Solary as they look like they drop it the second game in a row here. Triple match point to Gridiron Resolve. But, try and look at how Resolve support the attack with their second man. So often it's a far post approach. Someone's in space, giving the passing players so many options for the center ball, whereas when Solary attack, they're kind of all in a line. It's a bit old-fashioned, which makes sense. They are, the old guard, so it makes sense they would play like it. But it is a bit of an outdated playstyle to always have your supporting player directly following behind the guy leading the attack, the guy in the first man position. So, I mean, we'll see if they make any adjustments here, if they try and get more wide in support of offense. because right now it's just not working. What they're doing is just being read every time by Resolve, who are better mechanically. When the other team's better mechanically, you've got to outsmart them, and that's not something Solary have been able to do.
Right, it's update time with Shogun. Everyone's, well, fourth favorite time of the day. You can name the other three yourselves. Still waiting on the result of the second match between Lund Galaxy 100%. But elsewhere, Oxygen 2-0 up over Gentlemates. I'm going to try and take a look soon as to what that Game 3 result is currently at. KC are 2-0 up over Novo, and they are coasting in Game 3, 3-0. As for what I was previously going to say, Oxygen are 2-0 up in Game 3. Oh dear, Gentlemates, what on earth is happening to you at this stage in the tournament? As for the elimination stages, Jobless and Sir are 1-1. Resolve, well, we're already here, aren't we? So you already know that one. If you need me to read that one aloud to you, then we might have some problems. But the one that you will not know, Endpoint 2-0 at the moment against Low Block, who kind of peaked at the start of the day and have not seen the same success since. Yeah, they're also facing elimination like Solary. It's that Gentlemates result that is worrying. I mean, Oxygen are obviously a very, very strong team right now, but Gentlemates are falling out of that without winning a game 3-0, 3-0, now 2-0 in Game 3. I mean, what is going on? They just can't get a goal against Oxygen, who are more known for their offense, really. Let's get back to Solary versus Resolve, Game 3. Can the old dogs show any fight in this series, or is it going to be over after just one more effort? We'll see. Just haven't quite had the positioning so far in the rotation. We'll see if that will change. As K-Dop did dive on in after a very nice play there from Astral. Chaussette also dives. Astral had to do a decent amount of work just to get himself into a good spot. It'll be good here to see I want to see Solary play what's in front of them, not what they're expecting to happen, because what they're expecting to happen seems to be Resolve that are 2 times faster than they actually are. Oh, that's a huge dunk. Is Cash going to get there in time? No, not quite.
They just need a little bit of patience, a little bit of control in defense. It would go a long way. Just trying to stop the panicking moments from occurring. Let's see if they're going to be able to get anything going in offense. They've trailed early in both games. This game, they will get one going. What a shot by Chaussette. And I love his position in this play. You know, I called out in the last game. This time he's a bit more middle and he's so ready to attack now. But what a shot, my word. Huge power on that one.
That's an absolute thunderbolt. My goodness. Well, if we've seen anything from K-Dop and Chaussette, they can shoot the ball. That is certainly not something that is an issue for them. Anything, I think there's a few teams that might be wanting to have a message with them and say, all right, how on earth are you doing that so well? You just keep hitting the post and the crossbar. As now Astral does have the boost to work with, chooses to go early with the jump, gets it midfield, and the ball whistled past him.
That's a weirdo because it looked like he was going, but he might have tried to dunk on the goalie who didn't end up hitting it. And now the other way is Cash with the redirect. And for him, that's just an easy open net finish. Double commit by Solary after nearly scoring. It's just all gone wrong and they've lost their lead.
Still brilliant communication there from Resolve. Cash immediately knew, I'm just going to sit myself further down the field. I can be the option if we're needed. And after that double commit, it was pretty much job done from there, as Ivan up against both K-Dop and Astral, who will be moving in very shortly. Chaussette awaits, dives in as third. K-Dop's low, but he still popped that ball up, but Astral might have wanted the infield.
I think maybe K-Dop thought twice about hitting that too hard, wanted to lob it awkwardly on target. I'm assuming he still had his dodge available. It didn't look like he jumped for that long, so he opted for the awkward slow shot, kind of straight at the body of his opponent, hoping to force a bad save. But Resolve have been fairly consistent in this series. I don't think that's likely to happen. Raziers with a downward double read makes it 2-1. You can't leave your backboard open like this against a player like Raziers. He is going to slam it, and he's going to follow up. Chaussette couldn't get there with very little boost at his disposal.
There's something about being able to read the backboard like that just makes me intensely jealous. That is ridiculous that they can see that arc towards the very top and just go, yep, I know exactly where this is. I'm just going to stop boosting. I'll drop on it. It'll be completely fine. It's a position that these players have been in thousands of times before. They know exactly where the ball is going to drop. As Astral's there early, okay. Into it. That was K-Dop instead, actually. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, great movement by K-Dop. He didn't have a lot of boost in the approach there. Had to dodge to get some momentum, but he went the perfect direction and shot it low underneath a very high placement for the last man on the backboard. I got some news for you, Shogun. I know you love your 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 in a best of 5. How about a 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 to win a best of 5 3-0? Have you ever seen one of them before? Oxygen over Gentlemates with the perfect 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 to win 3-0.
I'm gonna try and Bagsy that sweep right there. Or sweep cubed? Yeah, sweep cubed actually can work as well, I guess, for that. By the way, here's some of all your suggestions. As Astro wants to try to hit up his opponents with a decent play here. Goes off the ceiling, drops off to K-Dot. K-Dot tries to take on Ivan and jumps.
Oh!
Ivan wrong-footed himself.
Well, Ivan didn't expect a heavy last touch by K-Dop. He's thinking K-Dop's going to air dribble this slowly, surely, preparing himself to try and dodge an air dribble bump or get a goal side 50. No, K-Dop just hits it heavy, and they take the lead again.
I will say, it is a slower pace, and we have seen previously teams struggle with this on occasion where they're just a step behind where they're expecting to be. Resolve cannot afford to fall into the pace of their opponents. They haven't done here.
Man.
And Raziz has got a brace.
Oh, yeah, no, they fixed their offensive woes, but the defense is still looking pretty shambly for Solary as they drop the ball in front of their own net there. K-Dop not getting anything on the clear. And they've just not been there for each other in defense in this game when misses come through, and they will come through even at the highest level. You want to have someone else there to clean up the mess, someone in support. And Solary just haven't had those players coming through in rotation at the key moments.
K-Dop is going to turn. Comes out well on the challenge against 2. Now off the wall, not their first against Cash. Chaussette moving in with pretty low boost. There's a very awkward angle here from Astral. Didn't get the best first touch. Raziz is just everywhere at the moment. He's launched. Astral leaves it. Good communication between the two. That looked like it could have gone very wrong. Chaussette just wants anybody to challenge him, and his opponents are not allowing him that satisfaction for now, Johnny. Cash sidewall, double read. K-Dop's having none of it either, and he has continued to chase off the backboard. Ivan has to get there first.
Another redirect attempt by Cash. That one lacked the necessary juice to make its intended target. Can Solary keep their season alive? Can they keep this event alive? Chaussette's done well there. And Astral was there to support. Those are the kind of follow-ups they need to just make sure the ball actually does go clear in defense.
Off the backboard, Astral is going to turn from the wall. Heavy first touch, but he did get the reset, so it's still enough to be played. Chaussette sticks around, lofted first touch, continues to attack Razir's car. K-Dop against Ivan. K-Dop wins that pretty handily, actually. And Razir's now off the backboard. Oh my goodness, what power. To Cash, who I think, and this might be controversial, everyone, is after another redirect. Seems like that's how he wants to finish the series.
Target man Cash, he's on the backboard, double tap for 3. I mean, just pick him out. If he's in front of you, hit it near him, he'll do the rest. What pace to attack the backboard. Cash puts Resolve ahead with just 10 seconds left on the clock.
It was just that moment. Cash decided he was no longer messing about. Don't care about getting that redirect anymore. I'm just going to hit it backboard. It'll be fine afterwards. Ivan fakes out K-Dop, who's forced to look a little bit silly as he drives inwards. If that ball hits the floor, it will be Solary eliminated. Chaussette keeps it up. Immediately challenged by Cash. Hits the arc of the ball. Astral tasked with keeping this alive. Ivan, that's on target. Chaussette gets to it. K-Dop's on absolutely nothing, though. Still requires some support. Every player is going, but that ball is still moving.
Oh, I mean, this is still very good for Resolve. They've got everybody in the play, and the flip reset to clear it will seal the deal. Resolve are just too strong. And that is the end of Solary's tournament. It was great to see them putting up a fight in this game, but they were just outmatched at both ends of the pitch today, Shogun. And yeah, Resolve are going to go into round 5 of Swiss to play either 100% Gentlemates or Novo, who have all lost in the high round with sweeps. And I can tell you more about that, actually, because Karmi Corp and Oxygen have both won in that round, the 2-1 round. And Luna Galaxy have also won in the 2-1 round, advancing with a better win-loss I believe Karmicorp and Oxygen are going to be matching up in the quarterfinal tomorrow.
Sorry, I've just looked at this. Do you want to hazard a guess as to the amount of goals scored by the teams that lost in the upper side? So the 3 teams that lost, 100%, Gentlemates Novo. How many goals did they score combined?
Okay, I know Mate scored 0. I'll say 3 because you put this spot here.
2 goals across 9 games from all of this lot. If you are coming up from that lower side, you have never been more excited because all 3 of them look very, very suspect.
I mean, so many scenarios still to come. You thought it was all over. Well, KC are looking to defend the world spot tomorrow against Oxford in the quarterfinal, but more action still going right now. Now let's head back to the desk and hear about it.
That's absolutely correct. More action on its way, but there has been a lot to already talk about here. Right off the bat, I know, Stumpy, you had a few things to talk about. We got to get one out of the way before Oxygen over Gentlemates was absolutely massive.
Yes.
Because that's a big win for them. They're still waiting on Jobless Suh here to find out if they clinch the major, correct?
Yeah, so right now, basically, if because Resolve have just won that one, we didn't get any of the crazy Solary results. That did not end up coming through, but it was great to see Solary back on the mainstream. And also, if Resolve don't make it out of Swiss, that's the only way that we're going to get any of our major teams locked. If they do make it out of Swiss, we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to have any of our teams. So we get to buy another day of excitement and hype to see actually who makes it through from Europe. I also want to talk about, as Shogun was alluding to, the scores that happened in the high side. So Oxygen, perfect swept Gentlemates, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, which is a lovely scoreline. KC, they only conceded a single goal to Novo, and that was when they went 10-1 in
I missed
game
that
number
one.
3. They ended up scoring 19 goals to 1. And then Lunar Galaxy, they then beat 100%, and that was just 1 goal scored from 100%. So yeah,
When's the last time we had a double digits in the Swiss rounds?
you're gonna have to bat direct and then wait.
Come on, Stumpy.
Leaf has thrown that question to you and me, Stumpy. Let's figure it out.
I, as the host, ask questions to you analysts, trusting that you know things.
Okay, I'm just
And
trying
now
to figure it out.
I have no faith anymore.
I'm just-
I feel scared.
Reading the Discord to see if
you'll
I
get
can
it
figure it out in time.
Well, you figure that one out, Stumpy. Will you go back into your memory palace and try and figure out on the last time a team scored or conceded 10 in the Swiss? I'll talk about the fact that Carmine Corp are clearly very annoyed at something. I don't know what. I don't know why they're taking out all their frustrations on poor old Novo, but it does seem that they have a point to prove, and they proved it in that one. Because it wasn't just 10-1 in the last game, it was 5-0 and 4-0. So 19 goals to 1, which is something a little bit special there.
Now, while Jobless goes up 2-0 here in Game 5, I want to quick ask, how mad do you think Shogun is that wasn't a... wait, never mind. He wants the 1-0-1-0.
He wants 1-0-1-0-1-0-1-0.
Yeah.
1-0-1-0.
I feel like the Oxygen was relatively close, but...
It was very close.
It's still a nice number, yeah.
I feel like the best scoreline.
as quick as possible.
True. The best scoreline though surely is 1-0 and then 2-0 and then 3-0. And that's the series done. That'd be lovely.
That'd be fun, too.
That'd be nice.
Symmetry to that one as well.
Yeah, I enjoy that.
The biggest symmetry series I can think of, I don't know which series it was, but it was the best of 7, where the games were won in the order the goals were scored at the end, because the game finished 4-3 in Game 7.
That was Carmine Corp, wasn't it? Like,
Was it KC?
gosh, in Major 1, the open qualifiers for that. I remember reading that in a script that you wrote, Cole.
Wait, the goals were scored in the order they won the matches?
Yeah, so Team A won Game 1, and then they scored first in Game 7. Then Team B won the second 2, and they scored the second and third goal. And it kept doing that and finished 4-3.
That is such a cool, albeit kind of useless fact, but I really enjoy
A
that.
fun little thing. Also,
Now you are part of the posse of people who enjoy obscure mathematical, symmetrical coincidences in our
and very interestingly, tomorrow we're going to be having Carmine Corp versus Oxygen. They are going to be facing off, and if Carmine Corp win that, they have even more steps towards Worlds, which is great for them. That is best case scenario for KC right there, because then it is in their hands. Let us rely on somebody else, at least, for that individual result. If they win it, that is incredible for them for Worlds. Puts a lot of pressure on. But
How's your memory palace? Have you
My memory
figured it
palace
out?
is
I'm getting
great.
a sense that you figured it out, mate.
I have. I figured out exactly the last time double digits were scored in Europe. And I think last time in EU, it was 21-22 fall, Regional 1, Evil Geniuses against 00 Nation, 11-0. Wow. So, gosh, that was like...
It's been a while.
What, 3 years ago? 2.5 years ago, something like that?
21-22 was 7 years ago now, Stumpy.
True. Oh, yeah, earlier on, the league said a date to us. He said 2019, a couple of years ago. And Cole was like, mate, that was half a decade ago.
I don't like that. That was a true piece of information.
I like the fact that as our esport continues to evolve and grow, there's increasing amounts of history and depth to it. Because you guys were pointing out the fact that there are people maybe watching this right now that maybe got into this during RLCSX or got into it last season or whatever that might not know who K-Dop is. What a shit is. And that blows my mind because these were like the scariest characters around back in my day. You know?
I remember seeing like people on the on subreddit on social media saying, and I love it, they're like, oh, I started watching it in 21-22. I watched Carmine Corp win the San Diego Major, and that was their first experience with RL Esports. And it's so exciting to be like, oh wow, you're a baby. You're a baby in the esport, and there's so much that's like happened before you, but you're here to experience it with us all now, and it's wonderful. But it's also like, you don't know who K-Dop is?
I know. It's like,
K-Dop is.
Some people don't remember Fisho Kid inventing the reverse aerial, for example. And that blows my mind.
That was one heck of a reference, thank you.
I got you, bro. I got you.
That's great. Well, anyways, this looks like it got out of hand for Saw. Unfortunately, we thought maybe, okay, they had that reverse sweep on Wild in the round before. Maybe they'll do it. The KC Killers themselves, maybe they'll make the run, but with 4 goals down in 40 seconds, while possible, this may look to be the end of it. Jobless. I think I have this one locked in, guys.
What is this?
Unless.
No, shut up. Not doing what Johnny
Don't be
did.
Johnny.
We've done this bit.
Johnny,
No, you
Johnny.
don't you dare stand where he once stood. Don't you dare.
Oh, that's
6-1.
You want to say unless still?
Was that absolutely?
Want to try it again?
From Eekson. I'll say unless. I'll drop it unless in. But look at this. Look, one touch and then. Oh, it was Tekos. I thought that was Eekson that got the second touch. That would have been beautiful. Oh, man. But it was Eekson knowing that his opponent was going up. So that's probably series over. Unless.
Shut up. You're not him.
No, now we're going to get a Brazil just because you said that.
You're not him. It's a Brazil.
Who believes, chat? Who believes?
Absolutely no one. Let's stop entertaining him. Just Stumpy for this. Now, obviously, the big thing for Oxygen before was that they also needed Solary to defeat Resolve to be able to clinch anything. So after this result, we're still at kind of nothing.
Yes,
right?
basically, yeah. We're still, no one's confirmed yet, which is 8-1. No one's confirmed yet, which is crazy, seeing as also we have Vitality, like, chilling out still in that first place. They've made it through to the playoffs. If they get one more win tomorrow, then they are then through, so they just need to get a top 2 result. Yeah, tomorrow we're basically going to get in, as far as I can think, basically every single team for our major. Then the only thing people will be playing for is their seeding, which, as I said earlier, is incredibly important.
I was just hoping that this would go to double figures as well. Because, I mean, imagine if we didn't have one since 21-22.
And we did 2 rounds in the
3
same
decades ago. And then suddenly in the same day, in the same round. That would be wild. There is still a chance. Come on, 2 more goals. Get one here. Get one here.
Also,
could have been...
right, because this game is dead. There was also a fun little stat that came through from Direct earlier, and I have no idea if the casters said it, because I wasn't listening to them, I was talking to you guys. The perfect sweep of Oxygen over Gentle Mates, that was the first one this entire season in Europe, and the last one being last season in Winter Open Qualifier 1, so January 27th, 2023, a year and a half ago. And it was over the major champions. So, cool.
Cool. Nice. Well done. How about that good comeback there, Cole? It
was close. It was close. A couple of goals away from conceding 10 as well. Couldn't do either. Cheers, son.
Well, unfortunately, in that round, that means Low Block out, Solary out, and with that game there that you just watched is out. We head into round 5. Things are still wide open in the European region. We got one more round of games to go, so stay tuned.
Dickies Arena Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Let's move those feet.
once again, and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as we continue on with qualifier number 6, day 1. It's Friday, which means Swiss 4 rounds down now, as we do see Resolve keep themselves in the game. They needed that win against Solary. As great as it was to see K-Dop, Chazette, Astral back on screen, they could not lock it in, and they will be done. I am Leaf, Shogun, and Johnny are here. And Johnny, the lean back. Oh, you've done it.
I seriously
You've done it.
Yeah, I've done it. Really, on the last segment of the entire season? That's hilarious. I did click it, but it didn't work. Well, I think, honestly, sometimes a picture speaks 1,000 words. You all saw what I was attempting there, trying to stretch like K-Dop.
He said he always hated every Solary player. He doesn't respect their accomplishments. And he probably could have done better if he was started playing at the same time.
Well, there it is. We get through round 3. I wasn't listening to you guys saying, I was talking to someone else. So I'm just going to put up a graphic now and move the conversation onwards. We have round 4 done with round 5 on its way. You see Luna Galaxy. Hey, Shogun, look at that. Luna Galaxy.
Oh, look at them.
We were not talking about them much today, but look at them.
I mean, I feel like I talked enough for them earlier on, and everyone said, you know what, Shogun, you haven't got a clue what you're talking about. But I wasn't predicting them to do anything, so therefore, of course, it was going to go on and do something. Right. That's how this always works. As for everything else, yeah, my predictions have gone terribly. But for those of you that enjoy a little bit of excitement, there's a quarterfinal in particular tomorrow that everyone's looking forward to.
Right, but for now, I want to talk about the points because with the matchup that we have coming up in just a few moments, we did actually get a squad locked in. There's Team Vitality, Johnny, sitting at the top.
Yeah, they're in there because one of their biggest rivals will not be in the playoffs tomorrow. That's the main thing for Vitality here. So they are locked. So good job to them. They definitely looked like it was just a matter of time until that would happen. Looking at how they're playing today. Ever since they went 2-0 down against Low Block, they've not looked back. They've managed to take down Oxygen and Gentlemates, both 3-1, so fairly convincing as well on their route to being top seed.
And you saw before when we started the pre-show, that EU section for the major was empty. It was TBD. Shogun, I believe it was you that said we're going to slowly just eliminate that team of TBD that took over the board. We've done that with one of the spots.
Yeah, call me a hater if you want, but TBD just don't have what it takes to go to the major. These teams do, on the other hand. And the big match that we see on this one is obviously Gridset Resolve against Gentlemates Alpine. Whoever wins this at least keeps things interesting for the time being. But Gentlemates, man, have they had a rough day of it. And it's the result earlier on. We were talking about Vitality's win against Oxygen. That has really aged well because Oxygen smashed Gentlemates in the previous round.
Grid Surf Resolve versus Gentlemates Alpine. Let's talk about this one because you just said it, Shogun. The Gentlemates having a bit of a rough go. Resolve, Johnny, though, are looking good so far, but it can definitely change. If you get in your own head in round 5, you know that your season ends if you lose.
I'll tell you what, though, they've looked good on the mainstream. When we watched them in their first round match today, they won 3-0. Then they went off to play on their own stream and they lost twice. And they came back to the mainstream, won 3-0 again. So this being on the mainstream probably helps them. They've been great on the mainstream today.
Right.
And Gentlemates have been struggling. This has been a tough day at the office for them. They've started well, gone up 2-0, but now they're being reverse swept by Swiss. Now, granted, they did play against Vitality and Oxygen, and now Resolve is a step down from the super teams they just had to face. But they want to be going out with their without having to rely on other teams to qualify them to the major. And right now with the points differential that they've got, if Resolve beat Gentlemates right now, they would need to go to the final to take that spot away from Gentlemates, the major spot. So it's still looking very good. Gentlemates have outplaced Resolve in both of the previous events, so they should be fine, right? Surely they don't. Surely they don't bottle this. There's just no way. I just can't see it happening.
Oh, you said bottle, and now I'm sure Shogun's ears perked up.
Oh, mate, there are plenty of options this season for bottle job of the season. These guys have got nothing to worry about whatsoever. But they maybe should be worried about what's in front of them because, like we said, it's not necessarily gone great for them up to date. But, Johnny, I feel like we are in this situation every single time we do a Swiss, where there's one of these top teams, they go into round 5, we go, oh, no, we're so worried about them. They're not playing great today. They might, oh, look, they just 3-0'd it. Huh, okay, well, that's where all the hype went.
Yeah, it's always like that.
I gotta get
I
chat.
can tell you want to say something. Go on then.
I do.
Fine. You have the microphone. You always want the mic. It's fine. You can have it. I'm not gonna fight.
It's almost like it's my job to interrupt you guys from time to time here.
Not bad.
Chat. I need to get your predictions in here before we get to ours. And hashtags in, Gentlemates or Gridserve. Gridserve, remind you what's on the line here is that they have to win. That's just it. They have to get through it. Okay, Johnny, you can talk now. I just need to make sure chat was spamming.
Yeah, they need to win this, or the season is over. Gentlemate's season is not over if they win this. They will likely still be at the major, even if they do lose. Resolve would need to win their quarterfinal and their semifinal if they were going to take Gentlemate's spot away. But Gentlemates don't want to even think about that. You don't want to have to risk watching tomorrow to see if Resolve lose, and then watching the next day to see if they lose. Much rather just get it over and done with right now, and I think they will. I think mates are going to take this.
And a big flip. Lands on
very big
blue.
Bad coin.
Bad move, presumably.
Idiot coin.
Yeah, I'm not saying it might be a good choice there. Gentlemates across the board
go
for us.
against the grain.
Cole
There's a
did.
grain hater.
Cole did.
Cole hates the grain.
We also did, though, just say how Gentlemates might not be having the best day and Gridserve Resolve do a little bit better on stream, right? How can we, Johnny, how do we go against what we just said?
I mean, I was trying to provide some hopium for them, but realistically,
Okay, fair
they're
enough.
struggling, and Gentlemates are still Gentlemates. So I think Gentlemates are going to take this. We all do, except Cole, who's got a lot to answer for.
Well, the match is ready, and Resolve has to win. Their journey for the seasons till the end of this will be a loss to Gentlemates. I don't know what I was saying there. I just messed it all, but they have to win. With Gentlemates' performance today, maybe it's their chance. Round 5, let's go.
There's a scriptwriter sitting very giddy in a basement somewhere where now they've got not just Karmine Corp and Oxygen Esports against each other in the quarterfinals tomorrow, but they also have Resolve versus Gentlemates, both vying for their chance to make the London Major here on a European Friday.
There is a chance for Gridserve Resolve to make it all the way towards London, but it won't be easy, Stumpy. One thing that definitely is the case is that they'll have to beat Gentlemates here to survive to tomorrow and beyond. Have you seen enough from them today with that beautiful victory over Solar Realia to suggest that they're able to do so?
Genuinely, it feels so 50-50 considering the fact that also Gentlemates got perfect swept by Oxygen for the first time in Europe in such a long time, and Itachi already scoring in 13 seconds more goals in this series than they did in the entirety of their series versus Oxygen.
And it was a lovely dunk as well against Cash. That is how you shake off the pain from the previous series. I mean, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 from Oxygen is just the sort of result you have to immediately put behind you, even in the context of a Swiss where there's always one more series unless you go out. Hopefully for Gentlemates, they're able to do so, but there's an instant response right here from Gridserve Resolve, who have been looking pretty good so far today. You know, they've been up and down, they've been hot and cold. They have to blow hot right now.
And of course, welcome to the Gridserve Resolve alternative viewing stream. Nice little viewing party we've got over here. This is the third series of Resolve that we have watched out of our 5 today. I'm pretty sure the first time that would have happened in EU or NA literally ever since we've been doing Friday streams. But it's because that is where all of the results hinge off. They all surround Resolve in one way or another. But Cole, you were saying about making the major earlier on. Gentlemates, they managed to get the major alongside Oxygen if they first beat Resolve here and 100% can beat Jobless. If Jobless make the top 8, then we still do not know whether we have got a Oxygen or Gentlemates making the major.
That is a shame that Itachi wasn't able to turn away and turn in Seiko's pinch right there. We've been a stunner, always love when a speedy pitch comes out of nowhere. Always exciting to see, but sadly for fans of Lovely Rocket League goals, wasn't quite good enough to go in there from Seiko. He does have the ball on his own backboard yet again. Gentlemates have it all in their own hands. They should be able to make it to London. Have to keep on fighting all the way though. Juicy is a teammate to the side. Able to use him just yet. Instead goes solo to the ceiling. Cash gets a touch on it. Itachi gets next. Here comes Seiko. Should be 2, but isn't. It remains 1-0.
He shot way too high on that one. Tried to make it perfect. Instead, if that was on target, they're relatively low on boost in the net. So
Anything towards the net that was somewhat threatening probably would have found its way in, but on the right-hand side, Tachi challenges versus Cash. Juicy removes Ivan, and a low block causes the ball to bounce up nice and high. And bear in mind how strong those blocks have been for Gentlemates historically. Losing those 50s, making sure it then goes back to find itself into a teammate's position. Seiko just has to drop this one low, and Cash, from the blind spot, intercepts.
So far, it's got to be said that the majority of the desk's predictions, actually all the desk predictions, which is that this one would go to Gentlemates, are looking pretty correct. They've had the control, they've had the ball in the blue half. We've seen very few grid serve resolve chances. Can change in a split second. They just have to get hold of the ball. Razias is trying to make it loose at least for Gentlemates. Seiko comes away with it though, gets a touch towards the goal. Cash couldn't get it away. I mean, really, it's all been Gentlemates, it's got to be said.
Seen a lot more from Resolve in the many series we've watched of them stay on the mainstream. I think I've casted all of them as well, from what I can remember, which is quite exciting. I know, yeah, look at me go. Oh, no, not the K-Dot one, never mind. The Solary one, rather, sorry, not the K-Dot one. The Solary one. we were talking about that, and it's just great to see them back on the stream, but they'll obviously be wanting a bit more of that result. Showing their season is now over, but there's still the 1 minute 45 in this game. Resolve need to try and bring something back because their result and their entire season hinges on this individual game.
Cash just had a chance of the flip reset there. It's the first time the Gentlemates defense has really been called into action. And Ivan gets himself 100 boost while pushing forwards for the ball as well. It's good play from him. Keeping his team ticking along. Juicy will have a chance here with two Resolve defenders. It was always going to be likely that one would be saved. Resolve, though, they're just yet to really get going in this series. It's a little bit flat from them. Normally a team that are exciting and vivid. I've seen too much life from them at this point, and that is Gentlemates playing at their best. Controlling the midfield. Not letting Resolve forwards. This could be the chance if Razias can get this dunk. He does. Cash fancies that ball but can't get there in time. Seiko's too fast. Gets a flip reset yet again. Saved by Ivan. It's all just so back and forth, Stumpy.
It's also a little bit awkward, a little bit jumping in. Not much shape to this individual game. With 45 seconds left, Resolve need to find that shape as soon as they can. Seiko challenging, trying to push it a little bit further down the pitch. He's not able to get it much past Razias. Seiko with 100 boost gets it central. Itachi's there. He can shoot, but Ivan again from the blind spot. Juice this time from the blind spot. Players from all over the pitch are making sure they dive in to make each other uncomfortable.
Yeah, no lack of confidence here. Coming in from the side. Breaking rotation. Seiko gets a couple of touches on his nose and sends it back yet again towards the Resolve goal. Now there's a chance. Juicy's almost faked out. Had to get something on that and did. Ivan has Cash in the center. Seiko too speedy. These passes have to be so much more accurate.
Final 10. Seiko towards the target. Finds his way in. Secured to goal. Gets game number 1 in favor of the mates.
It hasn't looked likely at all to go the other way this game, Stumpy. It's been Gentlemates pretty much from beginning to end. I mean, Grid Serve Resolve had a couple of forays forwards, but really there's been no point where I've been thinking, Gentlemates are about to concede a goal here. So to see them finally get their second is, at least it means we can all move on from this game, because I think it was only ever going one way pretty much from minute 1.
The hype chamber lights up pink, and Resolve need to make sure that they activate their brains a little bit more, because that game was pretty messy. I think they didn't really have too many shots, nothing convincing anyway. There was a chance or two, but it was dealt with very handily by the Gentlemates Alpine defense. But that is exactly why they are in that facility. That's why they have people surrounding them. That's why they've got Dadpole sitting there like an icon. The man, the myth, the Dadpole, making sure that he's giving them wise words. But yeah, I think a lot of work to be done for Resolve here, because their season's in their hands. Will that pressure make them or break them?
Well, it seems to be breaking them so far, but we have just had Ivan leave and rejoin the game, and Cash doing the same, so I presume we're going to get a couple of car switches here. I'd love to see Cash go back to the Dominus. It's been a while since he's used his wily...
Now he'll go Mac-E. He's going to go Mac-E, I'm sure.
Okay. All right, well, we will see, but he's certainly changing something here. And Grid Serve Resolve, they have to change something. They had pretty much nothing. I've never seen such a nothingy. It wasn't terrible, it was just nothingy, and that's almost more frustrating to me.
Yeah, I think also we see Resolve in these moments where they are feeling stressed and they do feel that pressure. We've seen them thrive. Like they when they came up against BDS, of course, they beat them in that game 7 on the cusp of being reverse swept. Like they dealt with it fine when they were not under too much pressure, thinking with the underdogs here. Then they got pressured, took it to 7, but then dealt with it importantly in that game 7 situation. This is now another chance for them to do so. And Cash, he has, however, remained in the Fennec.
Well, let's see if they can do any more right now. It's another good start here from Gentlemates, continuing to surge the ball forward. Itachi has way too much fire in attack. He can just pick his spot, and there's Seiko.
If that's not literally the perfect 50 for that situation, Itachi and Raziers both going together on it, that's not even like losing a 50, which Gentlemates are infamous for. That's just it going so neutrally and dropping down perfectly to your teammate. Gentlemates read it, and Grid Serve didn't.
Yeah, it's actually one of the better players in the world, probably, in that sort of situation where you're in front of the opponent's goal and you have an opponent charging down upon you. What do you do with the ball? The communication has to be perfect. The belief in the system has to be ideal from Gentlemates. They continue to be so. And this was the disaster start that Gridserve Resolve did not want yet to get going in this all-important series. The 5th round of the Swiss is the one that are starting their day. This might be the beginning of it, though. Cash gets a couple of touches. Ivan's coming in now to the backboard. Seiko clears it long yet again, and the attack just comes to nothing.
But it was a great opportunity for Cash, making sure that they are taking those chances as and when they come. Cash flicked it, it was saved. Get more of those chances. Seiko on target. Atashi trying to bump Raziers out the way is unsuccessful. Now Raziers with 0 boost can manage to beat out Juice, but with 0, how far can he really get? Pinches it, corner bound. Who's there first? Cash touches it down. No contact made. Wanted the reset. Minute and 10. More chances in game number 2 compared to the first.
That is not my Cash, though, Stumpy. That is not the guy for whom I've been beating the drum for seasons now, saying he could be next up. He's got the mechanics. He's got it all in his locker. That was still in his locker. Unable to take it out right now. Razia's trying to take out his frustrations on the opponent. Starts over Juicy. Seiko, though, is just so perfectly there. It's a defensive masterclass right now from Gentlemates.
Minute and a half, though, and that defense is being challenged a lot more this time round. Cash can't quite pip it around the side of Gentlemates. Razier central. Every single person leaves until the ball has come straight back out towards Ivan. Cash on target! And the first goal for Grid Serve Resolve is good.
Finally, they just smash the ball. No messing about, just hit it hard, on target, center of the goal. You gotta love it. And Cash does get himself on the score sheet, 1-1. Grid Serve Resolve back in business. Gentlemates still on top, still having control in this game and in this series. But that might just give Resolve the spark they need. It could be another now. Cash shoots it early again. Raziers is there with the doink. Cash is coming in. Resolve alive. Over the top of one. Does he get the bump? Not quite. And once more, it's 2 defenders too far back. I'd say the second man is so deep for Resolve. It's not letting them have any continued attack.
Yeah, I think right now they're hoping that it just sort of sneaks through, and yes, that might happen on the occasion, as it does. But Raziers is going to be that first man that was just in the perfect place, perfect time, sneaks through everyone on Gentlemates.
I mean, yes, it's working for Resolve. I'm not really sure they
You can't rely on it, though, is the important thing.
Exactly. I still maintain what we were saying, that the second man has to be more aggressive, has to have more belief. But they do have their lead, and maybe that'll just begin to frustrate Gentlemates. Now, I turn to Gentlemates and I say, do not get frustrated. Do not lose yourself to the fact that you've conceded a couple of relatively silly goals.
But those goals are just as well earned, and halfway through, it's going to call for Resolve to make sure that they keep pushing as hard as they can to make Gentlemates as uncomfortable as they can. Push to the side, it is from Juicy. Ivan now catching midfield with only 30 boost. He gets a great 50. First person there is Seiko. Double tap from the sidewall. Cash back, full boost. But with a bump attempt, he then has to slow the play down entirely.
He's got himself pretty far forward now. Now he has some allies arriving behind him. Ivan's there, sends it downwards. Is the read going to be as good as it was earlier on from Itachi's 50-50?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it is.
I truly did not expect that one to go in. I thought that was going to be a routine save. So Juicy goes up the sidewall, thinks it'll be high. Itachi has so much boost, but he doesn't use any of it. He had like 100, but he just didn't press boost. Or maybe he thought Juicy was going to get to it first, and so then Itachi then covers the net, but Juicy thinks it's going to be Itachi. I think that was just a sheer miscommunication.
I think Itachi just wants to make certain play-by-play casters look silly. Like, yeah, that was going in. How did you not tell? Of course
Thanks,
that one's
Itachi.
going to hit the back of the net. Yeah, cheers, man. That's more good play, though, from Grid Serve Resolve to send that ball forwards. Gentlemates need to wake up defensively now, just as we were praising the way they were keeping the ball out. So we're getting a little bit scrappy from them.
In 90 seconds, and with those 2 goals clear, Resolve have clearly made their plan very known. It's just send the ball at the goal a bit more often, try and catch Gentlemates off guard. where they're taking notes from what happened previously. Cash trying to take a snapshot with Itachi and Seiko occupying the exact same pixels on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean, Cash was almost in yet again. Gentlemates, all three of them were in the blue half, and Cash could have got the ball over them, wasn't quite able to do so, but now there's a chance for Gentlemates. Seiko shoots it, it's saved there by Cash. Ivan booms it clear. And once more, we're seeing Gentlemates have to send both players back, so I mean, it's the opposite for Gentlemates, in my opinion. They're all too far forward. It's getting a little bit touchy, a little bit desperate. There's still 55 seconds left. Plenty of time, as long as they don't concede again.
And bear in mind what we saw from them in whichever series it was you were doing with Shogun with Gentlemates and Vitality. They had 20 seconds, they brought back 2 goals to an overtime, and then they won that overtime. Like, they've got it in them literally today as their case study. With this 30 seconds going to start ticking down, it's going to be up to Resolve to make sure that that flame is snuffed out immediately.
Can lightning strike twice? Gentlemates will sure be hoping so, but if Razier's keeping control of that ball like he has it on a piece of string, it won't be happening. He's Itachi, has to get round Cash, does, goes underneath him, but this is falling for Ivan, who does the right thing, catches the ball and slows it down. This is where the Resolve playstyle works perfectly. They squeeze so much time out of the game. One clearance might do it for Gentlemates, but they have to get the shot away soon. And that could be it. It's shot, it's saved. Itachi goes high. That'll be game over. Just a slight chance at the end for Gentlemates, but not enough.
Close, but no result, unfortunately, for them. That's 1-1 in this series, and a turnaround from Resolve, making sure that they aren't just going to be going down with a whimper. They're going to be fighting, and that is precisely what these teams have done all season long. Both of them so well deserving of a spot at LAN. How great would it be to see Resolve make it through, because they've got a lot of fans, especially coming through from their team stream, from their documentaries that they've been releasing as well. They are such an open org, and to be represented at an English LAN as well would be remarkable for them. But on the side of Gentlemates, they are the current reigning major champions, defending their title at the Copper Box if they make it. The stories write themselves, but these teams need to put themselves in there.
And they have to step up right here and right now. I think what we've learned from that game is that neither team is going to roll over, even though I think it's fair to say neither is at their best. This is the end of a long day of Rocket League. They've been playing for 5 hours at this point, the 5th best of 5 in a row. The end of the Swiss is relentless. It's horrible to play in. But these guys, they have to just keep stepping up. They have to keep talking to each other, communicating, stay alive, stay awake, and hopefully continue to play your game. So far, genuinely, I don't think either team is playing their game. I think this is very cagey. Will either team step forward and play a little bit more?
Resolve, if they're going to keep shooting at the back net of Gentlemates Alpine, they're going to need to make sure that they are luring out some of those defenders. Otherwise, this is going to be routine handing the ball straight back over to them for an incredibly strong counter-attack, which is what Gentlemates have been so well known for, and that they have been world-beating team for. In the first 15 seconds, it is that big pressure coming out from Resolve.
Yeah, but we're seeing it again, Gentlemates having pretty much no boost, using everything in the tank. We saw this so much earlier on against, I think it was Team Vitality, when just whenever we looked, they had nothing somehow. Still, they managed to keep getting attacks on, just like here. Juicy using all of it, catching, and that is Gentlemates all over.
That is perfect positioning from Itachi too. He barely moves. The ball just lands at him, and he can take that touch straight away, tap it in the net. No one's there. He's left utterly unmarked. And Itachi, the first goal in 30 seconds.
Yeah, again, as we saw last game, an early lead for Gentlemates. Last time around, Grid Serve Resolve were able to just force something out of Gentlemates in the end. They stayed so patient. Well, they show the same amount now. There's a series boils on. Ivan gets over the top. Cash tries to help his teammate out, instead just bumps him. Razier's to the ceiling, gets a pass towards Cash, who tries to nip in there. Quite to be, more decent defending from Gentlemates. But Resolve have stepped up after conceding.
That's 2 touches through for Ivan. He goes completely central, but Razier's had already given up on the play. No chance for him to get the shot on the net, and Juicy's now backwards. 100% steal from Cash, very clever. Like it, goes high, gets a bump. Ivan towards target. Juicy's out the way. That was so open. There was one player on the floor, and Razier's just slams it high. And then Itachi, the other end, he scores.
There you go, easy as you like if you're Gentlemates. Just wait for Grid Serve Resolve to tucker themselves out. You know, it's like holding their head as they're swinging punches that you can't quite reach. In the end, you'll be able to score down the other end. That's exactly what Gentlemates did. It'll be frustrating for Grid Serve Resolve. 2-0 down now. Could have been so much better. It could be worse now. Juicy, he puts it forwards, but there's no one there on his team.
That should have been 1-1. Rlcs, there was one person on the floor and he shot it again. It's what I think it was Itachi, forgive me if I'm wrong, but Itachi earlier shooting where it should have just been a shot towards the target and then it's a goal. Unable to get that one, and it's another miss on the backboard. Ivan very lucky that Juicy wasn't able to connect with that ball whatsoever, but now Seiko going up for one backboard. Boost relatively low for, I think, multiple players on both teams at various points. So we're not really seeing too many team plays come out.
Ivan, though, is in front of Rlcs. Can Rlcs find him? He's picked him out. Cash to his side now. 100 boost for Ivan. He goes solo instead. Takes a couple of touches. Wants to get over the top of Seiko, but Seiko's too clever for that. Almost gets it round. Rlcs just trying to charge down some Gentlemates players. Rotates out quickly. Doesn't go for the bumps in the demos that we've been seeing pretty much as a theme today throughout EU. It's leading to this being quite a cagey game. Not a lot off the ball, waiting for their turn. And that is going to be Juicy's turn. As another resolve attack comes to nothing. The ball's bouncing, there's no boost. Seiko can just wait his moment.
I mean, we're seeing so many opportunities from, I think, both teams, realistically, come and go within seconds. Like, there's been balls sent central, and then it's not carried up with. It's Ivan going for a nice touch there, but then who's going to be following up? Rlcs, very little boost. Now Ivan going central, not too much to carry on from it. Cash actually in a great position to receive a floor pinch. Nothing can come from that one though. Everybody on resolve, pushing up further and further with each play, and I can just sense a goal coming down the other end against them.
Yeah, there could well be counters in this one, but Cash is sending it forwards. Gentlemates defend it as a trio. Rlcs it's in there ahead of Juicy. Here comes Rlcs, gets a flip reset, but Seiko defends it well. Ivan to the backboard. Resolve pressing. Gentlemates happy in their own half. Happy on their own goal line, for goodness sake. It's a better pass there towards Rlcs, who wants to go solo yet again. Wants it over the top, gets it this time. Ivan was coming in, but couldn't get the angle. Cash has another go. It's saved once more by Gentlemates. They need some interruption. They have to bump someone off the goal line.
Vital chances going, but with only, like, you're completely correct, Cole, with only on-ball play, you're not going to get any bumps away. You're not going to be able to get that towards the net until then you just find a defending player. Minute 15, Rlcs in that back half, trying to cause a little bit of chaos. Seiko touching it down, burning seconds, maintaining control, continuing with zero boost. Rlcs now missing that one. Ivan to Cash, a fake, a flick, a goal in the end for Resolve. And they slash their deficit in half.
It's just a split-second timing change. Cash's fake there brings out Juicy, and suddenly the floodgates open. Ivan follows up Cash well because he couldn't get the shot on target there with the flick. Instead, it was the assist. Ivan on hand to put it away. And now Gentlemates will start to sweat.
I tell you what, that's confident play. And I love that we're seeing confident play even when they're down 2-0. You wouldn't have seen that, I think, if they were up. And I like that they managed to actually secure that one. Itachi, though, getting a dunk on target and to get saved away by Cash, man of the minute. Cash sent long, Seiko to interrupt the path of the ball. 40 seconds, Cash missing. Rlcs now going for a shot, and Itachi can just about pip it rightwards.
Ivan's got no boost. Well, he actually picks him up there, but then he pre-flipped wrongly. You know, if he thought there was an attack coming in, but there wasn't, so he rushed things. Seiko gets that one to the corner. Here's Itachi up against Cash. Ivan's up for that one. The equalizer could be coming. Ivan gets the flip reset, leaves it towards Rlcs. Juicy does all he can just to send that ball into the corner. Juicy's there in front of him. Seiko happy to steal these seconds away. He goes over the boost to try and get something. So low right now, our Gentlemates. Juicy uses all of his just to get the ball away as far as he can. Seiko finally can take a few touches. That one's bouncing awkwardly. Cash is there. What can he do with his touch? There's nothing in the tank for Resolve, and Gentlemates take game 3.
It's 2-1 in the series, and Gentlemates are holding their fate right in the palm of their hands. Bear in mind, whoever wins this, they go through to the top 8. And it is currently a scary place to be if you're sitting on the outside looking in through the window at BDS, Karmine Corp, Oxygen, Vitality, and Lunar Galaxy, all waiting in the quarterfinals, seeing where you're going to land in the 6th, 7th, or 8th spot in terms of seeding. I'm just going to see what's happening with the 100% Jobless series. Oh, there we go. It's just come in. Jobless have swept 100%, and so therefore, no matter who wins this series, we will not be seeing any clinches today. However, of course, when we look towards Gentlemates, their points for Worlds, they're going to be increasing them as we go through the tournament.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm also looking forward tomorrow to seeing Carmine Corp versus Oxygen. That will be a huge series. One of the series of the season, at least looking at the online permutations.
Oh, and
Let's go back inside. Yeah, go on.
sorry, I was going to say as well, I saw on Twitter, I can't remember who I saw it from. Bear in mind, whoever wins Carmine Corp and Oxygen, they'll then go through to face BDS if they win. So if that's Carmine Corp, if they take an Oxygen, they then have the chance to then take down their other competitor in BDS. It's literally the perfect spot in that playoffs bracket for them to control their own fate.
So Carmine Corp are the Grim Reaper, knocking on all the doors down the corridor of the teams that are currently still alive in the London Major, making them do as much work as possible when they get there. But two teams who'd love to be at that London Major, Gentlemates and GridServe Resolve. GridServe Resolve, in my opinion, still yet to spring to life in this series, despite their game. Gentlemates have been coasting. GridServe have let them coast. And Gentlemates are such a good team when they have to do defending.
I mean, we've seen the abundant pressure that Resolve are able to put onto their opponents. We've seen it, I think, most notably in that BDS series, where the BDS, they couldn't breathe. It was horrifying to watch. They were smothering them at every single angle. But Gentlemates, they have got breaths of fresh air anytime they want it. They're not being held back, and they're not being held accountable for any of their wrong actions. That's Cash moving forward and trying to get the ball away from Itachi, just trying to body block him away from it. And if we see lots of aggression, this is going to be a completely different game coming forward for us on the 4th.
We also said that nobody's going to lock the Major in with this one, but GridServe Resolve could certainly be out if they do not take this game and take this series. That is their whole season over. Itachi's coming in to try and make that happen. Gentlemates take first blood.
First blood in a minute as well, and it's Seiko pushing up, seeing Raziz just a little bit out of position. He's going to be able to then just chip it over the top, and then wherever that 50 goes, if there's a teammate nearby, it's a relative tap-in, and Itachi is going to be the man for that job. 1-0, Gentlemates, and they are looking good when we look towards those season points.
Seiko, what a touch that is. Oh no, wait a second, it was. The first touch was glorious, the second, awful.
Well, he touched it, and then it just basically went nowhere. It's so awkward to do anything with it from that position. Like, you can't do anything with it. Drops down. Ivan, brilliant movement from him. Pushing forward. You look at that, what, a game ago, or 2 games ago. I don't think Ivan challenges that. I don't think anybody on Resolve does. That's the aggression that is going to make sure that they have the best chance of their season not to end here in the Coliseum.
He sensed that there was something awkward happening from Seiko and pushed against it. The pain was too much to bear right there for Gentlemates. Here is Seiko down the other side. Itachi's coming in, up against Cash, beats him to it. That one might be dropping in, it's not quite. Itachi then fakes it out. Ivan read it. Ivan with a spring in his step after that last goal. Gets the touch towards Razias, and then rotates out, so it's Razias and Cash. 2 star strikers of GridServe Resolve. Neither of them can do anything with it. Itachi's trying to bully Cash away, and Ivan gets the catch. It's just still this end-to-end stuff right now.
There's a lot of physicality, though, coming in. Like, we're seeing Gentlemates. Yeah. They're not just having the chances for Resolve with those saves. They're going for the man in every opportunity that they're able to. 2 minutes now elapsed. These 2 goals still standing, 1 apiece. Cash trying to go central with it, tries to bump away Seiko. He is not able to do it on that occasion.
Seiko's just going to wait and allow Juicy to take this one. Time just beginning to tick away. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. As we get later and later. If there is a goal, it will mean even more. Seiko to the ceiling, has Itachi there. Can he get him? Not quite. It's a good challenge away there from GridServe Resolve. But nobody in front of the ball. Again, the furthest man forward is the one who has it. Juicy goes over the top of both of them. Not quite all 3. Cash was there.
Halfway through the game, still that 1-1 deadlock. Raziz getting rid of Itachi, opens up that midfield. Cash goes high with it. As soon as he gets over 1, though, there's somebody back for Gentlemates that shuts him down far too soon for his liking. A pitch to the ceiling from Raziz and Itachi. Ivan, it's quite a loose touch up high, but with a reset, he opens up his avenues, then goes low with it. Completely outwits Juicy, but again, the Hydra of the mates holds firm.
Oh, and then Seiko down the other end almost gets the counter. Ivan has to avoid the own goal. Itachi slams it home anyway.
It was a counter-attack written in the stars that Seiko can get a flick to the side. Ivan, suddenly, he's found with his trousers down, thinking, I don't know where to put this ball, and Itachi is there just to slam it home. Under 2 minutes. Resolve season could end here if they don't get a goal.
Gentlemates trying to stake their claim. It's not been their clearest series by any means, but now they have a chance to almost almost stamp their tickets to London. So close they can almost taste the fish and chips. Here comes Cash, though, into the center. Ivan's waiting for it, but Itachi charges it down. This is where Itachi is your dream player. He will not back down. He will not fall for any of Grid Serve Resolve's tricks. He's hitting Juicy, though, getting each other's way a little bit. And that'll leave Cash for a chance.
Final 90, sent long, that's on target. Itachi can save it away somewhat clumsily, opening up the door for Rlcs. Just pinches wide of that post, though. Minute 15 as Cash continues the offensive.
It's going to fall towards Ivan almost, but Ivan knew he had no boost. Wanted to stay grounded as much as he could. Juicy trying to go for something a little bit cheeky there. Quite able to use the bounce to his advantage as he intended. Cash to the
Great
side.
pass.
Here comes Ivan. He shoots this over. Is anybody following up? Yes! It's Ivan. It's 2-2.
Blink and you'll miss it. It's Ivan on both occasions. Cash, what a touch round. Ivan then sees that's a little bit too high, and the reposition across the entire goal face. Resolve are still very much in it as we enter the final minute.
Resolve have been unable to take advantage of this incredibly open series this entire time. Maybe now they've come online. Almost a redirect there from Cash, but here comes Seiko. Staring down the eyes of Ivan. Cash comes away with the ball, though. Itachi puts it down for himself. Ivan stealing in. Ivan reading everything that Gentlemates are offering right now, as that ball will fall to Rlcs.
Right-hand side, but with Itachi there to intercept. We've been doing that all series. Becomes more and more frustrating for any Resolve players. Rlcs now central. It is just being bounced everywhere on the pitch. Juicy, a reset, backboard. Not enough boost to make any big play.
Oh, Itachi almost had that one cleanly. Rlcs charged him down. His Seiko puts the pass a little bit too far ahead of Juicy, who can't do anything with it.
Sent long, Ivan to Catch. Fakes it out, goes to Cash. Pinch back down the other end. It's going to be a foot race. Juicy and Rlcs. Rlcs with a big boost advantage. Ivan now towards the backboard. That's blocked. It's high. It's Itachi to shoot. It's Itachi to potentially end Resolve season here in the Coliseum.
Who better than Itachi to take the one chance when it finally arrives? Maybe Gentlemates have 1 foot in the playoffs. They just have to survive this kickoff. How's it gonna go? It's gonna be a slow one. It's up. Catch the chance to catch. Catch shoots. Seiko saves. Ivan can't even go for it. They've got no boost. Somehow, Grid Serve Resolve keep the ball up at least for now. They've used it all. What a save that was at the near post, but it won't be enough. Gentlemates make the playoffs, and they're almost in London.
And condolences to Grid Serve Resolve, who have had the open qualifiers of just their dreams, I'm sure, coming into the season, not knowing where you're going to end up, getting a top 4, beating one of the greatest teams in the world, and being in the conversation to the major until the final breath is something that org should be incredibly proud of. But that is going to be the end of their road here in the RLCS 2024 season. And Gentlemates Alpine, you play again tomorrow for your hopes of making the copper box.
It's going to be a huge day tomorrow. We are going to day 2 of this open qualifier with regards to things being on the line as we all wanted. It is pain right there for Grid Serve Resolve to have come so far, so near. It's the start potentially of a story for this org. I'm sure they've got many years to come in Rocket League Esports. The Gentlemates, Stumpy, they've done enough. I mean, that was nowhere near their best, but they did enough.
They still had an incredibly hard opponent that they had to get through. It is just, it's a horrifying time, especially when you get to that when you get to round 5 and you are against Gentlemates or against Resolve. But the quarterfinal is not going to see Resolve there. We are just figuring out who's going to be coming through to face off against Lunar Galaxy to see then what our matches are all going to be. But the fact that we have our top 5 teams in Europe all still competing for a spot, whether it's Worlds, whether it's for the major, is so much fun.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be an exciting last couple of days in EU. And then we get to go to London. London 3.0. It's never disappointed us before. I'm sure it won't again this time around. But the question is, which will be the final team in Europe to make it there? We'll find out, but let's start with the desk.
Well, it was a close call, that's for sure. They did their darndest, but Gentlemates, Johnny, do lock in and make sure they make it through to those quarterfinals.
Yeah, they did what they had to do. I mean, Gentlemates bouncing back from 2 straight losses and winning. I mean, most of us expected them to win. It's sad to see Resolve's season come to a conclusion, but they kind of did this to themselves earlier on in the day. You know, losing series, they should be that they should be winning. I mean, it's Resolve losing 3-0 to 100%. That's what cost them. That's what put them here. That's what ruined their game diff, and ultimately they should be winning that. So they've got no one to blame but themselves. On the day they had their chances, they couldn't take them, but well played, Gentlemates. Still looking for the first regional win of the season.
Yeah, Shogun, what do we think about Gentlemates' day then? I mean, the fact that you know, you come out as a major winner and you come in looking like you're going to do all right in your online events, and then you start to have some ups and downs like this.
Yeah, they'll be pretty unhappy with the way that they played today. Sure, they've made it through, but if they continue performing like this, it's not looking great for them. But I'm sure it's a weird thing. Is like they can play as bad as anything over the next few days, and then we still will kind of reset our expectations for them when we go back to LAN. They have proven themselves at the previous one over at Copenhagen that they can play in front of the bright lights and in front of people. It's just something about online that doesn't click quite as well for them. But they've got through the difficult part. They've got through Swiss. Now they look towards the top 8, and they look to continue to at least cement something and grab themselves one open qualifier victory for the season.
Johnny, I think if a team like this, you know, goes to round 5, you might say, oh, with the strength of the rest of the region, maybe they can't keep up anymore. But then we've seen every single other one of the top teams falter here and there, giving us the EU depth, I suppose. And in terms of their colleagues, the rest of those top 4 or 5 squads, do we still feel like they're at the top of those? I mean, given how KC's performed, given how Vitality's had some ups and downs, where do we feel they fit in those talks now?
Gentlemates size, yeah, they I think they're clearly still top 5. Carmine Corp are the team who really blundered at this split, so they're the squad who are not going to be able to show that they are still a top 5 team until potentially the World Championship, where they do still have a good chance of making it.
Right.
But yeah, there's a clear Big 5 in Europe at the moment. There are obviously still other teams in this tournament. We've got Jobless, we've got Endpoint, we've got Luna Galaxy. They're trying to break into that top 5. But as things stand, yeah, very, very clear top 5 for the world's points. And then for this split, it's a very, very clear top 4. So clear, in fact, that it's almost locked.
But it still isn't. That's this crazy thing.
Yeah, it's one world. Jobless need to win. They're the one team in striking distance. If you win the event from Jobless position of 24 points, that would put them on 36 points. So they would need to win the event and also have Oxygen or BDS lose immediately tomorrow. So it's tough. Very, very tough for them.
At least it's pretty straightforward. It's everything is on Jobless. The eyes are on them going into tomorrow. Because you're right. It's the rest of that space is not locked in. It's that 3-way tie at the bottom there. It's Vitality, though, that has had a victorious day. This has been a great day for them.
Yeah, massive. I mean, they're locked. I mean, so that's where you want to be, especially when you're at home, Shogun. Like you mentioned a few times today, they're not boot camping, but it doesn't seem to affect them.
No, they're not. I mean, they're just chilling, absolutely, and they are playing very, very well. A little bit of a correction, maybe, actually, from what I was saying earlier on. It seems to be like the usual place that they play is being used for something called the Olympic Games, something like that at the moment. I don't know. Heard of it. But it's a bit busy. We're still a little bit surprised that they didn't at least still go to the Beehive, but the Beehive. Still playing at home. It is the Beehive.
Yeah.
It's still a very, very nice place, by the way. Really, really high recommend taking a look over there. They've also got the trophies over there, which very, very cool to see. That is the RCS Worlds trophy was very large last season. It was weird to see that one that's so up close. They're looking to try and add to that later on over at Worlds.
And speaking of that, that'll come after we have London, so get your tickets there first. Then get your tickets for Worlds, rl.gg/RLCS Texas. Again, from my perspective, that's the easiest one to remember. So if you can't type that one and buy tickets, well, I'll come pick you up. I don't think I have a car big enough to fit all of you guys in, though. So hopefully you guys can make your own way to Texas to join us for the World Championship. I mean, it's such a phenomenal moment to be involved in. If you can't make London, make this one for sure. I'm glad that we'll be able to spread things out so as many people can join us as possible. But looking at tomorrow, Shogun, our top 8, right here, as I said before.
Which game? If you ask me which game I'm looking at, like, please.
I wasn't going to,
one.
but I mean, a lot of eyes are on Jobless, right, to see if they make it through. But which one would you like?
Oh, well, if I was to, take a stab at it and pick at one at random, you know what? I might look towards Carmine Corp against Oxygen over there. So much on the line for that one. Oxygen, stop that there. They will then freeze Carmine Corp's points for the rest of the season. If they are eliminated, though, by Carmine Corp, they can now take the run. They can try and set the bar as far away from Oxygen going into potentially London, which is looking very, very likely because Jobless have got a heck of a task ahead of them. They've got to win the whole thing, as Johnny said. But before that, they've got to take on an Imperial Vitality. They look unbelievable today.
Well, that's going to be a little bit later on, Shogun. You're going to have to watch the rest of the matches first. How about that? We have Team BDS Endpoint kicking the day off. Jobless Vitality afterwards, as Jobless is looking to squeeze in for one of those spots, as they do have a few teams ahead of them. And then we have Gentlemates versus Luna Galaxy. And as you said, the one you're looking forward to, K Corp. See if they can do it. And I know a lot of the Blue Ball fans out there, they're looking for that one too, because as many points as possible is what K Corp needs. Can they do it? I mean, do you think? Up or down right now, guys? K Corp.
Or you pick
do they
K Corp
freeze?
or Oxygen for Worlds, or just tomorrow's quarterfinal?
Yeah, that match of tomorrow. Does K Corp's points freeze there? Do they lose this to Oxygen and get stuck in that 8th place spot?
My goodness, that's tough. Well, right now, I mean, I've got to go and think about it, but honestly, my gut says I think KC's got this. I think that they're going to clutch it up.
Shogun, was that a freeze?
Against Oxygen tomorrow?
You think, Shogun, you think they freeze?
Against this version of Oxygen? Against this version of KC? Yeah, I feel like I've got Oxygen in that one.
You can Oxygen. Well, I'll think about it. Like, honestly, I'm not sure. It's really interesting because KC, I just feel like they still have plot armor. Like, my gut says KC, but I think Oxygen are the correct pick right now if you're just going purely by results. Oxygen have more
we already know how my
results
predictions are,
recently.
so congratulations, KC. You've done it.
Yeah, KC just, I don't know, they just feel like they got plot armor still. I don't know how they have this effect, but they do.
Hey, plot armor works until the story's over, and World Championship is the end of the story, so it could still be there. You're absolutely right, but we're going to have to find out tomorrow. So please join us again, same time tomorrow for some more European Rocket League Top 8 playoffs. Begins then. Thanks for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front.